Okay, guys, I think we're ready to roll, and we're going to start with the an administration bill, Senate Bill 483, and I see Secretary Day here. I see Comptroller Learman. She's still here. Okay, so we're going to bring you up, Secretary Day, Comptroller Learman, Reverend Christina Paglin. I don't want to muck up the name. Is Reverend here? There you are. And two other witnesses, Claudia Wilson Randall and Adam Rhodes Brown. That will fill out this panel, and then we do have a second panel of favorables, but we are going to start with you, Secretary, to present Senate Bill 483.
Great. Chair Feldman, thank you so much. Honorable members of the committee, thank you for your time today. My name is Jake Day. I serve as the Secretary of the Maryland Department of Housing and Community Development. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be with you today to talk about the Housing and Community Development Financing Act of 2024. At its core, this bill establishes the Maryland Community Investment Corporation, a community development entity, or CDE, aimed at leveraging federal new market tax credits, or NMTCs, to revitalize and strengthen our communities throughout the state. These tax credits, established by the U.S. Treasury Department, have been instrumental in funding various real estate development and business projects in low-income communities across the nation. With approximately $5 billion allocated annually to the NMTC program, it's critical that Maryland takes full advantage of this opportunity to spur economic growth and development in our state. The impact of new market tax credits is tangible and transformative. For example, the state of California has deployed $253 million in federal new market tax credits through its state-created CDE. In Los Angeles in 2022, new market tax credits played a pivotal role in the construction of a 200,000 square foot California Air and Space Center, showcasing the Space Shuttle Endeavour and providing 150 hands-on educational exhibits. And in Chicago, the tax credits assisted in the remediation of a long vacant brownfield site, revitalization into a Black-led federally qualified healthcare center, providing comprehensive healthcare services to an underserved community. Similarly, in Dallas in 2021, new market tax credits facilitated the construction of a 60,000 square foot shelter and resource center for people experiencing homelessness, offering a lifeline to those in need. We can't leave money on the table. And right now, Maryland does. With the establishment of the Maryland Community Investment Corporation, we have the opportunity to replicate and amplify such successes right here in our state. With our own state-sponsored community development entity, we gain greater control and flexibility over how these federal funds are utilized. This means we can direct investments toward projects that align with our state's unique priorities and address the specific needs in our own communities. As required by U.S. Treasury, the corporation would be managed by a board of directors with a chair picked from among their membership. The proposed membership would include our state's comptroller, the Secretary of Housing and Community Development, and the Secretary of Commerce, as well as two appointed representatives appointed by the governor representing nonprofit entities in low-income communities in the state. The MCIC would allow us to work hand in hand with existing state-funded programs, ensuring a more coordinated and effective approach to community development. This bill would also provide new flexibility in the use of the state strategic demolition fund resources. Specifically, it would expand the allowable uses to include credit enhancements as well as debt service to repay government bonds. This enhancement will significantly accelerate capital formation for program activities, enabling us to multiply the impact of our state's investment in revitalization projects. By transforming community liabilities into community assets, we not only improve the physical landscape of our neighborhoods, but also create opportunities for economic empowerment and growth. The Maryland Community Investment Corporation will serve as a crucial resource in achieving these objectives, channeling federal funds to where they are needed most and catalyzing positive change in our communities. The Housing and Community Development Financing Act represents a vital step toward our ongoing efforts to promote equitable and sustainable development across Maryland, and it is an incredible complement to the governor's proposed budget. By harnessing the power of federal new market tax credits and enhancing the Strategic Demolition Fund, we can unlock the full potential of Maryland's communities. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Secretary. We'll go through the whole panel and then we'll open up questions. Comptroller Learman, you want to go next?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. It's wonderful to be with you here today. And I am here in support of SB 483, the Housing and Community Development Financing Act. As a named member of the new governing board that this legislation would establish, and as our state's revenue administrator, I urge a favorable report of this legislation. This bill aims to strengthen the state's financing tools for housing construction and community development investments through several mechanisms, including federal tax credits. And here I just want to say very plainly that Maryland is not receiving the share of New Markets tax credits that we should be. We should be receiving more, but we don't because we do not have a CDE that is putting together the projects and applying for those federal tax credits. That is what this bill will allow. So if you don't remember anything else, just remember this will help us ensure that we are bringing more New Markets tax credits back to Maryland, and that will help all of our communities. As you may know, hopefully you know, my agency recently published a report on the state of Maryland's economy. One of our key findings was the lack of affordable housing options for workers, and the fact that that is holding back our economy from growing. Between 2019 and 2022, housing inventory decreased by 57% statewide, and median home prices increased 27% statewide. And in fact, in several Eastern Shore and Western Maryland counties, prices increased by over 50%. For this report, we held roundtables in every region of the state with business leaders and economic development officials, and housing was a top concern in every single roundtable. Businesses across the state are struggling to retain and attract workers due to a severe shortage of housing that's affordable across all income levels. We need more workforce housing options in job centers across the state, including the type of multifamily and mixed-use projects that New Markets tax credits help finance. The federal funding included in this bill really represents a crucial investment in the state's future. It has the potential to reduce the wealth gap in the state and promote economic stability for all. And I'm very proud to have worked on it with Governor Moore, Secretary Day, and many others. This really is a collaborative solution that incorporates local, county, and municipal government members who've been advocating for the expansion of housing and community development for several years. Ensuring that Maryland receives its fair share of New Markets tax credits is imperative if we are going to rehabilitate old or vacant buildings and transform them into new housing opportunities for Marylanders, while also reviving neighborhoods across the state. I've seen firsthand in my old district the positive impact that community development projects can have on low-income neighborhoods and middle-income neighborhoods across the state. SB 483 is a step in the right direction toward creating new tools for community and economic development in communities throughout the state. And I look forward to bringing the resources of my agency and office to the governing board. Thank you for your time, and I urge a favorable report.
Okay, thank you, Madam Comptroller. Before we go any further, this bill is jointly assigned to the Budget and Taxation Committee, and I want to welcome Senator Hedelman here to join us today. Okay, with that, is somebody designated as next? I'll let you, Mr. Secretary, okay, and tell us who you are. And
good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair and distinguished senators. My name is Reverend Christina Paglin-Allen. I serve on BUILD's executive team. BUILD supports the passage of SB 483 as part of the governor's housing package because of the transformative impact it can have on addressing vacant and abandoned housing in Baltimore City and across our state. Baltimore City is facing a crisis of over 13,000 vacant and abandoned buildings, 21,000 vacant lots, and tens of thousands of homes at significant risk due to their proximity to other vacant properties. The crisis isn't new, rooted in our long history of destructive and racially discriminatory housing policies and practices like redlining. The changes to the Strategic Demolition and Smart Growth Impact Fund in this proposed bill, more commonly known in Baltimore City as Project CORE, will be transformative, especially combined with the proposed investments in Governor Moore's budget. They make Project CORE more flexible to be maximally useful on the ground, enabling it to act in at-scale and strategic ways. BUILD isn't new to this work. For 15 years, we've worked in East Baltimore with our partners, transforming over 450 properties without displacing a single resident. We've seen firsthand what can be possible if these funds were more flexible, particularly for debt service or credit enhancements. The changes in this bill are especially critical now. Over the last year, BUILD has worked closely with Baltimore City and the Greater Baltimore Committee to develop a vetted plan to address the vacant housing crisis at scale using the same values that have driven BUILD's work in East Baltimore related to affordability and non-displacement. This act makes more strategic investments possible, investments that can rebuild housing markets that have long been broken, address the racial wealth gap, and make our communities safer. More than that, it can create a return on investment for Maryland taxpayers, as multiple studies have shown. We can invest in communities and people who have borne the brunt of injustice for too long. In the words of Isaiah, we can rebuild our ancient ruins and raise up the foundations of many generations to be repairers of the breach, restorers of streets to live in. This act makes all this more possible. The time to act is now. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Why don't you pass it down? Sir, tell us who you are.
Thank you, Chair Feldman, members of the Education, Energy, and Environmental Committee. My name is Adam Rhodes Brown, and I come before you today in support of Senate Bill 483, the Housing Expansion and Affordability Act 2024. At Cross Street Partners, we've supported $1.5 billion of new market tax credit transactions, generating approximately $300 million in federal support for high-impact community development projects across the nation. This federal funding has been crucial for building charter schools, health clinics, workforce training centers, incubators for small businesses in underinvested communities across the country. New market tax credits, often alongside historic tax credits, are the single largest component of the capital stack for these hard-to-finance projects. As Maryland addresses its housing crisis, it's imperative that we build vibrant communities that residents want to work, live, and raise their families in. But Baltimore and Maryland currently suffer from a competitive disadvantage. Many other cities and states, Illinois, California, Texas, Arizona, have publicly focused CDEs and can invest federal resources in communities with the greatest needs. The Maryland Community Investment Corporation has the potential to be awarded $60 million in new markets allocation annually and can become a platform for coordinating existing resources and attracting other federal funds to our state. These additional resources will scale up the positive impact of existing state revitalization programs that are already highly successful. This bill is an important step forward in the state's commitment to economic inclusion and community development. By supporting this bill, the Senate will allow the state to actively pursue funding streams that support economic revitalization in our underserved communities, foster job creation, stimulate economic growth, and improve the lives of your constituents. Thank you for considering my testimony.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Claudia Wilson Randall. I'm the Executive Director of the Community Development Network of Maryland. I'm happy to be here today in front of the EEE Committee. And this is one day that it's great because this is a group of my members. This is who we are and what we do at the Community Development Network. And we've partnered with everyone here at this table today. You have my written testimony. I don't want to reiterate everything that's already been said, but I do want to make a couple of points about new markets tax credits. The most important thing about new markets tax credits is its ability to amass capital. Sometimes we've been talking about projects that cost tens of millions of dollars, and we've been saying, oh, we can get $1 million here, we can get $2 million here, but the new markets tax credit just has a power that can be exponential. So $60 million, $100 million, much greater capital can be amassed and then deployed in communities. And the other point I want to make is that while this panel has talked about Baltimore vacancies, the amount of money that could be invested in Baltimore, and that is certainly the area of greatest need, but there are also disadvantaged communities throughout the state in rural and suburban communities that can also be addressed with new markets tax credits. So I would just urge your favorable report for Senate Bill 483 because it really has a power to make investments possible throughout disadvantaged areas throughout the state. And with that, I would ask your favorable report. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, the entire panel. Let's go to questions. We're going to start with Senator Augustine.
Development. Thanks, everybody, for bringing this forward. th- I was starting to get a question answered, because I know oftentimes, well, what other states have this program versus the people who are already doing this in the state of Maryland?
Senator, thanks for the question. The state of California has a state produced CDE or a state sponsored CDE. There are also large municipalities that have stood up CDEs of their own. And there are 5 that are active in the state of Maryland today. One of them represented here today. This would be a 6th. And again, as the comptroller indicated, we think that there is pretty clear evidence that we're leaving money on the table, not competing with other states for new markets tax credit allocations.
Yeah,
To the scale we should.
I would want to get more on that because it's a competitive bid process, right? And so I'm a little bit, I would want more on that because our existing CDFIs don't always get the full annual allocation. How have you guys been supporting them in their efforts to do so, since they are already operating in the state of Maryland and doing this right now?
Yeah.
Senator, it's worth adding one clarification. The 5 CDEs that operate in the state, only one of them has a localized geography of Maryland and the greater Maryland area.
Well, we're not supposed to talk about individuals, right? But yeah, okay.
So the 4
An
other
entity in-
CDEs invest nationally.
Right.
Right, but the one in Baltimore does invest in our state.
It
right?
does, but the other 4, even though they're located here, are all, when they're applying for projects.
Madam
When they're
Comptroller,
applying for projects funding, they're applying for project funding in other states.
Okay, that's cool. So I
Yep.
appreciate that. But
Yep.
then the one that we already have
Yep.
that does not always get its annual allocation, there's another one that also does cover the geographic areas in Prince George's County. There's another Black bank.
Mhm.
How are you all supporting them in this efforts?
Well, the Department of Housing and Community Development is a partner to each of them. We've put capital allocation from Project Core, Strategic Demolition, Community Legacy, SEED, NED, Bernie.
Well, now I know for those parts, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about with when they are putting their package together in the same way that you're going to put your package together, right? That's a different situation as far as like the partnership that may be there for when they're making the application to get an allocation for these new market tax credits. Because my concern is that it is a competition. You will be also looking in the same geographic area as those 2 Black-owned banks. And I just want to know how this is going to help that, particularly given that you were talking about trying to take care of the wealth gap and talking about stuff like that. I mean, I would hate for it to hurt a couple of Black banks that we only 2, like there's only a few left in the country, actually.
My perspective on this is not that we would be in competition ever, frankly, that there are projects being left on the table that never begin, aren't considered, aren't right for those CDEs, for one reason or another. And the idea behind a state-sponsored entity would be that we could pick up the slack and find projects that, again, maybe didn't pencil, weren't the right fit for whether geographically, mission, finances weren't the right fit, and that we could fill that gap.
Okay.
That's really the genesis behind a government-generated entity.
All right, Mr. Chair, just one more. So I appreciate that. I'd love to have them be a part of this process and this testimony. I don't have that, but that's okay. That's on them, not on y'all at all. Okay, so then finally, again, you talked about the wealth gap, but there is nothing in here that really, I don't see anything in the legislation that necessarily supports that. I mean, is there any particular language or anything? I mean, you're just asking to set it up, right?
At this time, we are asking to set it up, but
Okay.
but the resources, the new markets tax credits can only be applied in low income communities.
That's
And so
correct.
we are
But that doesn't necessarily, that doesn't say who is
Yep.
making the investment and who is benefiting from the investment in the way that new market tax credits are set up. Oftentimes it's listen, you're trying to get capital in there, but what does that capital look like if you're talking about closing the wealth gap and stuff like that.
That's a very fair concern and something that I think moving forward, we would be very interested in. We want to produce an outcome that does reduce the racial wealth gap. And so it would be incumbent upon that board of directors, the MCIC's board of directors, incumbent upon each of us as those who would oversee the entity, whether from the General Assembly, whether from the comptroller's perspective or the executive branch. Without a doubt, the intent would be to ensure that we are closing the racial wealth gap through our investments.
And this is the last one, Mr. Chair. So I appreciate what you're saying, right? And that's good. You guys won't always be there. So what do we do now to ensure for us that what we've done in statute to ensure that remains I'm just putting it out there. I would hope that we could try to work on something that would provide a clear legislative intent that matches what you are saying, and that we would be able to then feel good that we actually are we're not going to come back here in a couple of years from now. You guys had this authority, and folks who because it penciled. We have that happen often. It's like, oh yeah, no, well, because it penciled, because they had more money. And so that's why it applied to them. So I'm very concerned about that we wouldn't necessarily, that we have something in here to protect against that.
Well, the nice thing, I think it's a really fair point, and I appreciate you raising that, Senator. I think the nice thing, and one of the best parts about creating this as a state entity or quasi-state entity is the transparency that you all can require from it, right? And that will be required because because it has the blessing of the state. And so
I appreciate that, Madam Comptroller, but sometimes we have transparency, but it doesn't matter. The results are horrible.
It's true. No,
so I'm with you on the transparency.
It's true. The nice thing though is if we're doing a good job, you'll see that. And if we're not doing a good job, you'll fix it because in the budget and taxation.
What I'm suggesting is that we should probably look to try to fix it up front and not have it happen on the back end. That's all that I'm trying to suggest.
Understood.
We're happy to work with you all to see if there are ways for us to make sure that it does what you're saying is going to do. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, we're going to go to Senator Carrozza next, and then we'll go Hester and then Senator Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is a most distinguished panel, a comptroller and a cabinet secretary. First, very briefly, want to thank the comptroller for your team in supporting and helping us with the fallen heroes, death benefits, and the tax exemption for not only the Hilliard family, but for the fallen hero families in the future. My question, though, and he's not going to be surprised, is going to go to Secretary Day. Really appreciate your leadership in Salisbury and now here at the state level. And I'm pursuing a question, a point that I believe my colleague Senator Augustine touched on, but I wanted to follow up on. And first of all, anything that leverages more federal money and that we're not leaving that on the table, is excellent. So I support that. Where I'm going with my question, and I know Secretary Day has heard this before, and I was looking at Mako's testimony, which is, everyone's favorable, but I think trying to get the intended result. I understand that this is focused on certain low-income communities. At the same time, I was looking at Mako's testimony, and they're talking about that this initiative, it looks like, might help them leverage. They're looking at other pro-housing legislation, which I think would go beyond low-income communities. And, for example, a community like Snow Hill, where you're not only looking at, you're looking at maybe that next level of, of affordable housing for middle-income families. So I'm trying to better understand how this proposal not only can be targeted for the certain low income communities, but how it could be leveraged to help at that next level.
Yeah. So Senator, thank you for that. First of all, with respect to the new markets tax credits, the federal government defines where those funds can be applied. And so for that part of this bill, we are bound to, and I can give you some details of the federal definition. It's a census tract with a poverty rate of at least 20%. If the tract is located within a metropolitan area, median family income for such tract can't exceed 80% of the statewide median family income. And for more rural areas outside of a metropolitan area, the median family income for the tract doesn't exceed 80% of the greater of statewide median family income or the metropolitan area median family income. So here's the good news. Those locations do exist throughout the state. The good news or bad news. And what I would say is the mapping that I can show you and share with you for your district would show you that Snow Hill, even a census tract in Berlin, Pocomoke City, Princess Anne, Crisfield, Salisbury, not surprisingly, all have eligible census tracts. I would also note that the second half of the bill, which is the expansion of the uses of strategic demolition funds and Project Core, is eligible in all sustainable community areas, which would include other parts of your district, including Ocean City and Berlin, most of Berlin proper as well. And this is I think two ways of approaching the same challenge, which is that we need to unlock economic growth within our state in yes, moderate income areas and also in low income areas that require some government impetus to initiate the market.
I appreciate that. And I think as we talk about this legislation, if we can also include the moderate income levels as well, because what that tells me is a bill like this can really do some leveraging that we're not currently taking advantage of today.
Yeah. And to your point about moderate income communities that might not meet the federal definition of low income community and might not benefit from the work of a CDE, they could benefit from the Strategic Demolition Fund, which has been proposed to be doubled in the governor's budget. I'd love for future years for us to be back asking for even more of those resources to impact incredible projects in moderate income communities across the state, in addition to the work that we're doing in low income communities.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go to Senator Hester next. Senator Hester.
Thank you. It's great to see you all. I'd like to start by just commending you for your leadership in this area and to thank the Secretary in particular for your support of the historic complex in Sykesville. So my question is, I've done a lot of work on these formerly government-owned historic complexes. And in 2020, we actually did a recommendation to explore CDEs and new market tax credits. And so here we are, 4 years later, finally getting to it. So I really support this as a way to leverage federal funds. My question is, will this allow us to leverage this for the formerly owned state historic complexes?
I think the answer to that is yes. And Comptroller, correct me if you have anything to add. I think so. And in addition to that, and I know this is a hearing on the Housing Community Development Financing Act, the Housing Expansion Affordability Act has a nice complement by allowing for increased density bonuses on formerly state-owned campuses.
Hey, we're going to go to Senator Washington.
Oh, thank you. Thank you all very much. And this is very exciting, all of this and everyone's vision. And I think just a tiny preamble, perhaps, and we can't control what our guests say or when we testify, but I think we have to be cautious about particular programs or projects being offered as a panacea to all things, right? And so perhaps why there may be a adjacent impact on the wealth gap, it's not specifically designed to. And while there might be a specific red line implication and where the targeting it, and I know you have other programs for that. So just that's the frame for my questions that are going to come. So who are the applicants and who's eligible to participate? So would local government, or all the entities that could say, I have $1 million, and then use that to go to you to leverage it to do something? What would be all the eligible entities?
Yeah, go ahead.
The eligible entities to apply to the CDE,
Yes.
For as investors or as
Tell us educate us.
Yeah.
Who's involved in this?
Like you, yeah, so he could talk a little bit about one of the projects, like some of the projects like Cross Street.
Well, I don't really need the projects. I'm familiar with cross street projects. It's just more because again, we're thinking from a policy level. We need to know the entities that are working, you know, who's being served.
Example.
And so is it local governments? Is it individuals? Just exactly who is involved in this?
So the way that the overall program works, right, is the Treasury Department issues these new market tax credits to CDEs, right? CDEs can be private or public
So
entities.
all CDEs across the country, there's just a
All
release of a
CDEs.
certain amount.
All CDEs across the country
Okay.
apply for new market tax credits from federal treasury.
Mhm.
Those CDEs receive the new market tax credits,
Mhm.
and each individual CDE that has the allocation
Mhm.
then decides which projects to give that allocation to.
Mhm.
So,
Then who determines? So the CDE board would determine, and my understanding, it's a domestic corporation, correct? Is it organized as a corporation, the CDE?
ours is an LLC.
No, I'm talking about what
it could be
you're
organized
asking us to
similarly.
approve. What is it?
This one is set up as a piece of state government, so it's not an LLC.
Okay, so this is set up as an independent unit of state government.
It's like an authority, you know, like Medco.
Right. And so,
Right.
then that Medco, independent authority, state entity, has a board,
Mhm.
right? And are there bylaws or what are their governing principles? I think this again might get at some of the flexibility that you might have.
Yep.
While there are federal requirements,
Yes, so
there
in the
certainly can be certain principles written
Absolutely.
into the
bylaws,
bylaws
goals.
of the entity
Yep.
around its desire to address the things that Senator Augustine
Raised.
has raised.
Yep,
Is that
exactly.
possible?
It absolutely is. So if you
Alright.
look on page 9 of the bill, you'll see it lists out, it's called a corporation, it's
Right.
like an authority, adopt bylaws, adopt a seal, maintain offices, all, sue or be sued, acquire, purchase, hold, lease. So this is the place where we could, further the goals.
So,
Yeah.
so there could be a opportunity to provide legislative intent about what types of principles and being cautious to not violate any potential federal or Supreme Court laws, but about the intent of what the bylaws and mission of this entity would be.
Mhm.
Okay, all righty. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Senator Brooks.
Thanks, Chair. My concern is about the potential for abuse. There's a risk that abuse or misuse of NMTCs, including instances of fraud, mismanagement of the project, the failure to deliver meaningful benefits to the targeted area. How would you address those particular concerns?
I think the comptroller just hit on a great example where the state has had a lot of success in Medco.
Mhm.
Medco, TEDCO, those are two entities that are economic development entities that have a strong track record of success and of delivering on their mission with continued state oversight.
Mhm.
I would say that offers a pretty good precedent for the way the MCIC would operate, and the type of visibility and transparency that would be provided to the connection between intent to borrow Senator Washington's phrase and actual results.
Mhm.
There's a chance for fraud in any endeavor, right? In every one of our departments, in any one of our agencies, we have strict controls, audits, and review of all of our activities to ensure that we minimize and reduce the likelihood that will ever happen,
Mhm.
and hopefully prevent it from ever happening.
Mhm.
And I would say this agency would be no different.
Okay, all right. And I was looking at the fiscal note, and the first thing on it says, do all things necessary to qualify as a CDE. That's Okay.
It's laid out. So
Yeah,
the
yeah.
US Treasury lays out what you need to do to qualify to be a CDE. So it's just sort of a quick way of saying this board needs to, check all the boxes, adopt
Right.
the right bylaws and, adopt the right rules so that it will qualify by the US Treasury to be a CDE.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Okay, any additional questions for this panel? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Ms. Secretary,
Chair.
Madam
Thank you all.
Comptroller, and we do have one additional panel, and I'm gonna call up those folks next. Sarah Redinger, Ms. Redinger here, Anna Riggle, Gregory Countess, and Mayor Brandon Scott is also signed up. I'm not sure if somebody's, oh, there is the mayor. Okay, welcome, Mayor Scott. So we've got 4 folks here at the table. Mayor, we're not going to time you, but the other witnesses, we're going to start the 2-minute clock after you. So Mayor, why don't you take it from there? Again, we're on Senate Bill 483 and you have signed up favorable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, honorable members of the committee. I am Mayor Brandon Scott here to testify in support of Senate Bill 483. In the great city of Baltimore, there's a movement building a renaissance in our city. Everyone from City Hall to downtown and every neighborhood across the city. Passing this legislation is going to be crucial to help us accelerate a key component of this effort. In December of last year, I, along with our partners in Build and the GBC, announced an unprecedented vision to inject $3 billion into our neighborhoods over the next 15 years to solve Baltimore's vacant housing crisis once and for all. It is specifically designed to overcome decades of intentional disinvestment that far too many of our neighborhoods have endured. As you heard earlier, right now, Baltimore stands at about 13,000 vacant properties. While that is the lowest number in the last 20 years, it is still far too many. And we intentionally partner with GBC and Build to ensure that this plan is grounded in community and in partnership with key partners across the city. Overall, this is an ambitious undertaking that is going to require all of us to accomplish, and we need every tool in our hands to make sure that it happens. This piece of legislation is critically important because it will unlock even more tools for our team to utilize in this effort. By providing more flexibility to include debt financing, the Maryland Department of Housing and Community Development will be able to increase its funding for acquisition, demolition, infrastructure, and stabilization efforts. With the passage of SB 483, the $50 million in Project Core money in the governor's budget, it could be leveraged to unlock $1 billion over 15 years if bonded and sustained. The city is more than ready to do our part. I've committed an unprecedented $300 million in local public dollars through non-contiguous TIF bonds and the Industrial and Development Authority to attack specifically vacant properties in Baltimore. Together with the passage of this legislation, we will continue our all-hands-on-deck approach to eliminating blight in partnership with state DHCD and the governor's office to acquire properties, stabilize at-risk properties, demolish properties that have reached the end of their useful life, and invest in infrastructure to support thriving communities. This benefits of this bill will be seen on the ground in communities already targeted for investment and that have seen change, like East Baltimore and West Baltimore, South Baltimore, and my home neighborhood of Park Heights. With your support, we can continue to grow on this effort that is working, but needs to be taken to scale and accelerate Baltimore's renaissance. And with that, I urge a favorable report on SB 483. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Who would like to go next? And again, we're going to use the 2-minute clock at this point. So why don't you tell us who you are?
Okay, I'm Ann Riggle, Chief Executive Officer of City Life Historic Properties, and I'm here to express my strong support of Senate Bill 483. This is an exciting day, an opportunity to bring federal funding into the state of Maryland. Since 2017, we've been collaborating with DHCD, Comptroller Brooke Lehrman's team, and the governor's staff to bring this forward. Senate Bill 483 will enable the state to bring in the needed federal funding to help address our housing crisis. The Maryland Community Investment Corporation can apply for new market tax credits and other programs, such as the Capital Magnet Fund and technical assistance, which will bring in further funding to the state. We like federal investment. Since 2002, the CDFI fund has allocated 76 billion in new market tax credit authority. The new market tax credit program has been vital in fostering economic development and revitalization in underserved communities throughout the United States. The economic impact of new market tax credit projects in Maryland cannot be understated. Since the program's inception in 2002, over 3.8 billion has been invested in more than 112 projects and businesses in Maryland. Some of these projects are Remington Row, Home Lithograph, Casa de Maryland, and Lexington Market. Over 14,000 full-time jobs and 23,000 temporary construction jobs have been created. Additionally, over 16.7 million square feet of real estate has been constructed or renovated using new market tax credits. There's a very extensive data process in providing community impacts to the federal government. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. And again, we'll go through the panel and then we'll open up the questions. Okay, let's go to tell us who you are.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Sarah Redinger, and I'm the Vice President of Community Development with Habitat for Humanity Metro Maryland. Habitat Metro Maryland is a nonprofit serving Montgomery and Prince George's counties that builds, sells, and preserves affordable homeownership in partnership with limited income families. Since its founding in 1982, Habitat has completed more than 885 projects. To advance this mission, Habitat combines funding and resources from an array of sources, including mortgage payments, private donations, grants, revenues from our restores, and of course, government funding. Because Habitat is focused on homeownership, Habitat is not able to utilize one of the largest federal funding tools for housing, the low-income housing tax credit. It's exclusively designed for rental housing. While Habitat and others have long advocated for a federal tax credit program for homeownership, one does not yet exist. That said, Habitat affiliates and other nonprofits across the U.S. have successfully used new market tax credits for the development of affordable homeownership. The creation of the Maryland Community Investment Corporation has the potential to increase the use of federal new market tax credit funding in Maryland and could play an important role in increasing affordable homeownership opportunities for lower income families otherwise locked out of the market. Home ownership was out of reach for many lower and middle income families across Maryland before the pandemic and is even more out of reach now due to increasing home values, interest rates, and property taxes. It's estimated that you need about $87,000 annually to purchase a median priced home in Maryland. And on average, it's estimated that renters have a median income of around $51,000. It's also estimated that we have a racial homeownership gap in Maryland of 27% between white and Black and African American households that own their homes. As you know, homeownership is the primary way that families build wealth in the U.S., and it's imperative that we play an active role in breaking down barriers to that wealth building. In order to provide affordable homeownership opportunities for our lower income families, we need subsidy tools, and new markets tax credits are one such tool. So we encourage the committee to provide a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, that brings us to our final witness on this bill, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Gregory Countess. I'm an attorney with Maryland Legal Aid. My title is Director of Advocacy for Housing, Community Economic Development. And at Legal Aid, we represent several community development corporations in the city of Baltimore, small community development corporations. And we urge a favorable report for Senate Bill 483. New market tax credits and the financing that this corporation that's being set up by this bill will bring to bear will provide opportunities for those community development corporations to attract capital to build projects that they now have in mind. In one project, they're attempting to build a mixed-use project from an abandoned school building and build an adult high school, as well as space for community groups. They're also involved in the creation of home ownership projects, taking vacant and dilapidated buildings, housing, in their communities and converting it into home ownership opportunities. new market tax credits and the investments that they'll bring will help to reverse what the Urban Institute in the study said is the unevenness, the lack of balance and investment in these communities. And the study showed that, as a matter of fact, that there's 3 times more capital or investment brought to communities.
You could finish up. Go on.
To communities that are not poor, and it is mostly determined, this investment deficit is mostly determined by race. And so we would urge support.
Okay, we'll take questions. We've got Senator Augustine.
Thank you very much, Chair Feldman. I'm just out of curiosity, because you talked about it, which is my understanding too, which is there have been tremendous new market tax credit investments that have occurred in our state over the last number of years. Have either City Life or Habitat been in award packages for the existing new market tax credit entities that are actively pursuing this in our state?
Yeah, so I'll start. Our affiliate that serves Montgomery and Prince George's counties, we are actively applying for an allocation for a project in Aspen Hill in Montgomery County. And I do know that the Habitat affiliate in Baltimore has received allocations as well, and I'm happy to have them follow up with more.
Well, no, I was asking about the entities that are here, that are functioning in not the projects, because folks have different territories that they cover in this project or this program, but is that an entity that is in our state?
Yeah, so Habitat for Humanity, who's received an allocation, is.
No, I know Habitat.
Yes.
I'm talking about the CDFI itself.
I'm not sure which CDE they received an allocation from, but I'm happy
Okay.
to follow up.
Okay, thank you. And you?
Yes, and we received allocation for the Hone Lithograph project. You may know it in East Baltimore.
Right.
And that was through Urban Action
Okay,
on that particular project.
thank you very much.
Sure.
Okay, any additional questions for the panel? Okay, seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 483. We're going to go next to Chair Gazzoni on Senate Bill 597, and I'll call up your sponsor panel. But just for scheduling purposes, we'll take Senator Kagan next after the Gazzoni bill, and then we'll go back to the governor for his 2 bills in terms of sequence here. So I've got John Pica, Paul Bollinger, Jay McGinnis, Gregory Snyder, and Doug Silver signed up as your sponsor panel. And why don't we start with you, Senator Chair Gazzoni, on again, Senate Bill 597. Take the time you need to explain the bill.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Simply, this bill creates individuals with disabilities and disabled veterans voting fund. And it creates a authorization for the governor to put in up to $500,000 a year for grants to nonprofits who provide services in the amount of $40,000. So we spend a lot of time in this legislature working on ways to making a more equitable society. And this is just one example of it in the recreation field. And that's what this bill does. It gives the opportunity for folks, veterans, and other disabled to participate in water sports. And there's a number of nonprofits out there who already do that. And there are costs associated with providing those services. And that's what this bill will help do. We have support from both the Department of Veterans Affairs and Department of Disabilities. They've offered a couple of amendments, which I'm happy to take. With regard to the scope of it, there's one that relates to the waters of Maryland as opposed to the Chesapeake Bay and its tributaries. And the other, add surfing into the mix of types of boating activities that are permitted to receive these grants. And that is the story. It's and by the way, it is a non-mandated fund.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you have a sequence of speakers you want to?
Whoever wants to go.
Mr. Chairman, John Pica, on behalf of these organizations,
Lemuria. Everybody from this point forward is going to be on a 2-minute clock, okay?
I'm going to be 10 seconds. We support the amendment. We really appreciate this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That was perfect. Okay, who wants to go next? Here, pull
Mr.
the mic
Chairman,
up.
Peter Quinn from U.S. Patriot Sailing. We also support this bill and thank you for the consideration.
Okay, this is going very, very well. Mrs. Snyder?
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman and members of the Education, Energy and Environment Committee. My name is Greg Snyder and I'm the Vice President of Engagement at the ARC Central Chesapeake Region. I'm here today in strong support of Senator Gazzoni's bill, Senate Bill 597. This legislation would provide more opportunities for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities and disabled veterans to enjoy accessible boating throughout the state of Maryland. We're also in support of the amendments that would create opportunities statewide for people with disabilities and disabled veterans. At the ARC Central Chesapeake region, we serve over 3,000 individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities and their families in Anne Arundel County and Maryland's Eastern Shore. Our mission is to support people with disabilities to live the lives they choose by creating opportunities, promoting respect and equity, and providing access to services. Many of the individuals that we support have enjoyed sailing through Chesapeake Region Accessible Boating, their therapeutic sailing program on the Chesapeake Bay. This experience provides a refreshing chapter in their spring and summer season, and the staff at CRAB has really helped them feel empowered by teaching them new skills and presenting a form of independence for them. With the establishment of the Individuals with Disabilities and Service Disabled Veterans Boating Fund, more opportunities for accessible sailing and boating will be created for people with disabilities across the state of Maryland. We urge the committee to support this accessible legislation and report it favorably. At the ARC, we are committed to creating more inclusive communities with access to activities that make a difference in the lives of the people that we support. Thank you.
Okay, let's go next.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Paul Bollinger. I am the president and CEO of Chesapeake Region Accessible Boating, and we fully support this piece of legislation and think it will do wonderful things for people with disabilities and wounded warriors and their therapy and enjoyment of Maryland's greatest asset, the Chesapeake Bay.
Okay, Chair Gazzoni, you get that?
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, my name is Doug Silber. I'm the Executive Director of the Downtown Sailing Center in Baltimore. I echo all of the things that my colleagues were saying and Senator Gazzoni. We did 700 disabled sailors last year. We could double it with this support. And adding to the list of those that benefit are the kids that have neurologic issues, but also the seniors who may not be able to walk or dependent on wheelchairs. So it really benefits everybody in this state, and we applaud this legislation and urge its support, and along with the amendments. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Questions, Senator Carosa?
Chair, very briefly, thank you, Senator Gazzoni, for this legislation. I know we talked about enjoying the Chesapeake Bay, but of course I'll add the coastal bays as well. And also I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor as an amendment. Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions for the panel? Okay, seeing none, we do have a couple of additional witnesses have signed up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, we've got Derek Coburn. I apologize, Peter Quinn was that you already testified. I apologize. You signed up twice. And then we do have Lisa Belcastro from Department of Disabilities signed up favorable with amendments. So is Mr. Cogburn and again, Lisa Belcastro, Department of Disabilities, are the final witnesses on this piece of legislation. So Mr. Cogburn, why don't you go first, and you're going to be on the 2-minute clock as for both witnesses. Okay, so proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, Senator Gazzoni, our bill sponsor, and members of the Senate Education, Energy and Environment Committee. On behalf of Brendan Sailing, my name is Dr. Derek Cogburn, and I'm here today in full support of SB 597. I have the pleasure of serving on the board of directors of Brendan Sailing and I'm also a professor at American University, where I serve as the founding executive director of AU's Institute on Disability and Public Policy. I myself am an avid sailor, and one of my personal goals has been to involve more marginalized and unrepresented groups in sailing, particularly children with neurological differences. For the past 38 years, Brendan Sailing has been building pathways for self-confidence and personal growth for children with learning differences through individually tailored experiential instruction in sailing. Passage of this bill and its associated funding grants will help Brendan Sailing expand its reach into this specific community of children who are often overlooked for summer camp programs due to their learning differences and unique challenges for outdoor recreation and education. These opportunities are even more rare for overnight camping experiences. With additional support, we can expand our reach and provide more opportunities for at-risk youth to thrive and succeed. Brendan Sailing believes sailing is not just a recreational activity, but a transformative experience that builds confidence, independence, social and teamwork skills. And if you could see the campers on day one, they are hesitant to enter the water, struggle to keep their life jackets on all day, and have no experience with sailing. 5 days later, these kids are sailing on boats solo, and then take their parents out for a ride all by themselves. It is remarkable to say it's life-changing and short can change and transform these youth. So we would like to thank Senator Gazzoni, Mr. Chair, and we enthusiastically support SB 597.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee, thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. My name is Lisa Belcastro, and I serve as the Deputy Secretary at the Maryland Department of Disabilities. And today I have the honor of representing Secretary Beatty and the department as a whole on SB 597. We feel honored that the senator has put this bill in, and we would very much appreciate the opportunity to administer this grant. It would create an opportunity for us to support nonprofits that are providing adapted water sport activities across the state. We're very thankful to the senator for his help on the 2 amendments that we've requested, adding surfing to the bill, and then also allowing us to provide these grants to organizations, providing these opportunities on bodies of water across the state. Doing so would allow us to serve individuals from Ocean City all the way to Oakland, Maryland. So thank you very much. And we ask for your favorable report with the amendments that we've worked with the senator on. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Questions for this panel? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 597. Thank you, Chair Gazzoni. And we are going to next try to locate Vice Chair Kagan virtually. And we're going to move to Senate Bill 649. And Vice Chair Kagan, do you hear us?
I'm here. I hope you can hear and see me.
Okay, we can hear and see you, and we've got a panel. I'm going to call up to the witness stand. This is a bit unusual, but Laura Hale, Kevin Seaman, and virtually we have Lily Baruch, but who's in here. Okay, so that's the sponsor panel. We have a couple of additional witnesses after that, but Senator Kagan, it's all yours. Again, we're on Senate Bill 649.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, colleagues. I really appreciate your accommodating my schedule and letting me testify on Zoom. I especially am sorry not to be with my witnesses, but this is a quick bill with no opposition. So for the record, I'm Cheryl Kagan, very proud to be the senator for Gaithersburg and Rockville. And many of you may know that 3 people have died in my district when 911 has failed. And so for the last 9 years, I've been working on these issues. And this is the latest 911 related issue. And I want to start by thanking Charles County, my friend Tony Rose and Dr. Seaman. Thank you for conducting a pilot project about saving lives through more frequent CPR training for what we have renamed in law our 911 specialists. These are our courageous women and men who are under the headset, saving lives and property every day and connecting with our police, fire, and paramedics. Colleagues, about 350,000 people die each year from out of hospital cardiac arrests. And Most people don't feel comfortable, or they have a panic attack and they don't know what to do when a loved one or a colleague at work or something is having an attack. And so when they call 911, there is a delay. By the time the information gets transmitted, by the time the ambulance, the paramedics are on their way and then get to the sign of to the side of the person having the attack, it can be 10 minutes, it could be more. And there is a 10% greater likelihood with each minute that passes that someone will not survive. So in Charles County, several years ago, they did a pilot project where they did quarterly one-on-one CPR training. And it is TCPR, it's telephonic CPR, cardiopulmonary resuscitation. And that helped implement what Tony Rose, the 911, my friend, called muscle memory. So you don't have to think about it. You don't have to look up the method. You don't have to consult your guidance or check with a colleague. You've been doing it. You're trained on it every 3 months. And so you just go straight into action, and you can provide support and guidance for the person who has reached out on 911. When I chaired the 911 Commission, one of my fundamental rules was all boats rise. And what that meant is whether you live in Howard County or Garrett County, St. Mary's or Anne Arundel, that the same level of service should exist. And right now, the residents or tourists in Charles County can have access to a 911 specialist who is trained and proficient and has a much greater likelihood of saving lives. In Charles County, the pilot more than doubled the lives saved and people having successful experiences and living to tell the story after a cardiac incident. So I believe that all boats should rise together. This bill simply authorizes the 911 fund to pay for any county that wants to opt in, it's not required, opt in and offer quarterly one-on-one CPR, telephonic CPR training to their 911 specialists. It's kind of a no-brainer. It costs Charles County literally $26,000. So there's more than $18 million pending in the 911 fund. This does not come out of the general fund, colleagues. This is 911 fund, and it would be earmarked to come from that. Again, it's not a mandate on our counties, which is why I'm delighted that MACO is for it. It will provide better service, more life-saving support from our 911 centers, and it will come from the fund where it should come from. I just want to mention that my gratitude to MIMS, the Maryland Institute for Emergency Medical Services Systems, and MDEM, the Maryland Department of Emergency Management. We collaborated, and there's an amendment, Mr. Chair, that we are all aligned with. And so what the bill will do is just allow the authorization for getting the money from the 911 fund. It would be a permissible expenditure, but not get into the weeds on exactly the details, because they need the flexibility and technology changes. So we agreed that that was a good way to go. So I'm happy to either listen to testimony or take questions. I'm good, whatever the committee prefers. And I thank you for your attention. I hope we will move this bill.
Okay, why don't we go through the witnesses? There aren't many. In fact, you mentioned Maryland Department of Emergency Management. Anna Sierra, why don't you come up, because Senator Kagan did mention an amendment, so why don't you just join us at the table? Okay, let's go back. Let's start with Laura Hale. And again, you're going to be on a 2-minute clock, Laura, 2-minute clock.
Wonderful. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Senator Kagan and members of the committee. My name is Laura Hale. I'm the Director of Government Relations with the American Heart Association. And we really applaud Senator Kagan for her leadership in this and bringing this legislation forward. You know, the way we think about with telephone CPR, I want you all to take a minute to imagine, you all know how to tie your own shoe. Now, imagine that you have to pick up a phone, describe how to do that to somebody who's really upset, who is falling apart. How in the world am I going to do this? Having and knowing how to do that description is a specialized skill. And we have seen in Charles County that by implementing a telephone CPR program that has continuing education, that makes a difference at having the CPR training continue, not an occasional training, but having that continuous education as well as quality improvement has made a huge difference in people coming home at the end of the day. And that's something that we really want to see across the state. The data as well, not just in Charles County, but as we look across the board, that telephone CPR makes a difference across the country. And Maryland is really joining with other states in being able to push this forward and making sure that everyone has this opportunity and to really make sure that people are coming home without a hospital cardiac arrest. We know that these are family members. And so having that skills and that confident 911 specialist to be there in that most complicated time is really essential to bringing people home at the end of the day. We are supportive of the amendments and I'm very excited to be working with MDEM and with MEMS and the senator on pulling all of this together. So thank you all so much.
Okay, sir, why don't you pull that mic a little closer and then tell us who you are. And again, you're going to be on the 2-minute clock.
Absolutely. I'm Dr. Kevin Seaman. Thank you to the senator. I think this is wonderful leadership. I'm going to give you the bottom line up front. So currently 911 centers in Maryland are not doing ongoing training for telephone CPR, and they're not reviewing cases and providing feedback in enough frequency to save more lives. The result is that countless lives are being lost, including children, student athletes, moms, parents. So this affects all of us. The solution is pass this legislation and we'll educate telecommunicators across the state in life-saving techniques for this critically important emergency, sudden cardiac arrest. The senator has already stated what Charles County has done. I would make the point in support that where you live shouldn't determine if you live. And so we need to get this in every 911 center in the state. Sudden cardiac arrest is a survivable condition. It's not a heart attack. People become unconscious, they stop breathing, and we have 10 minutes to save their life, 600 seconds. And it's in that sense, it is probably the most time-dependent emergency in medicine. In those 600 seconds, 80% of it, EMS is responding and not there at the patient's side. So it's really the 911 specialist and the caller bystander. It's already been mentioned that if someone had a cardiac arrest right here and we treated them with CPR and AED, we would get 9 of 10 of them back. For every minute, we lose 10%. So by the time EMS gets there, survival is 10% or less. The best way to get this done is for the bystander to do CPR and use a public access AED. The solution is low dose, high frequency education that they've been doing in Charles County. And we really need to invest in our first responders, our 911 specialists, through training and feedback. They want your loved ones to survive. Let us give them this training to make this happen.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Ms. Sierra. I understand there's an amendment that you wanted to proffer that's you've worked out with Senator Kagan. So why don't we let you go and then we'll go to our virtual witness.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Chair Feldman. My name is Anna Sierra. I'm the legislative liaison for the Maryland Department of Emergency Management. Perhaps very applicably, I used to be a 911 center director for 2 different counties on the Eastern Shore, so I have very specific and direct knowledge of this topic. First, I want to make clear that 911 specialists do get CPR training and they do follow national standards-based protocol, and that's where our amendment comes in. The first part of this bill proposes to establish specific training standards for a specific call type in law. And we already have in law that 911 specialists and 911 centers have to follow national standards-based protocols. And that is for all call types. And so we prefer not to legislate specific call types in law because that can be outdated. Those national protocols update routinely and regularly based on the evidence. And so we want our centers to be able to keep up with that and not be essentially held back by outdated language in law. However, the 911 board and MIMS both have the authority to require this type of training and to work with PSAPs to implement this type of training. And this law will clarify that the funding can come from the 911 board for this additional training and for the quality improvement. So we are requesting that those lines of text be taken out, but that the funding piece remain to ensure that our local governments, our PSAPs, understand that they can use the 911 trust fund to pay for additional integrative technology as well as training for these call types. Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you. We have one additional witness, Lily Baruch, virtually. Let's take her and then we'll open it to questions. And you've signed up favorable. Ms. Baruch, again, you're on the 2-minute clock.
Great, thank you so much. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
So my name is Dr. Baruch, and I'm an associate professor of medicine at Johns Hopkins. I'm also the director of sports cardiology and a member of the heart failure group. I won't reiterate the points that others have made about the importance and really time-critical nature of CPR when someone suffers a cardiac arrest, but I wanted to share 2 brief stories of patients of mine and my colleagues of other aspects of this that you may also that have wide-ranging effects. So recently, a patient of mine suffered a cardiac arrest at home. His wife was upstairs when she heard him collapse. She ran down and her teenage daughter was frozen in panic. Her husband was on the floor. Neither of them knew CPR, and she called 911. And very fortunately for all of them, they arrived very quickly and were able to defibrillate him, and he survived. However, she has incredible guilt, almost at a level of PTSD, because she didn't know CPR. People keep asking her, well, did you do CPR? You know, what did you do? And she keeps having to tell them no over and over again. And it's been very traumatic for them as a family. And had a 911 specialist been able to coach her through that, then that wouldn't have happened. He was very lucky that he survived. Not everybody is that lucky, however. A colleague of mine cared for a high school student in the emergency room who had collapsed at a sports event at a local high school. And a bystander called 911, but was told not to touch him because it sounded like he was having a seizure. And unfortunately, the apparent seizure was actually a cardiac arrest, and he went for 10 minutes with no treatment until the ambulance arrived. And they were able to get a pulse back, but he is now essentially brain dead, a child, a high school student, as a result of that. So these situations have far-reaching effects, and a trained 911 specialist with these methods that you're discussing can really make a difference, save lives for people in the state of Maryland.
Okay, thank you. We're going to take questions. We're going to start with Senator Augustine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This makes all of the sense in the world to me. I understand that. Are there any other appropriate telecommunications, cost of telecommunications trainings that maybe are out there that it might make sense to not be so specific with the cardiopulmonary resuscitation training?
I think I'll start with that, if that's okay, Senator Augustine.
Yep.
So this is based on a pilot program. This is not just randomly we think CPR is important and everyone should know it. Charles County did a pilot program. I think it started in 2019. I'm going from memory here. They did it for several years and they found it so successful that even though the pilot program funding came from the 911 board, they ended up deciding it was worth it to keep paying for it out of their own general fund. So this has a track record, and that's why we're bringing this. Anything, Anna, is there anything you would add to that?
So the 911 board trust fund statute already allows blanket approval for the 911 board to consider and then fund all 911 specialist related training.
Okay.
So I think to your question, are there other kind of call types or situations that they should be trained or that we should be allowing under law? There is already a blanket authority. There was some confusion, I think, on whether the specific type of training that was being proposed by Charles County was eligible. And so.
And what was the confusion?
You'd have to ask the county, maybe.
Oh, you know what?
Mrs.
I can,
Seaman, yeah,
I
Mrs.
can
Seaman,
I can actually clarify some of that, and Dr. Seaman would be better. But it's
Okay.
one, and it's 15 minutes, and then you're evaluated. And so, and it's every quarter. Dr. Seaman, what else? Did you
Yeah,
say?
so two things. I'll address your first part of your question and then the other question. So cardiac arrest is a low frequency, high acuity condition. And if you think about what we do, if you've ever played sports or played music, if you practice once every 2 years, how good would you be? Not very good. So to be ready for this, to be as ready as possible, the 15 minutes every 3 months makes a huge difference. With regard to, we appeared before the 911 board 3 times. We requested funding, provided the initial 6-month report. We provided the 2-year report. And then when we had funding for 2 years, we went back and said, we think this is so important, we think we need to continue it. And our understanding was that if we showed proof of concept that we saved lives, we'd be able to. At that point, this was again at a point where I think that the funding for the 911 board was changing, but what they said was, what about MIMS? What about other sources of funding? I worked with Dr. Chismar, the state medical director. We went back down and presented, and MIMS was willing to provide some funding as well. But for whatever reason, with all that, this didn't continue, and we had to pay, Charles County is now paying out of its own money to do this.
Okay, so if I'm understanding then, like the crux of this legislation is basically overriding the decision of the board?
No,
I mean,
not at all. No.
I'm just trying to understand this based on what you said. You said you went because you already said you got the blanket,
right?
So, but you had to ask for it, and they basically told you no, right? And so now, if we're putting it into statute, that would over whatever the board, right? Because now the board couldn't say no. Is that really?
No, I don't think that's accurate.
Oh.
Basically, here's what I would say. I think that in the time before they got additional funding, I think they were concerned about how much it would cost. In fact, they were asking what would it cost to do it in every county, every 911 center, and that's a larger amount of money. They didn't have that money at that point. We wanted to continue, and we had to make a decision to continue based on, providing our own funding. Now, I think that we have shown proof of concept. There are other 911 centers that are interested. If this is your loved one, you want a telecommunicator that is assertive, that is confident, and it's going to say, they're not breathing, they're unconscious, they're not breathing. When you do CPR, let me help you right now. Instead, because it's so low frequency of a condition, dispatchers get less than an hour in their initial course, and they're not getting continuing education on this.
Sir, I'm supportive of what you're talking about. I'm not trying. I'm just trying to
Senator Augustine
understand the statute.
Here's Senator Kagan she's itching to get
Okay.
in on this. So why don't you take a crack at this?
Thank you. So our 911 specialists, as Anna said, have already gotten some training, but as Dr. Seaman said, it's the muscle memory. It's doing it regularly, frequently, and getting feedback on it. So Senator Augustine, to be really direct, it updates and clarifies. That's it. There was another county that came in also for funding, and they were rebuffed because not all the T's had been crossed and the I's dotted and all that. And some of that is, we don't want it to depend on who's running the 911 board or who's on it. We just want to make it totally clear. Training is included in the authorized allowable expenditures, and this will specifically add telephone CPR.
Okay, do we have some additional questions for the panel for Vice Chair Kagan? Okay, seeing none, that's going to conclude the bill hearing on Senate Bill 649. Madam Vice Chair, safe travels.
Thank you all. Take care.
Okay, we're going to next move back to the governor administration bills. We're going to start with Senate Bill 474. And Safer, why don't you come up here? You've got a sponsor panel. I'm going to reel off some names. I see Donna Edwards. Mayor, well, you've got 2 separate panels. So let's start with sponsor panel 1 here. Or do you want me to just group everybody together? Here, I'm just going to reel off some names. We've got Donna Edwards. Safe is there. Josh Levi, Dominic Butchko, Mako, and Kelly Schultz. So that'll be panel 1. And then we have a separate second panel, which we'll take next. So Safe, why don't you tell us who wants to lead off? You're going to lead off for the governor?
I will, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so you take the time you need to present the bill.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, safe travels, and members of Education, Energy, and Environment Committee. Thank you for allowing me to testify on behalf of Governor's Bill, Senate Bill 474, Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity and Related Approvals, Definition of Generating Stations. otherwise known as the Critical Infrastructure Streamlining Act of 2024. For the record, my name is Saif Ratul. I am Deputy Legislative Officer for Governor Westmore. The first year of the Moore-Miller administration has been a success story in both economic as well as environmental aspects. We experienced the creation of 40,000 new jobs, the lowest unemployment rates in the country, and we made significant investment in renewable energy, including offshore wind, thanks to Senator Katie Fry Hester and the body here, and incentivizing electric vehicle infrastructure across the state. Maryland started to make its mark. Baltimore region was recognized as the federally designated national tech hub that will attract emerging technologies in Maryland, garner hundreds of millions of dollars of investment in the state, while creating tens of thousands of new jobs. However, the past decades tell a different story for Maryland. Our economic growth has underperformed the country, and the state lost crucial workforce. Thus, businesses consistently overlooked Maryland as they considered their investment in a new state. This unpredictable nature of Maryland's regulatory landscape can be directly attributed to this narrative. And this was on display last fall when Public Service Commission's decision to deny backup generators used for emergency purposes only, citing climate concerns that created further uncertainty that prevented a novel industry from investing in the state. It is essential that Maryland finds the right balance between our need for strong environmental and labor standards, as well as our need to grow our economy. And we can do both. This bill is intended to right that decision and restore the appropriate balance between the two important goals we have. This is a fuel agnostic, industry neutral bill that aims to streamline the needs for 21st century critical infrastructure industries. First, the bill defines emergency backup generating stations that are used exclusively for on-site emergency backup purposes in the event of a power outage, test and maintenance operations to ensure its functionality, installed with equipment that prevents the flow of electricity to the grid, and subject to MD's permitting process. Second, the bill provides a statutory exemption from the CPCN process for any combination of 2 or more generating units that are used exclusively for on-site emergency backup purposes in the event of power outage. This bill does not propose any significant deviation from the state's current practices for these emergency backup generators, but simply provides certainty by streamlining this regulatory process. Emergency backup generators and the facilities that they serve will still be subject to important permitting and licensing requirements, including permits related to air quality, water quality, construction and sediment control, local zoning requirements, and more. This bill aims to emphasize environmental enforcement mechanisms that Maryland Department of Environment has through its regulatory process and have been practicing before this bill was introduced. So what does that process look like? MD is authorized to regulate these backup generators for emergency purposes only. That includes air permit to construct, pollution sources and emission reviews, and these generators are required to be federally certified to operate on site. Maryland's major source air permits also requires extensive public engagement and community input as well on the process. MD, through their broad regulatory authority, is also allowed to impose additional requirements depending on the size of the project. This requirement could vary from the mandatory use of Tier 4 generators on the facility that are more efficient, that are equipped with latest emission control technologies, limiting hours of operation for these generators, limiting premise-wide emissions, and limiting total fuel consumption, to name a few. In addition, this bill underscores the input that local jurisdictions have on the matter of approving or denying these industries that are planning to invest in those local jurisdictions. This bill aims to remove the uncertainty and barriers to the growth of Maryland's technology infrastructure while bolstering the state's economic competitiveness. Maryland Tech Council projects tens of millions of dollars investment and local revenue throughout this opportunity that can be used for education, transportation, public safety, environment, and climate resiliency projects. This will create thousands of good paying union jobs, and these investments are crucial to revive our main streets as well as our state. Simply put, this bill aims to restore an appropriate balance between our commitment to a strong environmental standard and our need for economic development. With that, I respectfully request a favorable committee report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go through the whole panel, and because of the number of witnesses and all the bills we have this afternoon, the rest of the folks are going to be on the clock. So everybody's going to be on a 2-minute clock, starting with you, Ms. Donna Edwards.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Donna Edwards. I'm president of the Maryland State and DC AFL-CIO. We strongly support Senate Bill 474. Urge your favorable report on this. You'll hear a lot of good information, and I'm trying not to repeat so that we can all have our 2 minutes. As you've heard, this is going to create tens of thousands of good jobs, union jobs, middle-class jobs in an area that has suffered for many years. And also with Frederick being the hub of where all of this is going to happen, we very much are thinking that we're going to get to have a pipeline of good jobs going west, further into what is called Mountain Maryland, where we desperately need to create a pipeline of good jobs coming out of the Frederick area. There will be at least 48,000 jobs throughout the 15 years of construction and at least 1,700 permanent jobs. Each one of those jobs that are permanent, every job in data center produces another 11 jobs. Think of the economy that is going to get boosted by this locally and our state, and also provide sustainable jobs that will be of high road in a new industry that Maryland welcomes. Also, what we're very happy about is that this is being built where the former Alcoa was, and that was a facility, a manufacturing facility that had 600 good union middle-class jobs. And so we are rebuilding an economic engine where we haven't had one in many years. And we very much want your support and ask you for a favorable report on Senate Bill 474.
Okay. Who are you? Anyway, we've got our former delegate, former
Good afternoon.
Labor and
Mr.
Commerce
Chair.
Secretary, Kelly Schultz. Okay, you're under the 2-minute clock.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, I am Kelly Schultz and I am the CEO of the Maryland Tech Council. MTC has nearly 800 members. We are strong advocates for policies to strengthen Maryland's economy and competitiveness. We support this bill because of its potential to help position Maryland as a leader in the growth of our digital economy. If passed, this bill will help to ensure that new facilities like data centers do not face unnecessarily restrictive barriers. An example of the way in which the digital economy could transform Maryland is the planned data center campus sited at the old Istalco smelting plant in Frederick County. This facility has the potential to put Frederick County on the map of America's digital economy. The Tech Council commissioned a study on this facility to determine the full scale of its potential. The study found that the construction of this facility would support approximately 48,000 jobs directly and secondarily in the county from 2023 through 2038, or about 3,000 jobs per year, $3.1 billion in local labor income, and $25.8 million in county tax revenues. Once fully operational, this facility will support an estimated 6,300 direct and indirect jobs in Frederick County annually, including 1,700 directly on the campus, with a $65,000 average annual per worker wage on the campus. This project is a once-in-a-generation chance to revitalize an abandoned industrial site into a modern, environmentally friendly digital campus that powers our regional economy. There are similar opportunities for economic revitalization around the state with similar impacts in jobs and tax revenues. By making the common sense adjustment to the CPCN process under this bill, Maryland is better positioned To be able to be the forefront of a digital transformation, we urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 474. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Perfect timing. Okay, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Josh Levy. I'm president of the Data Center Coalition, or DCC. We are a membership association of leading data center owners and operators. I very much appreciate the opportunity to be with you all today in support of SB 474. Data centers provide essential digital infrastructure, and they must ensure their ability, or that it supports public safety, healthcare, government services, distance learning, remote work, exchange of news and urgent information, e-commerce, and so many other technologies central to our daily lives. Due to the essential nature of their operations, data centers must ensure their ability to maintain uninterrupted operations and to provide access to essential data and services for their customers, end users, and the general population every minute of every day. In 2020, Maryland joined more than 25 states by establishing an economic development program that provides tax exemptions for qualifying data center equipment purchases, similar to tax policies extended to manufacturers in 41 states. This sent a strong signal that Maryland is seeking to bring digital infrastructure investment to the state. Regulatory certainty also is important to make this investment a reality, and that's what this bill provides. By prioritizing investments in local communities, data centers catalyze supply chain and service ecosystems, create jobs for hundreds or thousands of construction professionals as individual facilities are built, and they provide quality, high-wage jobs to support their ongoing operations. Data centers also support schools, charities, and other community organizations where their teams live and work. Like all businesses that make large infrastructure investments, regulatory certainty and consistency are important criteria in data center siting and decision-making. We are very appreciative of Governor Moore's leadership in sponsoring SB 474 and encourage this committee to act favorably on the legislation to ensure predictability and consistency in regulatory decision-making to advance economic development in Maryland. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Why don't you pass that mic down?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Don Butchko with the Maryland Association of Counties here in support of Senate Bill 474. I won't belabor the point that some of my colleagues brought up. This is an important bill for economic development and for critical infrastructure. There is one point, though, that I want to highlight that Mako has fielded a lot of questions on about this bill. It is not, under any stretch, a get out of jail free card. With this bill, this is about looking at how we assess energy and if it's appropriate to put these facilities under a CPCN. This bill places at the local level these facilities, and they still have to go through everything that any other type of development project have to go through, whether that's rezoning, even if it is in an industrial area, certain water permits, which require public input, subdividing, which again requires public input, as well as your planning commission would have a say on these projects. So this is just making sure that, we are assessing these projects appropriately, and again, making sure we are getting appropriate input from the communities where these things will be based. Mako urges a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions for this first panel? There are a number of additional witnesses. We're going to start with Senator Lewis Young.
And Mr. Chair, I have separate questions for 3 different members of the panel. Would that be okay?
Sure, go for it.
Okay, thanks. First of all, I would like to start with SAFE. Since you presented the bulk of the bill. And I want to continue on this theme of uncertainty and lack of predictability, because that's something we've heard very frequently as the background of the rationale for this bill. So I'm going to combine a couple of questions under the theme of uncertainty and lack of predictability. How many diesel generators do you believe will be created in the state? And given that, what are the environmental impacts of those diesel generators? What kind of greenhouse gas emissions can we expect to experience? Do we have sufficient powers for the kind of data center growth that's predicted by the SAGE report? And if not, how will that impact the potential of blackouts and therefore emergency generators? who will have oversight? I heard a couple of people talk to MDE being responsible for the permitting process, but that's different than monitoring and enforcing clean air standards. Do they have the structure and the expertise to do that? I'm not so sure that exists at the local level. I think economic analysis I will address later in terms of, no, I'm going to bring that up now. Given these grandiose numbers, we're hearing about opportunity, which would be lovely, but has the governor's office done an economic analysis to validate those numbers? Two more. Do we have a transition plan to convert to clean energy? I understand California's doing that. Is that part of our plan? And do we have a plan to prevent peak shaving? And can we incorporate that into the legislation? So within the topic of uncertainty, I wondered if you could answer some, if not all of those
Okay,
questions.
those are a lot of questions in one question. Okay,
Uncertainty.
well, no, I don't mean that. I mean, you know, I don't want to have, we don't need 5 people to answer every one
no,
of
I
those
just want
subparts.
to
So,
direct that to
okay, so that's
Safe.
for safe. Okay, why don't you take a crack at it? That's directed at you.
Senator, first of all,
Thank
thank you
you.
so much for those questions. I try to follow as closely as humanly possible for myself. If I miss some responding some of those questions, I am happy to provide written responses for those as well.
Thank you.
And I will, instead of specifying my responses to specific questions, I'll step back for a little bit, because a lot of those questions associated with what is our overarching infrastructure and overarching plan, as there's a number of different energy intensive industries are planning to come into the state. Not only just data centers, but Baltimore region being considered as the federally tech hub, we are anticipating a lot of those new tech industries that are coming in. They're required to have consistent stream of energy at all time. So with that being said, you know, our administration is committed to work in partnership with members in General Assembly, with relevant agencies, with stakeholders to evaluate and identify, you know, the broad range of policy questions that the senator has put forth about this novel industries coming and housing in here. You know, our goal is to streamline the process where we don't alienate businesses when they're looking to come into a different state and house there. You know, our goal is to make sure that we want this business to come here. We want to manage all the relevant issues and concepts around those businesses as well. And it has to be an inclusive process. One model that I can point to is County Exec Fitzwater, currently doing a phenomenal job in Frederick County, that is looking for a lot of different sectors throughout her work group that are looking for what that energy consumption looks like, what the economic development, job growth looks like, and what the sustainability approaches looks like. They are to provide a report, I believe, later this month or early next month, to provide a lot more ideas and suggestions and processes. They're learning those by looking at and understanding the situation we have seen in Virginia, understanding from Virginia's experience itself, right? So that Maryland can do better than what we have done in the past. But each of those facilities and industries, as they're planning to house either in Frederick County or in Prince George's County or in Eastern Shore or Southern Maryland, they face unique scenarios that are specific to those communities. That is why we can't really look into a one size that fits all to support this, but working in partnership with our partners at local level and identify what are the specific concerns those communities have and the best way for us to address this. And we would love to work with the bodies here. We would love to work with our partners in MACO and at the county level to elevate those. Two things that I do want to follow up here before I pass it on to my colleagues here as well. The one part is talking about MD's broad authority and ability to really manage, the regulatory process, specifically the federal regulatory process that they're required to do. If they're unable to do it, Maryland would be not compliant with the federal regulations. And for the record, we are in compliant with the federal regulations. So Maryland has various authorities that can impose additional requirements throughout their permitting process based off of a number of factors for specifically emergency backup generators. That is the issue that is in front of us today. So they could mandate, based on the projects, purchase and use Tier 4 generators. They could require additional controls, such as limiting the hours of operations for testing and maintenance. They could limit the premise-wide emissions for those facilities. They could also limit the total fuel consumption that, Senator, you put forth on ultimately the greenhouse gas emission process. And they're also authorized to require additional add-on NOx or NOx emissions that could lower the overarching emissions per facilities. And something that we also talk about is that this facility, what level of compliance authorities that we have in here, these permittees or these facilities, they must keep all hours recorded by the meter and keep records noting that emergency generators were used for maintenance and test purposes for during those hours. Federal air quality regulations require the permittee to operate and maintain the emergency generators in accordance with manufacturer's specifications. That MDE has the broad authority to audit and verify, as they've been doing that for a number of other facilities that are reliant upon backup generators. Could be hospitals, could be biopharma technologies, or could be data centers. So, we want to elevate the MD's broad authority that they have, because these requires very nuanced regulatory aspects. It could be different based on projects, based off the type of generators, based off a number of different situations, including brownfield developments. And we want to elevate MD's ability to do their job as well. Thank you, Senator.
Okay.
Thank you.
That was directed to Save
Yes.
Health. You said you had,
Two more. And
okay,
I
but
promise
just directed at one
they
witness,
will
okay?
be much more
Yes,
concise, I
thank you.
promise. My question to Ms. Edwards, you've given us some projections for the number of people that will be hired. My understanding is that in the development of data centers, in the construction, that yes, there are a lot of people employed, but once they're built, it's not quite the same. That in fact, a lot of the functions can be done remotely. So are you able to differentiate between short-term hires, employment opportunities for building the centers versus long-term stable employment?
Well, yes. First off, it's estimated that it is going to be around 48,000 jobs over the 15 years of construction. And it is also estimated that there'll be at least 1,700 permanent jobs. However, to say that the construction is short-term jobs is incorrect when we're talking 15 years. They are 15 years. So, and during that time, of course, we will have skilled labor people from IBEW, but we'll also have thousands coming through a pipeline, getting the apprenticeship and learning the skill, who will then actually have a job to go to that is a high-paying middle-class job in an area that desperately needs an economic charge. So, and as I said, it is well known through the academic world that does these kinds of studies that for every data job, there is 11 jobs auxiliary. We also know from when we've done large construction that so many other things, hospitality increases, trifold, all of your, brick and mortar around the site and where people live increase. So there is quite an economic boost.
Thank you very much for that answer. And
Yeah.
I'm delighted to know it's going to take 15 years because we'll have plenty of time to convert to the emerging clean technologies. And we won't.
I would like to just ask you to refer to California.
Yeah.
Because I know California and we all know how extreme it is, but California Air Resource Board actually gives an exemption for generators, diesel generators.
That's interesting.
Yes.
And my final question is to Secretary Schultz. I guess we don't have an answer as to how many data centers there are going to be. And so we really don't know how many diesel generators there are going to be. I mean, I have heard that on the Quantum Loophole campus, we could have 2,000, maybe even 3,000, I don't know. But my question for you is, if we don't know how many data centers there are going to be, and therefore how many diesel generators, how can we rely on the economic analysis that has projected all these jobs, all these taxes? How was the data acquired to do those projections that all of the positive testimony is based upon if we don't know fundamental things like the scope of the industry?
Yeah, so thank you very much, Senator. It's great to see you in Annapolis. And thank you for that. I'm assuming that everybody here received a copy of the economic impact study with my testimony electronically. But if you had not, I will make sure, Mr. Vice Chairman, that we will, Mr. Chairman in seating, that everybody gets a copy of the economic impact study. It was done by the SAGE Policy Group. So what I know about economic impact studies is that they use economic modeling tools in order to be able to assess the information that they do have to extrapolate things like jobs, real property taxes, income taxes, that kind of a thing. So what they did for this specific report was done to look at the quantum loophole project specifically. Right. And so the quantum loophole project has very specific developmental goals and plans. So we know that it's a almost 2,200 acre site. They'll be using about 1,500 acres. The quantum loophole developers, who I think you may be hearing from, they have divided it up into individual data center lots. It's the first of its kind in the nation to be able to have all of these data centers located, individually owned and operated under very specific headings. So what they did, I believe the economists, I believe that they took the size and the scope of one of those pieces of data center property and multiplied that by 13. They put that into their economic analysis tool. And then they came up with how many people it would take to build one of those, let alone 13 or 14 of those on that site, along with the different infrastructure that is there. And then they came up with an analysis. And so And I think I remember hearing somebody, Senator, it may not have been you, but somebody had mentioned the, very large numbers of this economic study. And I will admit, if you look at the study itself, for Frederick County alone, for the county, $37.7 million of the $41 million estimate, which we have been told is a very conservative estimate for the amount of revenues, that's just from real property taxes. You can't fudge those numbers. You can't make them greater than they are. There's a certain amount of tax that's associated with a certain level of approved and improved land that is on the brownfield. So that's how they came up with that number. So then, because people had questions, the Maryland Tech Council commissioned an additional study. So we commissioned this study with a third-party economist. We went down to the lower granule level, right? So we know that there is one tenant that has been approved that is moving forward, and that company is called Rowan. And we said, what would it look like just for that one development pod that's there for Rowan. And that economic impact study came out with very similar numbers, but obviously lesser than, because it was one of the construction sites, would roughly be about $7.8 million in revenue for the county for that specific site. So I would assume that if the economists separated those out to each individual site, then you would get similar types of numbers for that. Does that help?
Yeah, that helps a
Perfect.
lot, and that helps me also extrapolate out to project the number of diesel generators. So thank you.
And
Appreciate
and for the state's portion of that, you all have the study, but just for the record, the state portion of that on an annual basis would be around $200 million per year in revenues coming from this particular site at Quantum Loophole in Frederick, not the whole data center industry, because they haven't
Right. Okay.
gotten those sites.
Okay. Thank you.
If
Thank
I
you,
may, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Yep, nope, we're good. Okay, Senator Washington?
I think, okay, you don't mind if I do. I had some other questions, but since you talked about the taxes, I'll just want to do that one, and then I have just a couple of things. So it seems that Maryland got the attention of the data industry in 2020 when we passed SB 397 that provides sales and use and personal property tax exemptions for entities that purchase properties for data centers. So have taxes been, I mean, we're talking about making money and you're talking about numbers. So there's the property. So are these entities paying taxes on the property? And then also, it sounds like if they buy things in communities in Frederick or wherever, that they're not going to pay any taxes on those. So can you clarify that?
Yeah, so I can clarify the bill from 2020, which passed unanimously by the Senate. Thank you
Yeah, I
all
mean,
senators in the room. We appreciate that. And that is when they started calling the Department of Commerce senator, and they said, okay, thank you. We're on our way to Maryland. Let's talk about what we can do. So the only tax that has been exempted from the data centers is the personal property tax. So that is for the purchase of the ongoing computerized systems, servers that are inside the data center. So when they purchase probably hundreds of thousands of these over a course of a period of time, they're not paying the state's personal property tax on that, right? That is the only tax that has been exempted from them. They still pay sales tax, they still pay property tax, like their real estate property tax.
I guess I think I need some clarification because I think our fiscal note tells us that it's sales and use taxes as well.
Personal
as personal property tax exemptions. So if
I can't address that part, but
we could just clarify that just when you get, so you'll just let us know. Okay. So again, that impacts how much, the state, all these ideas about what's going to be derived from that. So if that's the case, so say, even if it's the personal property exemption, which is assessed annually on what you've purchased, and that is a source of revenue for locals, by the way, if locals are not able to recover those annual personal property tax exemptions, how much are you losing because of SB 397? And do we need to repeal SB 397 so that the locals can get what they need?
So I think there's two different personal property taxes that we're discussing. So the bill in 2020, it exempted the state's portion of the personal property tax.
Okay.
Specific counties have the ability to have personal property tax.
Okay.
Many counties do have personal property tax.
Okay.
Some of the counties are looking to waive their personal property tax to attract the data centers to them. I won't mention which counties those are, but so counties can still get their portion of the personal property tax, but they will not get they wouldn't have gotten the state's portion of the personal property tax anyway, because they have their own personal property tax.
I guess, Mr. Chair, I'm asking for perhaps as a part of the analysis that anything that is a tax break, not paying taxes, anything be separated from the overall revenue or what's projected to be coming in. That just occurs to me that we need to know what's going on. So to my original set of questions, first, so essentially, we're asking for backup diesel generators to be exempted from being reviewed by the Maryland Public Service Commission, right, for the certificate of convenience, and additionally, putting data centers in the same category as like hospitals and fire stations. Is that, I just want to.
Not entirely,
Okay,
Senator,
help me
but that's a good,
clarify that,
that's a
please.
good distinctive question. So this is a fuel agnostic backup generator. So it doesn't matter whether you're using diesel power backup generators or whether you're using natural gas pipeline backup generators or any other novel technologies that might be presented in front of us 15 years from now when they're fully built.
Right, but the piece that it's exempting, whatever fuel source is being used, is exempting it from review by the Maryland Public Service Commission. Is that?
It is exempting them from the CPCN process rather. However, the Maryland Department of Environment has a broad level of authority to ensure the proper permitting process, looking at the overarching environmental impact, the environmental assessment based on how that works for that specific community.
Yeah, I just want to establish that this is a paradigm, this is a paradigm shift, and I'm concerned about a precedent, right, around exempting, right, and taking out of, from the agency that is charged with this. So I just wanted to establish that that's what we're doing, because I do want us to be a hub of innovation.
If I may, Senator,
yeah, definitely.
This is not a deviation from the historical practices that we have had thus far. Emergency backup generators that are only utilized for emergency purposes during an outage and only during an outage traditionally have gotten the CPCN waiver. This is an unique scenario where PSC has put forth throughout their decision, set up a new precedent that we are here to do that right. Of course, for environmental purposes, but also for economic development as well, because there is no statutory requirement as to when someone should get a response from that overarching CPCN process. It could take 9 months, it could take 12 months, it could take 24 months, it could take 36 months, so on and so forth.
Right. I just want to say that's different than saying you don't, have to abide by it at all. The other difference is that this is a new technology. So the waivers have been like small, 70 megawatts. This is a gigawatt scale complex, as we said, on 2,100 acres. And the PSC voted unanimously, is my understanding. I just want to make sure I'm getting it, to deny the company's request to install 163 3-megawatt diesel generators as backup power for this planned facility. Is that correct? So unanimously did that, and this would be for 168 3-megawatt diesel generators.
That is correct.
So the scale of what, the scale of what we're talking about is unprecedented. And so therefore, to say that this is simply codifying practice, I don't see it. But I appreciate you validating my understanding there.
Sure. If I may, Senator,
thanks.
After the decision was proposed, even the PSC chair Hoover noted in his op-ed in Baltimore Sun that he agreed with the governor's premise when the governor initially communicated his position after the initial PSC's order and prior to the PSC's final decisions on this case in fall. And governor's position was on a change in law is required for simply providing backup emergency generators, again, which are only utilized for backup purposes. And even in that op-ed in Baltimore Sun, the chairman has provided that they're looking forward to working with the General Assembly members and the administration to find legislative actions. And we are putting forth that legislative action here, providing that level of certainty for businesses that are interested in coming and housing here. We're also upholding our commitment for environmental enforcement and environmental regulation that MDE has thus far.
Just a few more, and then I'll be done. So it is my understanding that the PSC did offer, and again, this is from the record, said that we will allow you to do this for your first phase, but that offer wasn't accepted, I guess, to allow that there be some kind of back and forth. And the idea is it necessary for, passing laws that have implications not just for this company, but for any company, by the way. So I have a concern about that. So did your office or did you all work with the PSC and the company and say, well, okay, maybe we should go to 160, or we could do the one and not, all of them, not approve all of them, see how it goes? Was there any, given that this is all very new, that we should, take this a little slowly? Or
Sure, ma'am. So, while this is a novel industry in Maryland, the industry has been here for a while. Right, in practice.
Well, rather than focus on that part of my soliloquy, could just talk about the opportunity to negotiate. We say 70, they want much more. Was there an attempt to, and we ask everyone this, is like, was there an attempt to negotiate this rather than before having the legislature step in?
Absolutely. And, Senator, we have consistently communicated with PSC on our position. We have communicated our concerns with PSC as well, based off of their decision as well. And we also provided them information that we are pursuing a legislative solution as such, because specifically while the bill is focusing beyond data center, it is industry agnostic. This genesis started with a data center industry. And while, we're talking about critical infrastructure here, we should be considered about our modern technological economy and technological societal impact that data centers have. A single second or a nanosecond could have a devastating impact on whether we're talking about our national security or whether we're talking about our stock market or a number of different things. So when our industries, and we've had, of course, Josh Leva, and I'll pass it to him a little bit more, when we're talking about the basic need for them to function to the fullest of their capabilities without jeopardizing our ability to function as a society, that was something that was paramount for us.
But
Josh,
just before, I have just one question on MDE. So MDE, I guess, in construction began, I guess, in 22, and then MDE actually revoked Quantum Loop's environmental management plan in 2023, citing numerous work and environmental concerns. Was there a plan to resolve those? Did you have an opportunity to review those
Short answer,
citations?
Yes. So we have reviewed those. The industry and MD has consistently worked to resolve those situations. And my understanding as is current now, those issues have been resolved. This is a former brownfield that is being redeveloped, and any brownfield that is being redeveloped, there is a lot of environmental covenant associated with that. Those are very stringent and requires a lot of regulatory processes. So based off of those revocation of permits that you are addressing, those are based off of those environmental covenant on redeveloping a former brownfield and managing various toxic materials that could be residue left over.
Right, but you're asking us to pass for an exemption for essentially a company or a situation where it are, and then the agency that you're saying should be in charge of it, it already, violated that. This really is the last question. PJM says that to do all of this, it could cost up to $5 billion to build the transmission capacity to to power these. Where is that $5 billion coming from?
Senator, that's a great question. And, two things on that. Number one is Maryland's economy consistently has been stagnant. So we could discuss this, that where is those investments are coming from and whether those are coming at the cost of ratepayer or others. But if we are unable to track those industries, ultimately we'll be responsible for paying for a lot of those upgrades as they're the end user of energy, right? Those are a broader questions that we need to have. And as I mentioned before, that we are very much open and our administration is very much open to have those conversations when you're talking about larger implications on electrifying our overarching infrastructure and upgrading our infrastructure needs. This bill specifically focuses on a very small subset of approaches for backup generators that are only being utilized for power outages.
And if we were just talking about the ones that are currently being used by those at a size, we have federal agencies, we have Social Security. Now, if we're talking about those, absolutely, we should be focused on those entities. But again, it is disingenuous talking about 7 megawatts to a gigabyte. You cannot put these things they're not in the same. And so I thank you for allowing me to explore this.
Yep. All right. Senator Hester.
Thank you very much. It's good to see you all. I want to start by saying I wholeheartedly, support the need for economic development, the need for jobs, the need to, improve our economy. And I think that we have an opportunity to do better than what Virginia did, right? If we do it right. And so, I've been trying to understand, the CPCN process, and as Mako will attest to, we had a lot of conversations around solar siting in the CPCN process this summer. And I came to understand it as kind of a one-stop shop. So like you've got, all the different agencies, as part of that CPCN process. And I thought it was supposed to speed it up. But what I'm hearing is that the CPCN process, is supposedly slowing it down. And so my question just is like, can't we just, improve the CPCN process? And so as part of that, like when I was looking at what the CPCN process does, I mean, there are some things I believe, like, MDE is going to manage the permits for NOx and SOx and VOCs, but like the PSC does, like the stability and reliability of the electric system, and they're also supposed to look at things like economics and aviation safety. They're supposed to do an EJ screen. They look at noise. So like 3 things, right? Can you tell me who is going to do the EJ screen? Who is going to do the noise assessment, and who's going to do the grid reliability if we kind of exempt the data centers from the CPCN process? And the second part of that is, isn't there a way to get that stuff done like faster? Like, can't we put our best and brightest people just to do the same things and do them faster?
Those are all great questions, Senator, and I would love to work with you to identify a solution to make the process faster for CPCN. We know that, the CPCN process, and Mako could address this this a bit more, it requires a number of different entities and agencies to go through their reviewing process, including MD for their environmental analysis. That is very similar to what this permitting review process is done. CPCN process was originally created for power plant purposes that are utilizing massive amount of energy for consumption and regular consumptions. In this particular case, we are talking about something that is an emergency backup generators, right? So there are, while the CPCN process should be utilized, but it is one additional uncertain step in the process for something that is a backup generator's emergency process. In terms of your other questions on who are the entities who are overseeing, screens or impact on the local communities. MD's permitting process is also providing those local inputs for local community concerns. In terms of our noise ability, that is something that MACO with their local permitting process are also overseeing through local noise ordinances. There's a number of redundant processes that these entities and agencies have to go through already. This is one additional redundant steps as they're going through to get their permit to do business in Maryland. And we're like to streamline the process that is for backup generators, where when they're building the facility itself for their need for energy and other things, those are being evaluated through a number of different metrics.
So I just want to try to clarify something. Like, I thought the CPCN process was supposed to pull all those agencies together to streamline the process, which is why I've got the solar industry saying, hey, can't we do CPCN for 2 to 5 megawatts? And so it's either speeding things up and coordinating, or it's not. And so which one is it?
I could also bring up the MEA expert who can talk to you a lot more about CPCN processes than I do.
They're coming up.
Okay, I will ask the MEA. So just if
Absolutely.
you could get back to me specifically. So like, I think the EJ screen is important. I want confirmation that MDE is going to do that anyways. I think the noise thing is important. I'd like confirmation that MACO is going to do that, or the local county is going to do that. And then just the public notice that's required in the CPCN process. Who takes over the public notice and the, because I think it's so important. Like, if we want to attract the data centers, right, we got to do it in a way that Marylanders want them to come.
Senator, I couldn't agree with you more, right? And that is why we are really looking forward to the model that County Exec Fitzwater is putting forth in her local county that is directly impacting the individuals who are residing in those communities. And her work group and the report will be a model, because they're looking at from the Virginia experience and identifying solutions so that we don't become the same way that Virginia data center growth has evolved. We are looking at a lot more structured processes, and love to have that conversation with you as we're moving forward.
Oh, that'd be fabulous, because that's not what's in this bill, but it seems like it's an important piece of the conversation. So do we have input from the county executive?
I can circle back with you about the county executive's input.
And I said on that work group, Senator. So we just completed our work 2 weeks ago with our final recommendations voting on, and then the final report will be sent to the county executive for her review and the public review. We're happy to get that to the.
I think that'd be a really valuable input, which I'd love to see.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Are there any other questions for this panel from the committee members? Okay, seeing none, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, sir.
Second panel will include Mary Kane, Rico Albuquerque, and Pegan Townsend. Come on up. You all can go in whatever order you choose, and we'll have 2 minutes. And you all are favorable.
Yes.
Hello, Mr. Chairman, committee members. My name is Rico Albuquerque. I'm with IBW Local 24, the electrical workers in Baltimore. We represent electrical workers from Frederick all the way to Ocean City, roughly 2,300 Marylanders who do want data centers here. I'm here to talk about the jobs and the economic growth and the opportunity that we see with the Quantum Loophole campus specifically. And I appreciated Senator Lewis Young's comments earlier about a short-term job versus a long-term job. I just want to point out, I'm an electrician by trade, and the longest job that I've ever worked on is roughly 18 months. These 15-year projects, they don't come around very often. So I think we should consider what we're calling a short-term job and a long-term job. And that's just the construction and the build out of the site. That doesn't take into account the hundreds or maybe thousands of maintenance workers that will be maintaining the site and the staff workers that work there for the data centers. So we believe that this is transformational for Maryland and for the region and for workers specifically in the construction industry that will be working on these sites. And for those reasons, I'm asking for a favorable report on SB 474.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We'll go through all three and then we'll see if the committee has any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
members of the committee, Peggy Townsend here on behalf of the Maryland Hospital Association in support of Senate Bill 474. You heard a lot about jobs and economic development and the environment. Well, for hospitals, this bill is a patient safety bill. We do experience power outages on occasion. It doesn't happen often, but the last one, or the one I'm familiar with, about 2 years ago, a little plane ran into some power lines in Montgomery County and took out the power to MedStar Montgomery Medical Center. So it does happen. And as you can imagine, it has a variety of impact when we lose power. Think life support equipment, ventilators, respirators, medical supplies and drugs that need refrigeration, surgical equipment that needs to be cleaned, facility power, occupational safety, electronic medical records, and security systems, just to name a few. So as a result of the potential impact of all of that, hospitals have to have backup generators by federal law that have the capability of turning on in 10 seconds following a power outage and can stay operational for 96 hours. We are required to inspect the generators every week, test them every month, to make sure we have readiness at the ready, backup power should we need it. So for those reasons, we would urge a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon. I'm Mary Kane. I'm president of the Maryland Chamber of Commerce, a statewide organization of more than 6,800 businesses and our federated partners. Now, we're here to talk about economic development and competitiveness, and talking about not allowing backup generation for a data center is a non-starter. We want a technology environment. We want to build up our economy. Well, we've just been named one of the tech hubs in Baltimore. So we're going to deny these data centers to come in, but they have to have this generation. They have to have the backup power. That's why you see very odd bedfellows with Rico and I sitting here asking you to please pass Senate Bill 474. It's really crucial to keep the competitiveness of Maryland on the forefront and to attract these technology industries of the future. Thank you very much.
For that, Senator Hester.
I have one question for the Hospital Association and one question for the Chamber of Commerce. For the Hospital Association, do you happen to know how many megawatts you're currently it takes to power up a hospital?
I do not.
Okay, well, I think it's about 1.2. And that's like, so, and you're already kind of exempted from all of this. So
well,
I would like to understand a situation where you think this bill actually applies to a hospital.
Well, we don't know. Because
so you're here supporting a bill you don't know?
There is an application by a hospital in front of the PSC today that will, for a backup generator, and that case will be heard March 13th.
I am absolutely sure that will, I mean, as sure as I can be, that will be, waived just like everything else, because it's so darn small. And we all support our hospitals and our fire stations. And it's just, I think as my good colleague to the right said, we're not really comparing apples and oranges here. Just from the economic analysis, you can tell that a data center is a lot different than a hospital. So, can you name a situation where a hospital has been denied a permit for a backup generator? I think they've all been waived.
Well, that was under the previous interpretation. We don't know. Hey, these folks thought the data centers were going to be okay, and the rules changed.
I think there's a significant difference. Anyways, thank you for your answer.
Well,
my next question is just for the Chamber of Commerce. Mm-hmm. In my experience, in a lot of development work, whether it's a stream restoration project or a high rise or a redevelopment of a historic complex, if there's good public engagement beforehand, it smooths the whole process out. Mm-hmm. And so my question is, how do you feel about we're not, the bill doesn't say you can't have backup generators. What it says is it's taking it out of the CPCN process and putting it into another process with a different form of public engagement. And so my question is, wouldn't you agree that having good public engagement is key to the long-term success of a development project?
I do, but we are talking about backup generators. We're not talking about the actual power to these data centers. We're talking about just in case something happens. And I guess the issue here is, why are we making this so difficult? They would like to, you have to have those backup generators. I mean, for security reasons, data centers hold people's information and things that can happen to them. And if they go down, there are so many things that happen, the ripple effect. So all we're asking for is that the ability to.
That's not my understanding of the bill. My understanding of the bill is not that it's saying we can't have backup generators. It's just asking, it's changing the process, which is why so many of my questions have been about process.
But I guess the CPCN process was really designed for more of the electrical power generation facilities, power plants, high voltage transmission lines. From our understanding of the process, now you're talking about backup generation, not things like that.
Well, my question was about the public engagement piece, and I think you've answered that question. So thank you very much.
Okay.
Senator Lewis Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe Senator Hester did ask one of my questions related to hospitals. On the average, you have one generator per hospital, 2 at the most. You don't even have to go through the CPN process. So I have 2 questions. One is, are you, and I'll direct this question to both of you, aware that these generators are not just emitting greenhouse gases during a blackout or during a power loss? They also have to be tested. Each one needs to be tested once a month. So, for example, if you have a campus, and I'm going to use the secretary's number, that might have 2,119 generators, and they have to be tested once a month, you're testing 71 a day. So we need to consider that as well. I just want to make sure you're aware of the testing. The other thing I want to clarify, I want to make sure you understand this. We're not against data centers. We're not against diesel generators. We just want adequate oversight, adequate communication, and a pathway to clean technology. I just want to make sure you understand that, because your opening statement was you seem to be against diesel generators, and that's not what we're talking about here.
Well, thank you very much, Senator.
Just have I made that clear?
Yes,
Thank
you have. Thank you.
Senator Washington.
And just to add why it's necessary to have this interdisciplinary, why you want people that know about water and why you want different agencies that have different things. The type of data center that is being proposed or that we might want to attract uses 7 million gallons of water a day. And in some communities that in particular in Bluffdale, Utah, they are currently suffering from water sources. So as a public health entity, as a hospital, thinking about, well, what are the impacts on the environmental impacts on community health? So again, business is good, but we need to make sure they're the right businesses and that it's regulated and that it goes through a very, very complete process. So again, no one is, this legislation does not strike hospitals from from your current exemptions. It does not strike, any of the 26 data centers that are currently operating in the state of Maryland. It is not doing any of that. This is a very specific, different type of thing. And so we assure you that that is not what's happening. So that's,
Thank
I
you
just
very
want to
much.
clarify, and if someone told you differently, you might, yeah, I think that's unfortunate.
All right, thank you
you
so
very
much.
much.
Yep, thank you, Senator. Any other questions for these panel? Okay, hearing none, thank you so much for coming. All right, there are still 5 more favorable, so I'm going to ask that all 5 come up. Kim Mayhew, Alan Schaefer, Landon Farrig, and Matthew Teflock. Is that right? And then finally, Charlotte Davis. Y'all are welcome to get started in whichever order you choose to do so. Thank you. And colleagues, we'll just let them all go through and then we'll take the responses. There one person who is not here, or did I not? All right, you guys go ahead and just say who you are and I'll mark it off.
Thank you, Chairman. Landon Farrig, for the record, from the Maryland Energy Administration. As Safe mentioned, I'm here to help answer any questions the committee may have. Otherwise, I will just say a simple me too.
Thank you.
Sorry, good afternoon. My name is Alan Schaefer. I'm Executive Director of the Engine Technology Forum, headquartered in Frederick, Maryland. We represent manufacturers of diesel and other internal combustion engines, and a lot has been said here today already about diesel generators. Let me just share a few comments here. I think, first of all, the majority of emissions that will come from data centers are not coming from diesel generators. It will be coming from the electricity that powers those data centers. These generators are not designed to run 24/7. They're like an insurance policy. You hope you never need it, but if you do, they're there to make sure that we stay connected and we ensure that we have protected public health and safety, access to our data, et cetera. So I think that these are going to be continued important options for the state. We wholly support this legislation as taking away an unnecessary burden on the prospect of having more data centers using diesel generators in the state. It doesn't remove any of the permitting requirements that have been already mentioned that are by the manufacturer of the units, the operation of the units, the permitting of the units. There's quite an extensive amount of requirements that are still in place if this process with the CPCN is bypassed. So I want to just emphasize that and appreciate the committee issuing a favorable report on the legislation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll go next. So I'm Charlotte Davis. I'm the Executive Director of the Rural Maryland Council. We're an independent state agency located in the Maryland Department of Agriculture here in support of Senate Bill 474. We believe that data centers present an opportunity for rural economic development, that the development of these centers in rural areas could bring needed jobs, needed revenue for local jurisdictions. We think it'll position Maryland to be a leader in innovation, cyber technology, and information technology. So we ask for your favorable support of Senate Bill 474.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Matt Tafel, and here on behalf of Chop Tank Electric Cooperative, we're an electric co-op on the Eastern Shore of Maryland, serving 56,000 members. I really just want to say a simple me too, but I want the committee to understand that we need commercial growth on the Eastern Shore. Since about 2008, we have been stagnant, and we believe data centers is a part of a solution to bring growth and economic development to our members. And lastly, as we build out this state-of-the-art infrastructure for fiber optics broadband to our members and commercial entities, we will need backhaul to, the internet. So it could be in Ashburn or it could be here locally to local commercial development. So with that, we ask a favorable report for SB 474.
Thank you very much. I called Kim Mayhew's name and it was on behalf of Tim Troxel. Tim, I see you there. I don't know if you wanted to say anything or not. If you did, it's up to you. You cannot.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just
Sure.
For the record, Tim Troxel, I'm the Senior Advisor for Government Affairs for Potomac Edison First Energy. We are the electric provider in the western part of the state and are the electric provider in one of the sites that has been talked about here a lot today. We're just here to support this bill. We think it's the attraction of good paying jobs and capital investment to our utility service area is important not only for us, but for the communities in which we serve. And we feel that SB 474 is a very pro-economic development piece of legislation. Although rare, there are power issues on our system sometimes. And when those happen, people rely on backup generation. And oftentimes that is diesel backup generation. What we're talking about in this bill are diesel generators that are not connected to our system. They are private, so it's not like a generating station. It's not something that's going to go out on the rest of our lines to help other people. It just takes care of the data centers, the hospitals, the military installations, all those people who have backup generators. So again, like the rest that we're here in support, we think it's a good bill and we ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Hester.
Mr. Chair, I don't know if I have questions for several folks, but could one of the utilities or both of you help me to understand? So how do we ensure like that the grid can handle the data centers? So like aside from the backup generators, right, which are there in case the grid fails, like does a data center go through a process to make sure that like the distribution and available energy, in that area can support the data center?
Senator, it's a great question. As these data center developers are coming into our service territory on Eastern Shore, that's the first question they ask about capacity. So Choptank Electric Cooperative, we rely 100% on transmission from Delmarva Power. So they have to do a study. It could be a timely, but they want to make sure they have capacity nearby to actually facilitate the energy needed for those data centers. I don't know if it's different for First Energy, but that's how we
Who
go
does
about
the
it.
study? The data center?
The data center will be part of the partner with the transmission to see how much capacity is on the line. Yes.
So it's the transmission or the distribution? Like who actually partners with the data center to do the study?
In our case, it would be the transmission.
Yeah, from First Energy standpoint, we do what's called a load study with the customer. So the customer tells us how much demand they're going to need. We then do an internal study that involves both our distribution system as well as our transmission system. We coordinate that with PJM to make sure that there is enough power flowing through the lines to support the project. And basically what comes out of that is a cost and a time length of how long it will take to provide the power that the customer is asking for.
Okay, that makes me feel a lot better. So it's a combination of PJM and the utility in the data center.
Absolutely. As the electric distribution system, we have to provide power to whoever asks for it. It's just a matter of time and cost. And that's what those studies determine.
And so if it's a matter of time and cost, then who pays for the upgrade to the distribution or transmission when a data center goes in?
Right now, it's the customer.
The customer. Okay, that
The
makes
next
me feel
customer
even
that
better.
creates the need is now there are some small costs that get picked up by everyone, but it's very minor in this situation.
Okay, thank you for answering that question.
Sure.
For the Rural Maryland Council, thank you for being here. I'm a huge proponent of, the Rural Maryland Council, the great work that you do. My question is your understanding of the local engagement process, and particularly when it comes to noise. I mean, I've had a lot of noise complaints because of the next gen flow over BWI that goes right over Howard County. So like, I can see if a data center came close to me, I might get a lot of comments about the noise. From your understanding at the county level, what happens about, who does the permitting around the noise?
That's a good question. I'm not really sure who would do that. We're mainly looking at ways we can use brownfields, redevelop land. And this is when the situation that brought this bill was redevelopment of an existing brownfields. So that in our minds is the perfect place for something like this facility.
I agree with that, but
the noise,
I'm kind of wondering if that falls through the cracks unless MDE doesn't. But hopefully somebody will get back to me on the noise issue. And my last question is for MEA. I know you're not the PSC, but I did have this question about the CPCN process and whether it's supposed to speed things up than going agency by agency or not. Can you shed any light on this? Because now I've heard both things.
I think if you were speaking about a large scale generating station, right? There are there's certainly some efficiencies gained in going through the CPCN process, right? The question is for what's contained in the bill, which is the backup power generation, whether or not that same process is appropriate or is still efficient, right? And I think
So
the-
why do I have the solar industry asking me for exempt, that they want to get into the CPCN process from 2 to 5 megawatts? And now we got the data centers wanting to get out of it for over that.
the solar industry would already be included over 2 megawatts,
Right, they wanted a model permit,
right? They wanna,
but they like it. That's what I'm saying, is this solar energy appears to like the CPCN process for 2 to 5 megawatts. And so I'm trying to figure out, like, I just really want somebody to answer that question. Why some folks want the process and some folks don't want the process, because I think we should fix the process.
and then, you know, I can't pretend to be a mind reader, or at least I won't today. But certainly the siting issue, having the state having the ability to site those solar facilities with preemption over the locality.
So the
Local
solar,
jurisdiction could be appetizing to the solar industry.
so the solar energy wants the state to preempt local in their two, you know, in those situations. But the data centers want local to preempt, to have control. Is that basically what we're talking about?
I think on a very simple level, that's what that's what the bill does.
Okay, thank you. That helps.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to follow up on Senator Hester's capacity question. I think I'm going to address this to Landon, but if the energy companies, the power companies want to respond, that's fine. We know data centers are massive consumers of both water and power. So is there sufficient energy in the grid, assuming a total build out of quantum loophole? And what is the risk, given this massive consumption of energy on a hot summer day when the whole community has their air conditioning totally piped up? And we have this massive usage of energy, of blackouts frequently, and therefore emergencies frequently, which would require the use of the backup diesel generators.
Might be a First Energy. I mean, I can. Here, thank you.
Sure. So again, the load studies that we do with each client that looks, it takes all that into account. And the site that you're speaking about in Frederick County is really the perfect site to put something like this on. It was formerly an aluminum smelting plant. Huge capacity of electricity was used by that facility, which is no longer there. But the lines, and once it left, the lines, the substations, all those things they're still there.
Mm-hmm.
So they picked a very appropriate spot to put a large energy intensive project. Our load studies, again, were run through PJM and were shown that we could handle that capacity at that site without any other implications. Now, if you talk about the state as a whole, that gets outside of our realm. But yes, I mean, there are times when the state could be in trouble, but not with that particular project.
Okay, so you're not anticipating an increased level of blackouts because of high demand on the grid?
Absolutely not at that site, no.
Thank you.
We wouldn't allow that. If we thought that was going to happen, there would be additional upgrades that the customer would have to pay for.
Okay, thank you.
Just to clarify what you said to Senator Young, you said not for this particular project, but you said statewide Maryland would be in trouble. I mean, you just said that.
So yes, so I'm kind of referring to, I believe it's Brandon Shores. I know there's been some talk about it going offline, which would create issues down in the Baltimore area. That's not in our service territory, but I know there have been upgrades proposed to transmission lines to bring power from outside the state in to take care of that
I just wanted to
situation.
clarify that answer.
That was,
And then maybe this is MEA or someone. Are there any in terms of federal regulations, aren't data centers largely self-regulating, or are there any federal agencies that govern siting or operation or new and existing facilities? Because again, this speaks to the local control. Like, so at the moment, am I correct in that there really aren't any federal rules about how they should operate or for new or existing data centers? If I'm correct, someone could just say that, you know.
I'm not aware of any. I'm happy to follow up with your office.
Yeah, but I'll tell you, there aren't any. So right now it's a unregulated industry or underregulated. So often locals, when there is a violation of your local laws, you go to the state, or then of course, then you would go to the federal. So at the moment, there would be no recourse for locals at the federal level for any violation of your local laws. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. One last question for MEA. You know, as I was thinking about this, I was thinking that, you know, just like, you know, electric buses can be used, you know, to recharge the grid, you know, when they're not being used. I mean, is there potential that the data centers, like if you during peak points in time, they could actually stop using, like they could shut down the connection to the grid and they could actually, you know, generate their own energy?
Not under, I don't think under the language of the bill. So in the practice known as peak shaving.
Yeah.
Is what you're referring to. I think the bill is specific in its limitation to emergency use and testing.
But could we think about, like, since, I mean, going back to the whole like solar siting discussion, if we're siting this, you know, near an area where there's good transmission capacity, I mean, could there not be generation of electricity at the same time? So you're citing an energy user and an energy source in the same place where there's good transmission.
I think wherever you can cite energy generation as near as you can to the demand, there's benefits, grid benefits, economic benefits. Is that getting to your point?
That's what I was thinking. I mean, like, could we give an incentive for when a data center goes in for them to start generating some of their I mean, not just emergency, but like, does it make sense to you know, see if there's a way to start generating energy at those same locations?
Yeah, I think there's always benefits where you can generate, you know, nearest to your load or demand.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for members of the? No. Okay. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Okay. We have one witness who is favorable with amendment. Kim Coble, you want to come on up?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Kim Coble, Executive Director for the Maryland League of Conservation Voters. And I'm here in position of support with amendments on this bill. And much of what you've heard to date, we agree with. We too want more jobs. We want to encourage the tech industry to come to Maryland. We want to build out infrastructure. We believe in that. We also believe that the goals that we have around climate and environmental justice and community input are just as critical. And so we come here today with a set of amendments that we've submitted in our testimony, believing we can find that we can find the way to allow this industry and the technology to be built and for Maryland to be job friendly and continue to work on our climate goals, our community engagement goals, and our environmental justice goals. So I stand here in hopes that that's where the committee will go. And as I said, we've submitted amendments to help drive that conversation.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Coble. Are there any questions for the witness? Okay, hearing none, I really appreciate it. We have one virtual witness that is favorable with amendment. Ms. Elizabeth Law.
Yes, I'm an electric power engineer with a master's in electric power engineering from Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute. I analyzed the New York City grid for Con Edison and investigated blackouts for the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. As an electric power engineer, it is my opinion that the governor's bill is incomplete and in need of further engineering research. I am a constituent of Senator Karen Lewis Young. I am not against data centers, but I am against locking Maryland into technology that started in the 19th century. Scientists and engineers around the world are racing to design sustainable energy power. Think of where AI was 5 years ago. This bill, as it stands, would lock Maryland into keeping dirty diesels indefinitely and prevent the state from transitioning to non-polluting emergency backup systems. Data centers are like data factories and require factory-scale transmission lines, generation, and backup power. This is not a hospital's 1 or 2 backup diesel, but thousands. At full build-out, quantum loophole alone would require over 1,000 diesels, each requiring 1 hour of testing each month. Consider the pollution and noise that running diesels 1,000 hours a month would create. What would be the emissions into the nearby neighborhoods and downwind? How would this affect the health of nearby residents? And QL is just the first data center factory campus in the state. As technology progresses, data centers' use of diesels should be reviewed every 5 years. That way, as clean backup power becomes available, diesels can be phased out. This issue is more than a business bonanza for data centers and utilities. No industry of this magnitude should be allowed to be unregulated. Further engineering study is needed. Please consider my submitted testimony, which includes recommendations, favorable recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. There is a question from Senator Karen Lewis Young.
Chair, and thank you, Betty, for joining us today. I appreciate your expertise.
Can you turn your mic on?
I did read your testimony. Thank you. And you referred to emerging technologies, and you, more than any of the other testimony that I read, seemed to really give some specific examples of emerging and cleaner technology as an alternative to diesel generators. So my question is to you, could you elaborate a little bit on how those technologies are being used? Are they truly emerging? Are they ready to go? Please clarify. Thanks.
Be glad to. Thank you for the question. There are right now diesels, because of the power requirement during an emergency, there is not now any clean power that can produce 1,000 megawatts in 2 or 3 seconds. But there is a lot of power coming on that can augment, and there is power available now. There is demand side response, which is activities that reduce or shift the electricity demand in and it includes data centers that can set up their systems so that less demanding operations and less demand can be slowed down or put aside, and only the most critical can run during a blackout. So they would need less blackout power, backup power. There are flywheels that now exist at data centers, and what that is the mechanical devices which use conservation of angular momentum to keep spinning and keep going with maintaining the power. There's battery energy storage systems, BES, which are utility scale batteries. They're available now. The biggest ones I found were ABB, which gave you 6,000 kilowatt hours. That's for one. I know GE has 3 megawatt boxes that are now available. Just go on their website. Hitachi, Schneider Electric, a number of companies, especially the ones of Schneider's European, that do have replacement. Now, in terms of picking up the phone, you can get your diesels right away because they've been making them for 100 years, but it'll take more time to get that many batteries. And so it is not, but it is, these are available now. Another kind of battery is called a flow battery. And I won't go into what it is. It's kind of an electromechanical cell where chemical energy is provided, kind of like an old-fashioned battery from school days, but on a really large scale. And a flow battery manufacturing plant is being built in West Virginia. So that's really just down the road. And also, it wasn't your question, but let me jump in and say
Okay,
diesel.
well, no, we've been here for quite some time.
Oh,
on
I'm
this.
sorry. Okay.
All
All
right.
right.
Answer your question. Yep,
I
Senator.
do have one follow-up question. To have a real expertise in this space. If we could improve this bill to strike a better balance between economic opportunity and environmental responsibility, what would your recommendation be? That's a tough question.
My number one recommendation, which I've been talking about for weeks with folks, is we need a state level holistic approach. The scale of this impact of this brand new industry we've heard about the Eastern Shore, we've heard about PG County. So the scale of the impact needs to be evaluated and appreciated, and the unprecedented amount of power needed, diesel generation issues that we've talked about. There's engineering, environmental, EJ issues. And rather than do it the way Virginia did it in piecemeal, and that's what this legislation is really piecemeal, slap something, get those suckers in right away, make some money. A holistic approach with stakeholders, including independent experts in various fields, so that the state has a real plan and everybody's agreeing that this is what will work for Maryland. And then we could be a leader instead of be ashamed of ourselves like Virginia.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Hester.
Thank you. Ms. Law, I appreciate your comments and your testimony. I've been advocating for a state level energy plan that includes transmission, distribution, and generation needs, as well as our climate goals, which hopefully we'll get one day. But my question is, like, we're all sitting here talking about the economic impacts of these data centers, right, which are undeniable. And so if we were to try to incentivize, the smart, I don't want to say smart growth, but smart, holistic, like planning for data centers, maybe in a way that they also adopt, solar or something, like what would you say to that? Like, what is the way that we try to balance? Like, I'm less concerned actually about the diesel generators than I am about the suck on the entire grid in terms of the energy. So how do we address that point?
Well, Delegate Laura has a bill out there, which you're probably aware of. I think that the power purchase agreements of clean energy would be the way to go for the data centers, who will be consumers of tremendous amounts of power. That way they could compensate for their dirty diesels by buying a lot of green power that would then therefore encourage wherever the generators are built, that they would be clean generators, solar or wind or whatever. West Virginia's doing wind, or even these flow batteries as they get going. But with power purchase agreements, that would help to compensate.
So if we were to design some kind of incentive for them to do a PPA or some kind of battery on site, that would help the overall, you think, reliability of the grid?
Right, a tax incentive or exactly would help the grid.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Colleagues, any other questions for this witness? Okay, hearing none, we now have a group of unfavorables that are in person. So we have Josh Tolkien. We also have Kyle Hart, James Ballard, and I think the last in-person unfavorable is Anna Griffith. All right. Feel free to get started.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Josh Tolkien on behalf of the Maryland chapter of the Sierra Club. We urge a unfavorable report. Our country needs data centers. Our state needs data centers. We are not opposed to data centers. We are not opposed to regulatory certainty. We do not believe the pathway to regulatory certainty is a blanket exemption for a large potential source of pollution. The CPCN is one of the most important regulatory tools that we have in the state that gives a macro level coordinated review across agencies. The Department of the Environment, as we understand, has the ability to review individual proposals for generators. So they can say that a generator has to follow a certain technology. They can say it can only run a certain number of hours. It is our understanding they cannot say and do not have any control over how many generators are actually deployed. When you get to the scale of proposing 168 or 500 or 1,000 generators, that is the point at which we believe the CPCN or some other equivalent process is necessary to provide a more comprehensive review. If we take the number 168 and figure that those generators are run for 100 hours, the maximum allowable by MDE, and you spread that out over 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, you'd have 2 3-megawatt diesel fire generators running 24/7. What is the environmental impact of that? I don't know. That is precisely what MDE said that they would do the review of as part of the CPCN process, which allows them to do a comprehensive air quality review, aggregating everything together. They did not complete that review. We do not have that information. That is the information that the state of Maryland is lacking to understand what all of this adds up. There may be other processes. I think that there are many industries, I certainly know the solar and wind, that would like to see a more streamlined or expedited CPCN process. However, well, thank you for the extra time there. I'm just kidding. But we believe that adjustments very well could be needed. But I would invite anybody who thinks it will be easy for us to remove a regulation now and come back to fix it later. I would love to hire them as Sierra Club's lobbyist, because that is not an easy thing to do. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kyle Hart. I'm here on behalf of the National Parks Conservation Association. As background, NPCA is a nationwide nonprofit dedicated to protecting and enhancing America's national parks. We have more than 32,000 members and supporters here in Maryland. And, you know, we are here today with pretty serious concerns over Senate Bill 0474, as well as some additional considerations for the committee to consider as it's thinking about this issue. So first, you know, I think it's worth recognizing that the bill would essentially prevent PSC from being able to review the comprehensive environmental impacts to air, water, environmental justice, climate pollution that these generator mega complexes would have. That is the benefit of the CPCN, is that there's this comprehensive review. The CPCN process also examines generator complexes holistically rather than one-off to understand the full scope of their impacts. Moreover, this requires an examination of all alternatives to ensure that the state is getting the absolute best possible technologies. This bill undermines that important oversight. So before advancing really any data center policy, but particularly environmental rollbacks, we implore the state of Maryland and this body to preemptively study the data center issue, from electric grid analysis to other regulatory oversights that might be needed. And part of our testimony, we submitted a study currently being done by Virginia by a body called JLARC. To be frank, that body is about 10 years too late, and we urge Maryland to be dramatically ahead of the curve. Maryland has an opportunity to be a global leader in sustainable data center development, working with this industry to protect air, water, national parks, the climate, and communities. Unfortunately, SB 0474 is a large step backwards in the wrong direction. Thank you.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Anna Mudd. I'm the Senior Policy Director for Potomac Conservancy. We represent 33,000 members located within the Potomac watershed, most of whom live in Montgomery and Frederick counties here in Maryland. The data center that's been referenced several times today is located within the Potomac watershed, a watershed that supplies drinking water for over 3 million people. As my written testimony noted, we are opposed to this legislation for many reasons already cited, but I will say that we are open to amendments as outlined by Maryland Maryland LCV in their written testimony, specifically an amendment that would create a study by the Public Service Commission to examine the impacts on water consumption and grid capacity. To be clear, we are not opposed to data centers. And like my colleague said, we believe that Maryland has the opportunity to be a global leader in the data center industry. I'll just say that this is a new issue for me, a new issue for Potomac Conservancy, but the more I've learned about the issue in Virginia specifically, the more concerned we have grown. So we are looking forward to working with you guys to get it right and make sure that we're serving communities in Frederick County and beyond. So thank you for your time, and we request an unfavorable report.
Hello, my name is Jim Ballard. I'm a private citizen. And I'm a retired PE and FERC electrical engineering subject matter expert. I'm opposed to the SB 474, primarily on engineering and financial reasons. If you enact this bill, it will spur initially transfer of $1.5 billion from Maryland to surrounding states to help pay for transmission and new generation. In addition, you will forego $23 million of PJM capacity market payments that you could possibly collect if you design your backup systems correctly and allow them to operate as grid capacity. And if you do that, you'll reduce that 1.5 billion. Potentially, you could still rely on First Energy for the primary source and reduce that down to $1 billion, still pay First Energy $500 million for energy. If you built your own capacity, your own baseload capacity in Maryland, you could reduce the 1.5 billion to zero. By enacting this bill, you remove well, primarily it's I do have a concern with not allowing load shedding. The plants are going to be operating anyway. They're going to be burning off their test load on load banks. So they're just going to burn it off into the air. What you could do rather than that, and you don't need to connect to the grid. All you need to do is remove load from the grid, and that adds capacity to the grid. So rather than load the backup plant on your load banks, load it up on the facility load. All right. That's what we used to do. I worked for ComSat for 3 years, and that's what we used to do. And then your primary source goes away, you reduce greenhouse gas emissions when you do that. The other thing is you'll reduce the transmission required. And you're going to build out to 5,000 megawatts. It's the same size as Pepco. That's Montgomery County, Prince George's County,
sir,
and DC.
Can you finish? Can you get?
Yes, I'm done.
Are you good?
All right, thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, so we have two virtual, colleagues, questions for this panel. All right, Senator Hester.
Just intrigued by what the gentleman on the end, I didn't get your name.
Jim Ballard.
Jim, I was just intrigued by what you were saying about, harnessing that energy and putting it back into the grid. Did you submit written testimony?
Pardon me?
Did you submit written testimony? Or would you be willing to talk with me afterwards?
As far as load shaving?
Yeah, I mean, it sounded to me like you were implying that if we, instead of just testing the generators,
right,
once a month or once a week, whatever it is, that we could somehow harness that energy,
right,
for the load of
use it to load the facility. Then you reduce the primary load that reduces greenhouse gas emissions.
Exactly. So,
and if you don't, your primary source is 100%, and you're burning off fuel.
So how do you do that?
You just take load off the system.
So
it may need to be designed into the plan. It needs to plan for it ahead of time.
That's
when I worked at ComSat, we used to melt the ice off of satellite dishes. In the wintertime, it would increase our demand rate. So we never did that off the utility power. We always shaved our load and reduced our cost. And it also helps the grid. It reduces the load on the grid.
So can we talk about that offline?
Sure.
Thank you.
Senator Lewis Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your expertise, but it was beyond my technical understanding in some cases. Your concluding remarks, you were making an analogy. I'm not sure I totally understood that.
The correlation between the PJM capacity payment and the $1.5 billion a year.
No, it was after that.
Oh, I was pointing out that quantum loophole right now, these 1.5 billion, that is for 1,500 megawatts. They're expected that to grow out to 5,000 megawatts. If you look at the fourth item down on my list of links there, it goes to data centers dynamics. Quantum loophole heads out of Virginia and into Maryland. That quotes the quantum loophole representative. He says it could go up to 10 gigawatts. So 5 is an estimate probably.
Okay.
And again, that's the same for 5. That's the same size as Montgomery County, Prince William, and the District of Columbia.
Okay.
That's a
thank you,
lot
sir.
of load to put in one spot.
Thank you. That was it. Thank you.
Great. All right. Thank you. We have any more questions for this panel? If not, thank you so much for testifying. We have 2 virtual witnesses who have signed up unfavorable. The first, if they are queued up under the name of Denise Gutierrez, but I believe it's Renee, is it Denise? It is Denise.
It is.
Okay. All right. Sorry, Denise. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Denise Guitarra. I'm here representing Nature Forward. Nature Forward strongly opposes and urges the committee to deny the passage of SB 474. We list our concerns in our written testimony, and I will highlight a few of them as follows. Data centers threaten Maryland's greenhouse gas emission reduction goals while increasing air pollution and exacerbating health illnesses. Using diesel generators is one of the most harmful ways to produce energy and has multiple negative health effects, such as lung cancer, cardiovascular diseases, and respiratory illnesses like asthma. By enacting this legislation, Maryland will fall behind its climate reduction goals of becoming carbon neutral by 2035. Data centers put a large energy strain on the local energy grid, as we've heard from previous speakers. A data center can use up the same amount of energy as much as 50,000 homes. Prince William County in Virginia saw a rise of 19% of its greenhouse gas emissions between 2005 and 2018, a time period that matches the data center expansion in that county. Maryland has the opportunity to not repeat the mistakes made in Virginia by not approving this legislation. Data centers increase water consumption and stormwater runoff. Data centers may use on average 5 million gallons of water per day to pull off its machinery. Studies show in Virginia, data centers discharge tons of sediments and stormwater into local waterways, polluting people and putting people and wildlife in danger. Under our current public health, economic, and social crises, it simply does not make sense to add more air and water polluting data centers without restrictions in Maryland. On behalf of Nature Forward and our 28,000 members and supporters, we respectfully urge the committee to oppose and not pass SB 474. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your testimony. Any questions for the witness? All right, seeing none, thank you so much. We have the last witness on this bill, Julie Bolthouse.
Hello, I'm Julie Bolthouse, Director of Land Use with Piedmont Environmental Council, and due to our close proximity with Maryland and the nature of air pollution, we believe we are an impacted stakeholder in this discussion. We are opposed to SB 474. There are more heavy energy users like data centers coming online.
Ms.
And
Bolthouse?
Yes.
Can you turn your video on?
I actually cannot because my phone doesn't let me. I'm sorry, it has like a privacy.
You go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, I apologize. I would. There are more heavy energy users like data centers coming online. And at the same time, we are trying to transition away from fossil fuel power generation, placing a high strain on our electric grid to both transition and expand at the same time. The likelihood of outages is increasing, which means the likelihood of emergency backup generators being required to run for longer and more frequent periods is also increasing. In Loudoun County, Virginia, we have over 4,000 Tier 2 diesel generators with more than 11 gigawatts of capacity. They've been approved by the Virginia DEQ through minor air permits. If a 70 megawatt threshold had been set, similar to what Maryland has currently, a number of the largest data center campuses would have required additional review, and we may have been able to require cleaner Tier 4 generators. We have allowed a ticking time bomb to be built in our backyards of our community, and we are concerned that you guys are about to do the same. In addition, Duke Energy is in talks with data center operators about using backup diesel generators installed at their data centers to add electricity to the grid during periods of high demand. This is not only a very carbon intensive way to add capacity back to the grid, it is also terrible for air quality, releasing NOx and CO, VOx, and fine particulate matter. They are pursuing it anyway because first and foremost, they have an obligation to serve. We are concerned Dominion may consider the same proposal here with so much capacity in place. We are encouraging you to do better and require Tier 4 generators for these large campuses.
Okay, thank you so much for your testimony, colleagues. Are there any questions for this witness? All right, hearing none, that concludes the hearing for Senate Bill 474, and we'll turn it back to Chair Feldman.
Okay, guys, I was up presenting another bill in another committee, but it's good to be back. And so we're going to turn back to another one of the governor's bills. And I see Mr. Lukey there. Safe back in the house. Okay, Safe Ratul, yeah, you're going to come up here. I'm going to call Mary Kane, Kevin Anderson, our Secretary of Commerce, Mary Kane from the Maryland Chamber of Commerce. And those are the extent of the witnesses on Senate Bill 472. Again, we're on Senate Bill 472. And Mr. Ratul, you've got all the time you need to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's good to be back here again. I'm elated to be here twice in a day, testifying on behalf of Governor's Bill, Senate Bill 472, State Government Permits, Licenses, Certificates Processing, otherwise known as the Transparent Government Act. I don't want to belabor everybody with a lot of those things, but I want to highlight what's in this bill and a few amendments that we'll propose. So the bill requires each principal department and independent units of the state government to create a catalog of each type of permits, licenses, and certificates that it issues. The catalog includes a number of topics such as descriptions of each permit, licenses, and certificates, the statutory and regulatory authorities that authorizes department and these units to issue such permits, establishes a timeline for processing and issuing, the fee that is associated or required for that, any criminal history or requirement of that applicant, and any recommended steps that could expedite the processing timeline. Second, the bill requires each department or independent unit to post on its website a description of the application process for each of those items, any updates on the processes for the previous 12-month period, and time to process this application's type for public consumption. Third, the bill will establish a government efficiency commission. The purpose for this commission is to review these catalogs and reports that are compiled and submitted by each of the departments and independent units. Review statutory or regulatory provisions that may impact the efficiency of processing these applications, and make necessary recommendations to remove barriers and improve the process. To simplify the process further, the administration is offering several technical amendments for this body to consider. The purpose for these amendments is to provide flexibility in the process and the timeline for agencies to compile the required reports based on their findings, and inclusion of the Secretary of Information Technology or their designee to be a part of the commission to share crucial feedback as the state progresses to streamline this effort. And finally, this will also add the Special Secretary of Governor's Office of Small Minority Women Business Affairs or Secretary's designee. Simply put, this bill aims to identify the specific obstacles and work together to find solutions that will help Marylanders who are applying for this, as well as agencies that are providing these permits. With that, I respectfully request a favorable committee report, and I look forward to working with the committee on any additional potential amendments. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to Secretary Anderson next, and then we'll go to Mary Kane.
Thanks so much. Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan. I'm Kevin Anderson, Secretary of the Maryland Department of Commerce. I'm here in support of a Senate Bill 472 and concur with the testimony of the administration. Very quickly, I just want to emphasize that making permitting and licensing processes more transparent and predictable will be a huge help to small businesses and entrepreneurs across Maryland. Small and early stage businesses face so much uncertainty as they launch and grow. Anything we in government can do to make these processes smoother and help them make informed plans and decisions is a good thing. The more information these businesses have, the more likely they are to succeed and thrive. And the less time and energy they need to spend on the permitting and licensing processes, the more time they can devote to growing their businesses. The Government Efficiency Commission created in this bill will also look for places to streamline and reduce timelines for these processes. This aligns with the recent recommendations submitted by the Maryland Economic Council. I urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 472, and thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Kane.
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman and the members of the committee. On behalf of the Maryland Chamber of Commerce and the Maryland Economic Council, I'm here to convey our support for SB 472, which takes a crucial first step in streamlining Maryland's regulatory process so business can grow and thrive. As we've analyzed public data, and I hope all of you received your copy of our competitiveness red book, it was apparent that in Maryland, we're not necessarily business friendly. In fact, I recently visited a potential member who started their business in Maryland in the early 1900s. They relayed to me that last year, they changed their business strategy from focusing 100% of their growth in Maryland to focusing only 50% of their growth in Maryland. Of course, I asked why such a drastic change, and they replied one example of their many frustrations was Maryland's regulatory system. In Tennessee, they were able to begin their project, go through all the local and state regulations needed to approve their project, and were up and running within the year. In Maryland, they're still waiting for multiple approvals on a similar project, and it's been 7 years. I would like to thank Governor Moore for appointing me to the Maryland Economic Council. Our mission includes identifying and tracking underlying economic factors that impact Maryland's business climate, evaluating Maryland's regulatory environment and economic policies compared to competing states. And this was part of our first set of recommendations to the governor. Specifically, Maryland consistently falls at the bottom of the list when it comes to business friendliness and regulatory environments. The average business ranking has our state's regulatory environment at 47th in the nation. By requiring state agencies to catalog and assess each regulation it administers, and by establishing and publicizing expectations when licensing and permitting applications are to be returned, the Moore-Miller administration is injecting accountability into Maryland government. This catalog and data will be vital to achieving the administration's stated goal of streamlining Maryland's regulatory processes and will allow them to do so in a way that ensures businesses receive timely and clear guidance without eliminating the necessary regulations. For these reasons, the Maryland Chamber of Commerce respectfully requests a favorable report on SB 472.
Okay, thank you. Questions? We're going to start with Senator Hester and then we'll go to Senator Carrozza.
Thank you. My question is for SAFE. I really appreciate this bill, and I've been dealing well and septic permits for like 5 years. Like really, it's been a long slog.
Many other Marylanders now.
Right. So unless people don't have well and septic in their district. My question is, I've gotten to the point where I think fundamentally the problems with well and septics are, one, we don't have enough staff. We can't pay them enough. And two, our IT systems that they exist don't talk to each other. So local health department IT systems don't always talk to MDE. So MDE's been working on upgrading the IT system. My question is, like, there's no funding in this bill. Like, once you get the study done, is the administration prepared to come back and fund the IT and the staff improvements that we need? If that is indeed, I mean, I know that's true with well and septic. If it's true with the other departments, are we going to really fix the problem?
Thank you so much for the question, Senator, and that's an important one. In the state of Maryland, there's a number of different portals that have been established for under the guise of streamlining the process, right? Whether that is the Business Express portal or whether that is the One-Stop portal. And a lot of these are focused on addressing some of the critical gaps that the state had or has rather in terms of quickly developing online forms and expediting the process for submitting applications and such. But we have identified there's some significant challenges in terms of merging those. So this body the efficiency committee, or the commission rather, their responsibility is to have a much granular look at those and getting those report and the permitting timeline from each of those agencies and units, specifically the permit that you have requested, right? And providing those solutions. And if those solutions and recommendations require funding mechanism for us to look into this, we are committed to find the solutions as well and find appropriate measures that is needed. And we would love to come back here and work with you and the body to find the solutions.
It'd be fabulous if the reports of the commission had timelines and cost estimates. It would have been great if some of the other reports we've gotten this year had timelines and cost estimates with them, but if we make that change for this report, I would appreciate it.
Absolutely, ma'am. And just to follow up, the catalog will recommend or incorporate, the established timeline for the process time associated with each permits and units and whatever the fee is required for us. If there's anything specific, ma'am, that you would like for us to pursue or explore, we're happy to discuss that with you.
Senator Carozza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the bill and my questions to Secretary Anderson. First of all, thank you for coming to the shore and making your visits. And I do believe that you have had the opportunity to hear firsthand from those most affected by the permitting and licensing process. And putting on my former hat in the executive branch when I served in Governor Ehrlich's administration, I'm aware that these issues bubble up, and they bubble up to the secretary's level, and they bubble up to the governor's staff level and to the governor. And when you hear the constituent concerns, whether it's permitting, licensing, the time frame, or you run into an obstacle in one department, think you clear that, only to find out there's, an issue in another department, and the frustration sets in. And I can tell you, most of the folks that come to me, they at least have tried to resolve it on their own. So by the time they come to us, they're frustrated. So I guess my question, Secretary Anderson, you're one secretary, but a lot of the issues do come through your department when it comes to the impact on the business community. Will you make a commitment to, when you hear about those individual constituent cases, in addition to trying to resolve that case, to see if there's a bigger issue that has to be untangled so we can really streamline and make the process more efficient? And the reason I'm asking for that commitment at your level is sometimes you'll go back to some departments and divisions, and they've had a certain practice, a certain way for so many years. And, the response is, this is the way we've always done it. But if it's causing problems for our constituents, I guess I'm asking not only the individual issue be resolved, but to really look at what has to be untangled overall.
Yes, absolutely, Senator Carozza. Thanks so much. And even in the time of executing the operations and the duties of the Department of Commerce, we all find ourselves in a space where I call it doing hand-to-hand combat and going retail. And nobody likes to do that, but there are times where I fielded one call where it was the Secretary of Commerce, the Comptroller, we had the Deputy Attorney General, all of us at the very high level solving a very retail problem. So the commitment is very much there to make sure that we put in place some procedures and operations to solve it. This bill takes a very first step at an enterprise solution of making sure we just kind of flush everything out. When you get to a point when it bubbles up to the level of, all of our, high level of leadership, to actually get down to make sure that we can exert the power and authority to get a problem solved, we kind of see sometimes that it's staffing, sometimes that it's process, sometimes it's people, sometimes it's systems. And this is where we have to go and make sure that we make sure we can, put an efficient process in place. So you do have the commitment, because I know certainly all of us, and I can speak for Secretary Addick, Secretary McElwain, and all of us in the spaces that we are, where we're very highly committed to creating a very efficient and competitive government that we needed for the sake of Maryland and for the sake of our business community.
Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions for this panel? Okay, seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 472. Thanks, folks, for coming in. We next move to Senator Hester. Senator Hester, you good? to go on. We're going to start with Senate Bill 682. And I'm going to bring up your sponsor panel, which is Matthew Casper, David Lapp, our Office of People's Counsel, and Clara Summers. Those are the three designated sponsor panelists. And we do not know if I see any of them here. Okay, I'm told that several of them are in the House. Do you want to go with the other bill first and hopefully they'll come back over? Well, let's see. No, let's take that back. It looks like they just walked in, so they're not over in the House. Okay. Can we, what's that? Oh, you know what? Let's take the other Hester bill. I'm told that other witnesses in opposition are still in the House perhaps. So let's go back to, we want to be fair here. Let's stack things up. Okay, let's go to Senate Bill 982. And we have Dan Wolf and Greg Lehman is virtual. That's, and then Jacob Xu. Okay, so just in person, I've got Jacob Xu and Dan Wolf. And then we have one virtual witness, Greg Lehman. And then we do have a couple of additional, actually, one additional favorable witness, Manoj Srivastava. I don't know if they're.
That's me.
That's you? Okay. Why don't we go there? I'm not sure who I'm missing here, but okay. Senator Hester, you take the time you need to present Senate Bill 982.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the committee, thank you for consideration of Senate Bill 982, which will establish the Information Technology Investment Fund to accelerate the modernization of our state's information technology. As you've heard me say before, Maryland's outdated and in some cases obsolete hardware and software and legacy systems impinge on Maryland's ability to provide assistance and services to Maryland's needs. According to a Do-It survey a couple of years ago, 46% of state agencies have at least one identified legacy system, which is a system that is too old to be updated, is often expensive to operate or maintain, and presents a significant risk to the continuity of government operations. We saw a number of examples of this. For example, during the pandemic, when the increased demand for SNAP benefits caused system breakdowns at the Maryland Department of Human Services. We had, a cyber attack on the Maryland Department of Health. When the pandemic first hit, the UI system was in the process, the unemployment system was in the process of upgrading. And, parts of that at the back end were still like on COBOL. So there's numerous examples of how these legacy IT systems impact the day-to-day life of our constituents. In 2022, we all voted to pass Senate Bill 811, which created the Modernized Maryland Commission as part of our overall cybersecurity package. The purpose of the commission was to ensure appropriate IT investments were happening, identify and take advantage of funding sources, especially federal funds, and help increase the efficiency of procurement. The commission held 7 meetings in the fall of 2023 and produced a unanimous report with 20 recommendations, which I've included in the testimony. The commission identified a model established originally by Congress and now adopted in 6 other states, which is included in the appendix to my testimony, which is a technology modernization fund. The virtue of this fund is threefold. First, it enables the modernization efforts to deliver a quicker return on investments by taking projects out of the annual budget cycle. Second, it provides for a structured approval process and accountability for implementation. And third, it requires the savings due to increased efficiencies can be paid back into that fund to help sustain it for other projects. The investments that could be financed through the fund would be capped at a dollar value to be determined at a later date. So essentially, the IT investment fund model would function as follows. A fund would be created from which investments can be financed throughout the year. Agencies would apply to the fund for projects that range between $1 million and $5 million. So these are the smaller projects that currently go through the MITDP fund, the major IT investment fund. And then for investment requests that are approved, the agency is able to access this funding in real time. And after the project is complete, return all or some of the portion of the efficiency savings to help recapitalize the fund. The department would report annually to the governor, the General Assembly, and the Board of Public Works about the technology modernization process. One additional benefit to this is that in contrast to the larger projects, the smaller projects could enable increased MBE participation. And so SB 247 codifies this approach based on the commission's recommendations. It was, it was drafted and we weren't able to edit it before we dropped the bill. And so as the chair recommended at the Department of IT's last hearing, we are convening a work group to look at combining all three bills into one streamlined package to accomplish these goals. And so as amended, ideally, Senate Bill 247, sorry, this bill,
982.
Senate Bill 982 will incorporate the other two bills, Senate Bill 247 and 294. And so in summary, the bill provides a significant opportunity to accelerate and improve the efficiency of updating our legacy systems while increasing MBE participation. It is based on the consensus report and it will be amended. And I believe the work group is meeting at 4 o'clock on Monday. And so with that, I'd respectfully request a favorable report on the to be amended Senate Bill 982, and I'll turn it over to the chair of the Modernized Maryland Commission.
Okay, and before you do that, I want to welcome JB Jennings. This is a budget tax joint assignment as well, and our friend Senator Jennings has joined us. So, sir, again, tell us your name, and you're going to each be on a 2-minute clock. Okay, so why don't you proceed?
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm Manoj Srivastav, Chair of the Modernized Maryland Oversight Commission. I've been in the private sector, particularly in the cybersecurity space, for 25 years, and I'm a proud resident of the state of Maryland. I urge favorable consideration of the bill. The bill includes a vast number of recommendations from the Commission's report spanning modernization, funding, governance, planning, management and IT organization, and procurement, adopting a whole-of-state mindset. I have a few key points of view regarding how we should look at technology modernization for the state. First, modernization is an opportunity to not only focus on legacy modernization to produce more secure, reliable, and maintainable systems at optimal costs, but also to rethink and transform how the business of government is done and how a practical end-to-end experience of IT services is delivered to the citizens from their point of view. Drawing parallels from my role in the private sector, vendors have shifted over the past few years to a cybersecurity platform-based approach in delivering solutions to their customers rather than following a disparate best-of-breed point solution approach. That mindset of providing a holistic solution improves the total cost of ownership, adoption, and maintenance for the end customer and significantly enhances the end-to-end customer experience. Second, the state must establish a dedicated modernization IT investment fund with funding direction from a cross-functional IT modernization investment board. Along with this, there must also be the proper structure in place to ensure transparency about the progress in addressing modernization objectives across the executive branch. Third, as we execute these goals, we must seek ways to deliver value to the citizens often. From my shoes in the private sector, the key to remaining competitive while embracing new modern technologies is to deliver value early and often. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you. And by the way, he's not part of your panel, but John Fiester signed up straight favorable. He's the only other witness. Why don't you, John, if you could just come up and join the table just to make this efficient. Okay, sir, tell us who you are and you're going to be on the 2-minute clock.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Feldman, members of the committee. My name is Dan Wolf. I'm the Director of State Programs for the Alliance for Digital Innovation. We're a nonpartisan alliance of technology companies focused on accelerating change in the public sector through technology. ADI supports Senate Bill 982 and encourages you to return a favorable report upon amendments. Public agencies must be equipped with the best technology and cybersecurity tools available to deliver effective services to the people of the state of Maryland. The unfortunate reality, and it's one that I'm familiar with as a former deputy CIO of the Commonwealth of Virginia, is that there are just still too many outdated legacy IT systems with weak security still in use across government. True digital transformation is a time-consuming endeavor that can cross multiple appropriation cycles, and boy, do I have stories about that. But even when planned judiciously, worthwhile efforts to produce better, more secure citizen services through commercial capabilities are often hampered by those appropriation timelines and inflexibilities in the overall process. By creating the IT Investment Fund, Senate Bill 982 provides an important opportunity to modernize and secure Maryland's IT systems and networks. Namely, it creates a capacity to enable necessary and long overdue investments in modern commercial capabilities across state government to transform legacy IT systems and improve Maryland's cybersecurity posture. In the federal government, a similar program that Senator Hester mentioned earlier is the Technology Modernization Fund, and it's been around since 2016. They've invested in 51 IT projects across nearly 30 federal agencies to date, with most of these projects addressing urgent IT challenges. One of the key features is that emphasis on rigorous project evaluation, where agencies interested in accessing funds must submit comprehensive proposals that undergo thorough review by an oversight board based off of clear eligibility criteria that applies to all applications. And this competitive and merit-based approach ensures fund success. Bottom line, it's a step in the right direction, and we encourage a favorable report.
Okay, sir.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Jacob Shu. I am the chairman of Just Economy, a public-private partnership advisory firm based in Baltimore, Maryland. I'm also spent 30 years in the private sector and technology as an entrepreneur, an executive, and currently an active investor. I'm a big supporter of the Senate Bill 982. I believe that, we need to get started on IT modernization in our state. We've been talking about it for many years, and it's been difficult to get going because of the way that we've procured and also where the funding comes from. I always start with, modernization. While we talk about it as digital transformation, it's not hard in the sense that it's not rocket science. It's actually tedious, right? It's a little bit more akin to clearing a minefield as opposed to sending rockets into the space. And because of that, it's something that requires continuity. It requires a different way of procuring, in a way that we need to move to a model where we can procure faster with smart, easy, agile contracts. We need to be able to get vendors to very quickly be able to start clearing that minefield. And when I say clearing that minefield, I believe in smaller, bite-sized procurements that will enable us to actually start to chip away at these systems in a continuous manner. One of the big challenges that we have seen in the past when sort of doing modernization has been that, again, going to the continuity issue. Most vendors have a very difficult time assessing what challenges they're going to face until they actually get into the work. And as such, what ends up happening oftentimes is that they start off bidding a piece of work, they get into it, and they realize that the scope is quite different. And as they go into it deeper, you run into a continuity issue because then things get rebidded, they have to be reprocured, and oftentimes vendors start over and redo the same amount of work. Again, a better approach would be smaller bite-sized procurements where you actually have gates that you can actually transfer across vendors. So we can make this process, quite frankly, cheap, fast, and easy. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Fiastro, and then we'll go to our virtual witness after that.
Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, for the record, my name is John Fiastro with Fiastro Consulting on behalf of Cybersecurity Association of Maryland. My client, otherwise known as CAMI, my client CAMI has 600 members in Maryland, from solar operators up to Fortune 500 companies. CAMI has worked with the sponsor over the years on modernization legislation, and we think that this is a very good piece of legislation, particularly with the senator's amendments. In the bill that you'll see a requirement for the department to hire a contractor to go in agency by agency and do assessments of legacy systems. That's a strong place to start, especially when the agencies themselves might need help in figuring out what needs to happen in terms of modernization. CAMI has served on the commission since its inception in 2022, and the commission itself plays a major role, plays the role of creating guardrails and actually having a continuity of vision when it comes to modernization within the state, so that secretaries and department heads might change, but the overall vision is maintained by that oversight board. Now, this has, Maryland does not stand alone in that treatment. Other states like Virginia and Texas and Massachusetts have similar boards with similar private and public membership. And let me emphasize that need for private membership. Oftentimes when we see boards in Maryland, we see a lot of public sector membership. Well, when you have public sector membership in a board like this, you'll get frankly, a few older ideas and not new cutting edge ideas. The private sector membership is critical, and you'll get the cutting edge ideas of how industry is treating modernization. So for that reason and a few others that I'll hold off on, you can read the CAMI testimony. CAMI supports the legislation. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we're going to go to Mr. Lehman, virtual. We see you, and you're going to be on the 2-minute clock. And again, you're part of the sponsor panel. So why don't you proceed, sir?
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. So I'm Dr. Greg Von Lehman, interim staff to the Modernized Maryland Oversight Commission, and I'm here to support SB 982 is consistent with the commission's recommendations. Senate Bill 982 would implement almost all the recommendations of the commission, has been mentioned. Let me emphasize that these recommendations were informed by discussions over 6 months with the CIOs and IT staff of 5 other states and experts in procurement and modernization funding, some of whom you've heard from today. The states were both large and smaller states, Michigan, Georgia, Utah, Nebraska, and Connecticut. And these discussions were structured to zero in on questions critical to the success of modernization. What systems are state modernizing? How are projects prioritized? What procurement processes are used? How are projects funded? What are the metrics for success? And most importantly, what are the lessons learned? So informed by this process, SB 982 basically does 2 big things. First of all, it provides a practical and tested roadmap for modernization success. Specifically, the bill, first of all, stipulates the right starting points. It requires that there be an enterprise architecture with standards in place and that an IT investment maturity model be implemented. It provides for the funding model that you've heard about, and it lays the groundwork for reconfiguring the procurement process to reduce the 18 to 24-month timeline that it now exists for major procurements. And it would do this by requiring a thorough external review that would produce recommendations that are benchmarked against private industry practices. And of course, the second major thing the bill does is to preserve a rechartered commission as an essential element in the state's modernization journey. So the state has high fidelity to recommendations that resulted from the commission's considerable due diligence, and therefore I urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for the sponsor or the panelists? We'll start with our guest, Senator J.B. Jennings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to be back in the my first committee in the Senate. 2 questions. I'm sorry, I apologize. I was late. It's coming down from B&T. Page 3, line 19 makes this exempt from the Board of Public Works, their recommendations. And then I'm kind of looking later on about where the funding comes from, and it's the sale of bonds and other areas. I'm just curious, why are we not letting the Board of Public Works at least have the final say?
So both of those are good questions, and part of it was a drafting error, and part of it will be fixed at the work group on Monday.
Okay.
The intention, I think, is to have an expedited BPW process, but not to exclude completely. And I'll just mention that the departmental bills that came in earlier this year had the same kind of error. They would have moved everything under 5 million out of the BPW process. So our intent is to fast track it through BPW, which hopefully will alleviate DGS's concerns.
Thanks. And the last question, Mr. Chair. I know, Senator, you and I've had discussions with some of the other ideas we've had, and some of the concerns with regards to overseeing some of these agencies was like Department of Health has federal computer systems tied in. They won't be able to touch those, correct? This is strictly state mandated or state run systems. They won't be able to require federal stuff.
No, we wouldn't, would not be able to require federal stuff, although I believe,
Or I mean, touch the federal computers, because I know, Department of Transportation has them and others.
no, this is for, it's for
State.
new projects going forward. And we do hope to secure more federal funding, but we're not requiring, I mean, we wouldn't require changes to, things that were governed by federal statute without waiting for the federal government.
Okay, and it's not necessarily federal it's just federal systems that, some state agencies have federal systems in there. Because that's been always been the sticking point with regards to overseeing some of these agencies is they're like, look, we have federal systems that we have
Yeah.
to manage.
I
And I
mean,
know they're
that's-
gonna probably come in and fight that and say, hey, they can do all state-owned laptops and state systems, but when these computers over here are owned by the feds, they can't touch it.
Yeah, no, I think that's a really good question. The intent of the fund, just going back to the less than 5 million, is to take the smaller, easier stuff and break it down so it can move faster without being subject to the annual budget review. That bigger stuff, like if we were to do a major IT project, it would still have to go through the MITDP and have that process, which I assume would take into account the federal requirements.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator Brooks.
Yeah, thanks for the bill, Senator. This modernization, how does this compare with the compass? Because I know that the comptroller's office is doing a modernization now.
That's a
And-
fabulous question. Thank you so much for bringing that out. So it's really important because the comptroller's office is removing, is updating FEMAS, and it's going to go off of the Annapolis data center and into the cloud.
Yes.
Now, the Annapolis data center is managed by the comptroller, but there's over, I think, 70 agencies who are currently on that data center, and it costs $28 million a year to run. And so as part of this plan, which we haven't talked about yet, it's going to require a 3 to 5 year plan for getting all of those agencies off the Annapolis data center and into the cloud. And so it's going to, I mean, requires a whole state approach really, because if the comptroller is moving into the cloud, everybody else has to follow them.
Right.
Does that answer your question?
That answers my question.
Thank
very
you.
much. Thank you.
Senator Carozza.
Mr. Chair, and I'm actually going to direct my question to Chair Shu, my Apprenticeship 2030 Commission Chair. And my question to you is trying to take the link, if there is any linkage between what we're doing by modernizing our state's IT systems through this new approach and the workforce shortage that we've been focused on with the Apprenticeship Commission tied to the goals that we're trying to meet both on the student end and the adult apprenticeship end. Can you link that together?
Thank you, Senator Carozza, and I really appreciate that question because that is my special interest in this bill, because I do believe that modernization can be the modernization work can be a source of thousands of entry-level IT and tech jobs in the state. The kind of work that I mentioned that is the bread and butter of this modernization work, code migrations and unit testing and those kinds of things, are absolutely trainable skills. And they are great skills that we can actually put into both community colleges, into RTI providers, into other types of, and vendors themselves. In fact, as you know from our commission, we want to encourage more vendors to utilize registered apprenticeships to deliver this work. Each of these systems, if you looked at it traditionally, and by the way, I do agree that I think we're at a very interesting intersection right now. In the last 12 months alone, there have been new tools that can actually automate much, anywhere from 30 to 90% of the effort that traditionally would have taken to do some of this modernization work. But each of these systems are multi-million-dollar, multi-year engagements. These are ideal engagements that we can actually train up the next generation of IT workforce in the state of Maryland.
And I think that all I would ask, I mean, the bill sponsor and you are among those who can take computer geek language and translate it to what it means for jobs and their future. So I think we should also talk about that.
Good point.
Yes, thank you, Senator.
Okay, any additional questions? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 982. And we're gonna try to go back. I did see some folks from BGE. Is anybody here from BGE, Exelon, Pepco? They're out in the hallway. Could somebody pop out there and see if John Fiastro, could you just see if because that's what we were waiting on in the prior bill. you could get them back in here before I call the next bill. Okay, Sarah Hester. Okay, we're gonna proceed now with back to Senate Bill 682. And folks who were lined up to testify in opposition have entered the room. So we can move forward. We've got David Lapp on your panel, Matthew Casper, Clara Summers are the sponsor panel. And I think we can start there. Again, we're on Senate Bill 682.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Senator Katie Frey-Hester, for the record, here to discuss Senate Bill 682 and ask for your favorable support. As you know, Maryland is one of 13 states in the District of Columbia that are members of the Regional Transmission Organization known as PJM. PJM is the largest regional transmission organization in the U.S., serving over 63 million people and comprised of many utility companies and electricity generation facilities. PJM serves important functions such as ensuring grid reliability, and overall having an independent regional entity overseeing the grid provides efficiencies that benefit Marylanders. However, decisions made at PJM can significantly impact our utility rates and determine how quickly progress is made in meeting our climate goals. PJM's authority over our grid and electricity transmission system is complicated by its opaque decision-making process that lacks an accountability structure for those who are making the decisions. Currently, the votes cast at the lower committee level are private, so the public has no way of knowing what their state-regulated public utility companies are advocating for or against at PJM. And so this lack of transparency is important because PJM's past decisions have kept fossil fuel generators running longer, slowed down the transmission to renewables, and unnecessarily increased costs for ratepayers. So the purpose of this bill is to increase transparency and accountability for the utility companies in Maryland and ensure that ratepayer funds are not used for lobbying expenses. This bill strengthens existing state law that bans utility companies from charging customers for lobbying using our monthly utility bills by also banning them from using ratepayer dollars for trade association dues, advertising, board member expenses, and gifts. It also requires utility companies to submit an annual report outlining all of the expenses related to these activities. This legislation also requires all utilities to be part of a regional transmission organization, and utilities currently receive additional funds from ratepayers on each transmission project as an incentive to join an RTO. If they are required to join, ratepayers will no longer be saddled with paying these additional costs for joining. Lastly, the bill requires a public record of all PJM votes cast by public utility companies. This bill is an essential step forward to increase transparency and accountability for utility companies in Maryland. And for this reason, I respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 682.
Okay, thank you, Senator Hester. Let's go down through the panel and then we'll take questions.
Thank you, Chair Feldman, members of the committee. My name is Clara Summers, and I'm the Consumers for Better Grid campaign manager, which is a project of the Citizens Utility Board of Illinois. I'm testifying in support of SB 682 and have also submitted written testimony. Consumers for Better Grid is a watchdog holding grid operators such as PJM accountable to consumers, states, and a clean, affordable energy future. So imagine if all of the committees in the General Assembly, here, the Maryland General Assembly, were secret and only the votes of the state Senate were reported in full. Such a process would lack critical transparency and be undemocratic. The PJM stakeholder process is one such process. The issues there affect electric reliability, rates, and the clean energy transition, but the votes are not transparent. Examples of issues considered in the lower level committees or senior task forces over the past few years include residential demand response participation, how new resources interconnect to the grid, and the MOPR-X proposal on state policy resources, which you may have heard of. So you may hear that PJM meetings are public, but they are not in the way that General Assembly meetings are. In order to attend one of the more than 400 annual stakeholder meetings, you need to register for an account, which is a multi-step process. Keep in mind that none of the meetings are recorded. And even if you are present when a vote is taken at one of these lower level committee or senior task force meetings, you will not know how individual firms voted. There is also a potential for abuse of market power in PJM. Holding companies may be able to vote several times on an issue through their affiliates, which can vote in lower level committees and senior task forces. That means certain companies have outsized influence on which proposals advance. SB 682 would shine a much needed light on the votes by electric utilities at PJM. The public has a right to see how utilities are voting, and thank you, Senator Hester, for your leadership.
Okay, thank you. Let's go down the.
Chair Feldman and members of the Education, Energy, and Environment Committee. My name is Matt Casper. I'm the Deputy Director, the Energy and Policy Institute. EPI is a national utility research and watchdog organization. My colleagues and I focus our research efforts on investor-owned monopoly utility companies and their political activities. EPI joins a coalition of over 24 organizations supporting SB 682. This legislation will protect customers and help Maryland achieve its emission reduction goals. First, by disallowing utilities from spending customer money on political influence activities, along with other costs that do not impact these companies from serving customers, we can ensure that ratepayers are not funding utility advocacy, including actions that slow down the clean energy transition. One specific instance that is happening right now is that Maryland utility customers contribute to the budget of the American Gas Association. AGA staff and expenses have gone towards fighting state efforts to reduce emissions from the building sector, weakening building codes, funding misinformation campaigns centered around electric heat pumps, paying social media influencers to promote gas. Those are all activities that would not be considered lobbying and therefore are getting recovered. Second, SB 682 will allow legislators, regulators, interveners, and customers to easily and efficiently ensure with their own eyes that their utilities are not spending money on these political influence activities. Connecticut passed a similar policy last year and the required disclosures and disallowances there have helped the Office of Consumer Counsel include in its direct testimony recommendations to remove $319,000 from that rate case. This bill will not prohibit a utility company from engaging in the political activities. It instructs utilities and regulators to ensure that those expenses come from their profits, not customer accounts. We urge a favorable report on SB 682.
Okay, Mr. Lapp.
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, members of the committee, David Lapp for the Office of People's Counsel. Thanks for the opportunity to be here. Our office supports SB 682 because it will save Maryland utility customers money. Effective utility regulation requires visibility into what utilities are doing, how they spend money, and what is being charged to ratepayers. Our office represents customers, as you know, in matters before the Public Service Commission, but also before the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, and we are engaged on a daily basis in the activities of the Regional Transmission Organization, PJM. PJM policies are costing Maryland ratepayers dearly. That includes the recent costs related to the Brandon Shores retirement of over $500 million that will go into Baltimore gas and electric rates. We have been engaged on the Brandon Shore issue and on other major cost issues in litigation before FERC. The PJM voting transparency provisions will enable everyone, including legislators, to better understand our utilities' positions and how they affect PJM's positions. The cost recovery provisions and reporting in the bill will identify costs that can be buried in big buckets and hard to identify, especially in the context of time-constrained rate cases when there are much bigger dollar items demanding attention. We estimate that the bill's requirement for regional transmission organization participation will result in ratepayer savings of about $20 million annually every year. You're going to hear in opposition numerous arguments about why the bill is unnecessary or perhaps why it is contrary to federal law. This law is not preempted, and the state's powers the state's police powers are strongest when regulating utility monopolies. We're familiar with those arguments and happy to answer questions now or after the hearing. We ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions for the sponsor or the three panelists? Okay, seeing none, that brings us to our panel of three unfavorables. I've got Jennifer Walker, Ann Place, and Charles Washington. And you all each signed up unfavorable, and you'll each get 2 minutes on the clock, okay? So, Ms. Clace, you want to lead off or?
Sure.
Okay.
Yep. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Ann Clace here on behalf of Pepco and Delmarva Power in opposition to SB 682. SB 682 is based on the notion that utilities are not being transparent when it comes to recovery of expenditures or votes taken at PJM. However, the very nature of being in a highly regulated industry means utilities are scrutinized every time they go in for a rate case at the PSC. The PSC has a jurisdictional responsibility for setting rates for utilities in Maryland and can, and often do, ask for much of the financial information included in SB 682 when deliberating potential rate increases and cost recovery for utilities. SB 682 singles out one industry as it places additional burdens on Maryland utilities that are not applicable to other industries participating in the exact same activity as we are, such as voting at PJM and what Senate Bill 682 describes as lobbying activities. SB 682 prohibits membership dues from being recovered in rates from trade associations. These organizations provide a variety of diverse services that benefit both the customers as well as the company. Finally, Pepco and Delmarva Power are very concerned about the legal implications of this legislation, as we believe much of it, if not all of it, is preempted by federal law that governs the transmission of electricity across the United States. For the reasons stated above, Pepco and Delmarva Power respectfully request an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 682.
Okay, Ms. Walker, Mr. Washington, you're up next.
Good evening, Chair Feldman and members of the committee. Charles Washington here on behalf of BGE in opposition to Senate Bill 682. I echo Ms. Clace's statements about the already transparent processes, and I would disagree with the panel you heard earlier. Actually, what happens at PJM is exactly transparent, like here at the Maryland General Assembly. You can attend their meetings in person, you can attend their meetings online. And to sit here in front of you today, I had to get an account with MGA, and it was a multi-step process. A particular note in the legislation is a requirement that BGE and other utilities be a member of the original grid operator. To be clear, BGE is already voluntarily a member of Original Transmission Organization, PJM. We don't need this legislation to help us understand the benefits of being a member of an RTO. But voluntary membership was always the intent of this construct. The Federal Power Act calls for federal regulators to divide the country into regional districts for the voluntary interconnection and coordination of facilities for generation and transmission. And the DC Circuit Court recently concluded that that statutory language bars even federal regulators from compelling membership in RTOs. Instead, federal law directs regulators to provide incentives for each utility that participates in an RTO. So voluntary participation was always the case. The provision that compels our membership in PJM is tucked into the last page of this bill, and it has nothing to do with transparency. And we think that it is preempted and really of great concern to our company and our customers. For that reason, we oppose this legislation and respectfully request an unfavorable committee report. And with the last 5 seconds, I'd like to introduce my colleague, Jennifer Walker, who is not a registered lobbyist, but is here at my request.
Okay, Ms. Walker, again, 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Jennifer Walker, and I am the Principal Transmission Business Development and Strategy representing Exelon in opposition of Senate Bill 682. Excuse me, it's been a long day. I'd like to use my time to explain what the PJM process is and what it is not. PJM is an RTO formed at the approval of the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, FERC. PJM coordinates the movement of wholesale electricity over 13 states in the District of Columbia. The purpose of an RTO like PJM is to promote economic efficiency, regional energy grid reliability, and non-discriminatory wholesale energy markets. PJM is federally regulated. PJM holds over 400 stakeholder meetings annually. These meetings are open to the general public, including the media, and are accessible, as Charles said, both in person and virtually. The lower level committees, which are comparable to the energy work groups we see here in Maryland, are comprised of subject matter experts who meet to provide recommendations to the members committee, the senior committee that takes final votes on matters. Agendas and materials for these meetings are published in advance. The lower level committees gain consensus among participants by taking a vote for alignment that will ultimately go before the members committee for a vote. All votes cast at the members committee are published in a voting report that is shared publicly. PJM is overseen by a board of managers who do not have any affiliation or financial interest with any PJM member. FERC has ultimate oversight over PJM and PJM's processes and procedures. So claiming that there is a lack of transparency is simply not valid. In fact, in the lower level committee meetings, the PSC, the OPC have representatives who attend. I'd be happy to answer any questions regarding the PJM processes, and we respectfully request an unfavorable vote to Senate Bill 682. Thank you.
Okay, let's take questions. We're going to start with Senator Carrizo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Briefly, Ms. Claes, you caught my attention when you used the word scrutiny. And I just heard the last testimony of all the federal checklists. I'd like you, when you talk about that scrutiny, what does it mean for Delmarva Power?
Sure. So when Delmarva Power goes in for a rate case at the PSC has access to all of our financial records, can ask for additional information if we're asking for, a rate increase. They have the capability to ask for any financial information, which is laid out in this bill. We don't believe that this is necessary, as the PSC already has the capability to ask for all this information.
And any other additional scrutiny that you meant when you used that word?
Well, what I say is I believe the PSC looks at all of our records, they scrutinize all of our records, and they make sure that any type of rate increase is in the best interest of the customers, right? So we're coming in saying we may need to have a rate increase. They're taking all of that information and basically saying, does this make sense? And can we do this?
So in the process, there's back and forth where they're continuing to ask for information that you have to provide.
Exactly.
Do you provide that information?
Yes.
Thank you.
It's going to go to Senator Hester, the sponsor of the bill.
Thank you very much. I was just, curious. It seems like we're talking about the higher level meetings and the lower level meetings. And so, it's my understanding that at the lower level meetings, they're live streamed but not recorded. So is that true?
Yes, that's true. Any member of the public could participate either in person or virtually, so they could hear the deliberations. The lower committees are designed to be kind of like a whiteboard session where people can throw ideas together. There are various sectors. You have the end use sector, the electric distributor sector, generation owners, other suppliers, which are renewables, along with the transmission owners. We have consumer advocates. So the idea is to get everybody together in a room. There are materials that are developed as a result of those ideas that are thrown around. So it's a very collaborative process. And the idea is to not stymie that collaborative process, but to allow that to unfold and work that up to the senior committee where the vote is taken and then recorded. The vote itself, there's a report, and that's public on the PJM website.
So if I was to compare that to the Senate process, then that would be like our committees and our General Assembly, where we actually record both. We've got the recordings at the lower level here in committee, and we're also recording the higher level committee on the floor. So there's no recording. Just to be clear, there's no recording and there's no written documentation of the vote at the lower level.
So there is written documentation that occurs in terms of the agenda materials. Votes are taken by acclamation, so you can hear verbal votes that are taken. There are no recordings, but you could, participate virtually.
But if there was a meeting taken yesterday that I missed, there would be no way for me to determine how people voted at the lower level meetings yesterday unless I was there.
It's my understanding that the PSC is involved in these meetings, and I've been in the meetings where the consumer advocates as well as the Maryland PSC is involved, and so I would think that they would report to the legislature on
how many lower level meetings are there?
More than 400 a year.
How would the PSC possibly go to 400 lower level meetings and report to the legislature?
I think it would be, by priority, but that would be something that the legislature, I think, would work with the PSC on.
So, final question, like, what is wrong with sharing the votes of the 400 lower level meetings?
Not all lower level committees take votes. A lot of them are just a deliberation. The materials are put together in matrices to show the various positions. So those materials are public. The participation can be public. The final votes are taken at the members committee. And so those votes are public.
I'll just add that because those the votes that set policy are taken at the members committee. And so we think that that's where you would look if you wanted to see where policy was coming from. I also wanted to note that after each of those 400 meetings, minutes are published on PJM's website so that you could follow along the conversation that took place and around the agenda.
Any additional questions for this panel? Okay, seeing none, that's going to conclude the bill hearing on Senate Bill 682. And next we're going to move, and before we move to Senator Gallion, Senate Bill 532, I just want to, your office has just got an email that we're going to move our voting session. We're going to bump it till tomorrow. I know that we had planned to do it right after here, but I'm sensing some fatigue a little bit from today, and I just think it'd be a little easier if we just bump it to tomorrow after we do the morning bill hearing. So that said, you can plan your evening accordingly. Okay, Senator Gallion, we're on Senate Bill 532, and your sponsor panel includes Robert Swaim and Dominic Butchko, and then you have one virtual witness. I don't know if he's in the queue. Is he in the queue? Okay, in either case, why don't you start, Senator Gallion, on Senate Bill 532.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and fellow committee members. For the record, Senator Jason Gallion here to introduce Senate Bill 532, Commission to Advance Lithium-Ion Battery Safety in Maryland. And this bill creates a commission to advance lithium-ion battery safety in Maryland. These batteries are used to supply power to many of our devices on a daily basis, such as our smartphones, which we've all used today, our laptops, which we've used today, and for those who have electric vehicles, for just a few examples. As electric vehicles become more prevalent, we will have more and more lithium-ion batteries on our roads and in our neighborhoods. While we enjoy the advantages of these batteries as they have come to be a part of our everyday lives, we rarely tend to think of the disadvantages that can come along with them. Unfortunately, these disadvantages can be deadly. This is a major concern across large cities where electric vehicles are more prevalent. Fire departments in New York and San Francisco have reported handling more than 660 fires involving lithium-ion batteries since 2019. In New York City, these fires caused 12 deaths and more than 260 injuries over the previous 3 years. Establishing this commission will allow us as a state to study 4 different components. Number 1, best practices and guidelines to prevent, detect, and suppress lithium-ion battery fires in consumer, transportation, and utility applications, prevent, detect, and suppress fires at recycling facilities, and for reusing and recycling and decommissioning lithium-ion batteries. Number 2, the viability of extended producer responsibility for these batteries. Number 3, training, education, and other information to better inform the public regarding lithium-ion battery safety. And number 4, any other global issues the Commission may consider to be useful for enhancing the safety and reuse of batteries in the state. On or before December 1st, 2025, the Commission shall report its findings to the Governor and the General Assembly. We're proposing one amendment that will add an interim report due in 2024, and will also add one representative of the power plant research project appointed by DNR, one representative of the Public Service Commission, and one representative of the Maryland Fire and Rescue Institute. And I know there are other groups that are interested in getting on there too. So I think as a committee, we'll have to work through all that here in the near future. I respectfully urge the committee for a favorable report on this legislation so we can stay ahead of the curve on this issue and ensure that we're keeping the public safe as we have more of these batteries in our communities. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to the panel.
Okay, do you want to start, Mr. Swaim, or Don? Mr. Swaim, why don't you take the mic? And you're going to be on the 2-minute clock, everybody from this point forward. Sure.
Hello, I want to thank you and Senator Gallion for the opportunity. My name is Bob Swaim. I've been a longtime Maryland resident and I'm a semi-retired NTSB major aircraft accident investigator. I worked closely with firefighters around the world since the late 1980s. I led the first Boeing 787 lithium battery investigation when a firefighter was burned, and I've worked with electric vehicle fires for over 7 years. After 32 years with the NTSB, I started the How It Broke website, work on battery safety issues with the SAE, and that's why I'm here today. When lithium-ion batteries fail, the gas emitted is toxic and usually flammable, so it ignites its surroundings. A New York state legislator asked for help to improve battery safety there, which I related to our legislators. And in our discussions, they quickly realized the importance of the subject, came up with a commission idea and asked for ideas. Those are in a report that's my written submission. We should fully support the bipartisan SB 532 bill because while most concepts have already been worked out elsewhere, the goal is a tailored approach for the unique conditions and locations across Maryland. More important than the emergency response aspects are answers about management and prevention. For example, are building codes ready for an apartment garage full of EVs because extinguishing takes them so much longer? How close can a utility place a large-scale battery backup station upwind of a school? How do we end the current problem of fires in trash trucks and facilities? How many large battery installations are in the hearts of Baltimore skyscrapers? It's worth noting that New York, Denver, and others now require UL approval to combat the problem of e-bike fires. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to answering your battery-related questions here or through my website at howitbroke.com.
Okay, Mr. Butchka.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Don Butchka with the Maryland Association of Counties. Senate Bill 532 is about protecting our mutual constituents and isn't a priority for local jurisdictions. Batteries will undoubtedly be a major component of our electrification infrastructure as we move forward, but lithium-ion batteries in particular are immensely dangerous and can produce fires scales of magnitude worse than internal combustion engines or batteries of other types. This bill is the effort of a multi-stakeholder pronged approach. We have MACO, we have the career and volunteer firefighters, we have the Public Service Commission, we have industry. We literally have everybody at the table behind this effort. This creates a commission to look not only at best practices, but also what other states are doing, what safety measures we can install. And this is for batteries of all types, the ones that are in your cell phone right now, Mr. Chair, all the way up to utility scale batteries that might be at our energy generation facilities, or in the bill that we discussed earlier. With that being said, MACO urges a favorable report, and this is probably one of the most important bills we'll talk about this year. Thank you.
Okay, let's pick up one final sponsor panel we've got virtually. Looks like he's on a train, I think. Hopefully a train, not a car. Mr. Browning.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yeah, and you're signed in favor. You're part of one of the sponsor panelists. So you've got 2 minutes and then we'll go back.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
I'm riding as a passenger back from a training scenario today. So thank you, senators, for the opportunity to speak in favor of Bill 532. My name is Ivan Browning. I'm a lifelong Maryland resident and currently a 24-year career firefighter with Montgomery County Fire and Rescue, serving as the Hazardous Materials Battalion Chief. I've also served 27 years as a volunteer firefighter, EMT, and hazmat technician in Carroll County. Maryland is no stranger to the hazards associated with lithium-ion battery emergencies, as the fire service across the nation continues responding to incidents originating from devices powered by this technology. These incidents are occurring in all types of occupancies and across transportation methods and require extended mitigation times. Montgomery County Fire and Rescue has responded to known incidents at single-family dwellings, multifamily apartment buildings, educational institutions, and commercial businesses. While the technology is not new and generally safe when used properly, public safety agencies across the state continue their response to an increased number of incidents that have resulted in both property damage and personal injury. In 2023, the State Fire Marshal's Office reported 39 lithium-ion battery incidents within the state, and there may be others that were not reported correctly due to outdated reporting processes. I believe there are numerous reasons for which we could be seeing this increase from general public education on best practices for these powered products. increased saturation of this technology in the consumer market to technology advancements that have moved faster than our codes can keep up with. The hazards associated with lithium battery technology are of concern to not only public safety agencies, but members of the transportation industry, solid waste and recycling industry, and anyone whose life or business may be disrupted by an emergency initiated by a lithium-ion battery. The establishment of this commission will bring together Maryland stakeholders to determine best practices and guidelines can be implemented moving forward to make the best use of lithium-ion technology while also keeping citizens and responders safe through education and training. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for the sponsor or the three sponsor panelists? Okay, seeing none. Okay, we're going to next go to a list of witnesses who've signed up favorable or favorable with amendments. So, Mr. Bariano, why don't you come up? Let me call some other names, see if they're here still. Chaz Miller, Robert Phillips. Is Mr. Phillips here in the house? Okay, Pam Casemeyer here. Is Maura Cyphers here? Bill Kress here. Okay, and then we have one additional virtual witness. Is he in the queue? John Burkowski. Okay, well, let's go with the live witnesses who are here, and then we'll go to Mr. Burkowski next. Mr. Brianna, why don't you lead off? You're signed up actually favorable with amendments, so I don't know.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Bruce Bariano. I'm here on behalf of LKQ Corporation, which is a national and international company. They do automobile recycling and dismantling, and they've been in business for quite a long period of time. They have very extensive knowledge of handling and utilizing and dispose of and safekeeping of lithium batteries and batteries coming out of electric cars and things of this nature. I really I think this legislation by Senator Gallion is very greatly needed. They would like to be a member of this commission and lend their expertise to it. And I will be tomorrow sending in an amendment for consideration and to the senator as well to be added so that they can be part of this deliberation and expertise. Thank you very much and urge a favorable report with these amendments. Thank you.
Okay, sir.
I'm Chaz Miller. I chair the Maryland Recycling Network's Legislative Task Force. Our members are public sector recycling managers, private sector recyclers, and advocates. Our members manage local government recycling programs throughout Maryland. We support SB 532 and we thank Senator Gallion for introducing this bill. Lithium-ion batteries, as you heard, are pretty common. Unfortunately, people put products with these batteries in recycling containers and garbage cans. Nationally, more than 5,000 fires occur yearly at recycling and waste facilities. A survey of our members showed fires on collection trucks and on tipping floors at recycling facilities, waste transfer stations, and at landfills. Fortunately, none of these caused serious harm. However, a fire at a Southern Pennsylvania recycling processing facility forced it to be closed and rebuilt. The Maryland County was using that facility to process a good chunk of its recyclables. Lithium-ion fires may well be the single worst threat in many ways facing recycling. You know, we can do all the education, all the collection we want. We can have great markets, but if the collection truck or if the recycling facility burns down, all of that comes to nothing. We urge passage of this bill. We believe it will help us find solutions. Thank you.
Okay, and we do have one virtual witness, John Burkowski. Sir, we're going to take you next. You've got 2 minutes. We just need to, there you go. Okay, why don't you proceed?
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Chair Feldman and committee members. I'm John Borkowski. I'm a senior commission advisor, and I'm also the leader of the Maryland Energy Storage Program Work Group. Senate Bill 532 has several provisions regarding lithium-ion battery safety. And this is a good bill, although we have asked for some amendments. And several of these amendments have already been mentioned earlier by Senator Gallion. In addition to those mentioned earlier, we would also like to include a study of standards and decommissioning in the bill scope. in addition to the Battery Safety Commission's role to study best practices and guidelines. And we also would like to include training of first responders in the bill's scope. In conclusion, the Public Service Commission supports Senate Bill 532, and we believe the bill would benefit from the additional amendments that I described. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for any of the witnesses at the table or the virtual witness? Seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing.
Thank you very much.
Senate Bill 532, which brings us to Senator McCray has entered the venue, and we're going to then move to Senate Bill 1087. Senator, I do have some witnesses you've designated sponsored panelists: Donald Glover, Christopher Jones. There are a couple other witnesses who have signed up, but let's start with the two witnesses. Who do we have here? Okay, we're on Senate Bill 1087, and why don't you lead off and explain the bill? You take the time you need, and then we'll go to some of the witnesses here. Okay.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members of the committee. I know that Mr. Glover did take off just from a timing standpoint, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, my name is Corey McCray. I represent and serve the 45th District in the Maryland State Senate. I come here before today in reference to Senate Bill 1087. And what does 1087 do, Mr. Chair? In reference to this artificial intelligence, how vastly quick that it's moving, making sure that we can stay in front of it as a respective state of Maryland. It sets up a commission. It thinks about what does it look like from a diversity, from an inclusion standpoint, to make sure that all of us are a part of this respective conversation. And that commission would sit in existence for three years, Mr. Chair. It would make the recommendations. It would also put forward the makeup of the respective commission from that standpoint. I have a number of subject matter experts to talk about like how fast this space is moving and why we should be staying in front of it as a body from that standpoint. And I would ask for a favorable report in reference to Senate Bill 1087, Mr. Chair.
Okay, do you have a sequence? Do you want anybody particularly go first, or okay, sir? Why don't you take the lead there? Tell us who you are.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Each of you are going to be on a 2-minute clock, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Tyrone Taborn. I'm a nationally recognized expert in increasing the number of women and minorities in STEM. I have one of the largest companies in Baltimore City. I produce national conferences for women and minorities, and I have the nation's leading group of STEM magazines. I'm here to support the senator on this most important bill because it has the major impact of increasing the number of women and minorities in the AI field. This is a field that is growing so quickly with a blink of an eye, and the digital divide is only getting more and more broad. Moreover, Senate Bill 1087 puts an emphasis on fostering the environment and innovation and growth that is going to take place. This legislation's focus on ensuring minority participation in AI, blockchain, metaverse, and other transportational technologies that are coming about. I just want to share one last piece. Additionally, this past weekend, we hosted over 15,000 scientists and engineers in Baltimore City, one of the largest tech conferences attended by Google, Apple, Lockheed Martin, Northrop, IBM, the governor, and so many more. The critical discussion is how to ensure that our young people are involved and our businesses are involved in this fast-growing trillion-dollar industry that is being created right now. With that said, Mr. Chairman, I want to put my support in a favorable ruling behind something that can change the future for all of our citizens in Maryland. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Who wants to go next? Okay, why don't you get that mic in front of you? Tell us who you are.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, committee, for this opportunity. My name is Dr. Christopher Jones. I'm a recently retired executive for a large aerospace and defense company. I support Career Communications Group. I sit on a number of corporate and nonprofit boards, and I'm a member of the National Academy of Engineering. I believe firmly that the advancement and proliferation of artificial intelligence technologies during the next 5 to 10 years will have as profound an impact on our society as have the introduction of previous technologies, including radio, television, computers, telecommunications, and the internet. Currently, billions of public and private dollars are now being spent on AI and associated digital transformation efforts, and AI talent specifically will be a discriminator for future economic development. As you are all aware, the state of Maryland is already in direct competition with other states, and in fact with other nations, for investment in and development of AI-related innovations, companies, and jobs. In this competition, the state organization or company that can leverage its existing talent, attract additional talent, and foster that talent will have a competitive advantage. Having formerly led a $4.5 billion, 15,000 person global business for many years, I have direct experience in how industry leaders make decisions on investments, geographic locations, and job creation. I'm also a member of the University of Maryland College Park Foundation Board of Trustees and therefore appreciate the intersection of education, research, technology development, and economic growth. Creation of the Maryland Artificial Intelligence Advisory and Oversight Commission is a critical component to developing and supporting Maryland's overall AI approach, and thus Maryland's future digital development strategy. The commission will help maximize the inclusion of the broadest range of people and talent within the state, while also minimizing the evolving adverse impacts of AI. By leveraging the diverse experience and background of the commission members, I think Maryland can increase its global competitiveness.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay. Tell us who you are.
My name is Tony Watson. I'm here in support favorably for Senate Bill 1087. And let me start just by saying Einstein was wrong in 1935 when he was famously quoted as saying that quantum physics was, and I quote what he said, spooky action at a distance. When he said that day, it launched a bunch of researchers who believed in him and some who didn't believe him to go do some research to find out if Einstein was really wrong. Over the years, over the last 70, 80 years or so, it's been proven that he was wrong, and thus we have the advent of quantum computers. Quantum computers will increase the computer capability of our IT systems by over 100 million times. AI and quantum computing both fall under an umbrella, an overall umbrella of what's called data science. Data science includes much more than just those who study computing and study AI. It includes neurobiologists, neuroscientists, nurses who have doctorates in nurse practitioning, et cetera. And we will need, in the state of Maryland, all the young people we can to get excited about and become involved in AI and data science. That's what this commission will provide oversight to ensure that happens. It's so critically important because, as Dr. Freeman Rabowski of UMBC often famously said, you can't be what you can't see. And so this committee will ensure that the oversight enables that all to be seen by our young.
Okay, sir.
Good afternoon.
Clean up here.
Yes, sir. My name is Rick Pena. I'm honored to be an advocate for Senate Bill 1087. I come to you with over 3 decades of experience in the IT and cybersecurity field. I've also had experience leading data science opportunities. I served in the United States Army for 25 years, and I spent my last 5 years in the Pentagon. I retired as the Army Chief Technology Officer. I currently serve as a COO of a small business. My wife is the CEO. She served in the Army as well. And she immigrated to this country when she was 20. I am the son of immigrants from the Dominican Republic. And I know firsthand how minorities are not as well represented as others in the technology field. This bill is envisioned to be a collaborative effort that's going to draw on the diverse strengths from the Senate to the House to the private sector and visionaries and educators that's allowing the multifaceted nature of our society and the complex challenges and opportunities that AI represents to be manifested, not just from a technology perspective, but from a diversity perspective. So bringing together government, academia, and the private sector, these AI policies will be forward-thinking and deeply rooted in the aspirations of all the citizens of Maryland and beyond. The urgency to act on Senate Bill 1087 cannot be overstated. We're at a pivotal moment in history. The rapid development of AI presents us with both incredible opportunities, but also ethical dilemmas that our current regulatory frameworks are struggling to keep up with. In plain language, if the models that are training the AI are discriminatory in nature, if the information that's fed into the system are not diverse, does not represent the demographic, then the system itself may actually produce something that is not as diverse as we want it to be. So in plain language, this is very important. And I strongly support it. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thanks to the entire panel. We'll take a couple questions. We've got our in-house AI expert, Senator Hester, to send some questions to the panel. And then we'll take Senator Sidnor. I appreciate your patience, my friend back there, but okay.
Thank you. I'm not sure I can claim to be an expert. I've just had a crash course in it this interim. But thank you, gentlemen. Thank you to the sponsor for bringing this important bill. You know, we studied the Joint Committee on Cyber IT and Biotech studied a lot of different states' models, and most of the states have started with some kind of advisory group on artificial intelligence. And so I was slightly surprised to see that, you know, DeWitt wrote in, you know, saying that this commission might be duplicative. But they also go on to say, I mean, I think that the governor's executive order, which created the sub-cabinet, is, you know, a really good first step, but it's entirely composed of state employees. And so my question is, could you just articulate for the community kind of the benefit to having multiple stakeholders weighing in on this fast changing field?
I'm going to let the subject matter experts, but I do think that when we already know, just look at the body that we're in, when we make sure that everybody's engaged in the style of public policy, that's how we come up with our best products. If you have one specific sector or one specific group of people that's coming up with policy, it never works out. We find ourselves many times in the situations that we're in trying to course correct or address those types of things. So you have different subject matter experts, but that subject matter expert needs to also make sure, because Mr. Pena said it very, very clear. If you are not inclusive of all people, you're going to find yourself with technology that advances without a population of people, and you're going to find yourself trying to course correct it. And it couldn't have been said any clearer than that. I'll see if you all wanted to just lean in and touch on her question.
Senator, thank you. That's an excellent question for these reasons. We're looking at technologies that are changing with a blink of an eye. Some of us have only seen maybe 3 technological revolutions in our lifetime. 18 months from now, we will be talking about something completely different. And if we're talking about something completely different, we really should tap into the leaders in industry, the people on the ground trying to train the young folks, people like me. I've been at this over 40 years with more than almost 200,000 readers. So we know we can bring some value here. And that's why the urgency. I believe that in order to deal with new technologies that are moving at this rapid speed, you need a very diverse group of folks of gender, race, and experience.
If I may also add just a thought here, I drove nuclear submarines for 30 years and learned a little bit about nuclear technology. And then after retirement, recruited people in transition from the military into high-tech jobs in the private sector. And it was amazing to me as I learned, after my military career, that most of the people transitioning from the military had no idea what kind of tech jobs were available to them afterwards. I've known Dr. Tyrone Taborn for over 40 years before he started the Black Engineer Conference, and I've been affiliated with every conference for the last 38 years since he's done so. Last week, we had 2,600 students in Baltimore at a convention that in which they were mentored by over 150 admirals, generals, including the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the Chief of Staff of the Air Force. And to see the brights of their eyes when they heard about these things they could be involved in and do was just, absolutely amazing. My thought would be, if you want the state of Maryland, we talk a lot about Silicon Valley. When people talk about creation of new stuff, it's Silicon Valley. Why couldn't Maryland be the new Silicon Valley? Why it doesn't have to be the valley. It could be, the new something Bay, the AIQ Bay, the new place that everybody talks about. But that won't come from just a group of state employees. That'll come from the people that you get excited about bringing to Maryland. IBM has a federal headquarters in Maryland somewhere. It used to be in Bethesda. Now I think it's Annapolis Junction. IBM just a few weeks ago created the largest quantum computing qubit, 1,121 qubits. A qubit is a quantum bit, binary bit. 1,121. Just 2 years ago, they were at 30. That computer will cost to put on the street about $2.5 million, but it'll be 100 million times better than the fastest IBM Watson computer. Somebody has to get excited about getting involved in and working that. And hopefully with the right people at the table that you can entice from industry to come and be a part of the group you were just talking about, Senator, that could create some excitement and synergy that will blow this thing up to make Silicon Valley, that old Western song, the old country song, Mama, don't let your babies grow up to be cowboys. Mamas, don't let your Marylanders grow up to be Californians. Don't let them grow up to be excited about going to California to work in Silicon Valley. Make it Maryland, and that can be done.
Yeah, I have a kid in California. I like that. Okay, thank you very much, sir. Okay, here's what I'm going to say, because, we want to get to Senator Sidnor back here. Carrozza, Brooks, Watson, and then let's get to Senator Sidnor. And by the way, my friend Rob Edwards right behind you as you're talking, he's like, yeah, that's a buddy. That's a buddy of mine. Yeah, he's not even part of the panel, but he's
incredible panel.
Yeah, that's great. Okay, Senator Carrozza, and then we'll go Brooks, and then Senator Watson. Then let's bring some closure to this.
Thank you,
okay?
Mr. Chair. I'll be brief, but this panel has just wowed us. So thank you, Senator McCray, for this bill. And my question is, and I guess maybe it goes to Commander or whatever your military title is, Mr. Watson. I know there's a lot of military leadership here, but we've got this whole field of, AI, artificial intelligence. You've talked about the opportunities for our young people. There's a workforce shortage. It sounds like there's going to be plenty of opportunities. Exciting. Here's my question for you. And you're a great communicator. When you talk about this term artificial intelligence, is there a way to make it bring a human aspect or to make it sound a little bit more honorable than when you hear that term artificial intelligence? You don't quite understand the human aspect and value. And that's my question.
Part of the difficulty with having communicated the concept of climate change was that people didn't understand that communication, what it meant. AI falls into a similar category. What does that mean? I call it falls under the umbrella of data science. It happens to be AI happens to be one element of data science. I call it the data science hotel, in which the residents include data visualization scientists, which is a real thing. It's a real degree that you learn how to convert data and all this disparate information into a visualized science approach that understands
for real human impact, though.
That neuroscience of learning, that people will say, oh, that's what you meant. They reside there, so do linguists, so do neurobiologists, and all these other people, and they all fall under this umbrella. Those are the people that have to get excited about being part of what eventually translates into artificial intelligence, because the input to artificial intelligence is all these smaller units of data science. And there are hundreds and thousands of jobs there to get excited about. That's what Dr. Taborn does for his life's work. Gathers these people together, not because he knows the data science elements of the algorithms written into AI, but because he knows how to get young people excited about being with other senior creative experienced people.
I guess where I was going with it is the outcomes. You want to have this energy and like, what's the outcome? What is it having a positive effect on our everyday life?
That is such an excellent question. And let me give you something real time. Our company is located in downtown Baltimore. We've been there forever, but we're opening at the Thurgood Marshall at PS 103, a training area. And guess what we're showing the students? They're going crazy about it. We've developed a AI-powered library where all of the data from seminars about women, minorities, and science engineering, we're going to teach the kids how to train that data, put it into a large language model. Now, what that means for a teacher, and Senator Brooks was with me a number of times, what that will mean for a teacher will be able to come into the classroom, type in, give me a 3-day lesson plan about women in the aerospace industry and create examples and create quizzes. And that teacher will get something age appropriate to teach. So now we've taken the teacher away from developing lesson plans to using their mind and creating real products. That's real. We have that right this second. And the kids are creating metaverses. They're designing music, the graphics, where you're able to walk through what we call digital twins. Real exciting stuff.
So it's a tool for your passions.
Yes, yes. You know what the technology does? It enables anybody with a passion and a desire and an imagination. They don't have to spend 90% of their time learning the technology tools. They can use 10, 20% of their time learning the tools and 80% of their time implementing. That is what empowers us. And that's why this committee isn't about saying to people, how do you use AI? AI is going to be used in heart paces. It's going to be used all over the place. With this committee, right, exactly. This committee is about ensuring that there's real participation at the most senior level, because advisory committees, I believe, can't do it. We really need this at the top of our imagination. Dr. Jones?
Okay. Okay. I'm trying to bring, I mean, I know we got some super smart people here. I'm sure we could go on all night. I mean, honestly, but yes, Dr. Jones, why don't you weigh in and then we'll go to Senator Brooks. Are you
I just
sure?
wanted to mention that we're
Okay.
already using AI. It's not the future.
Okay. Well, Senator Brooks, you have the floor. So if you want to ask him a question, let's keep it tight here.
Thank you. Yeah.
I don't want to cut anybody off.
Yeah,
here.
thanks, Chair. But first, I want to give a shout out. Well, first of all, thank the sponsor of the bill. And I really want to give a shout out to Dr. Tyrone Taborn. You know, I mean, he's an FOBB, a friend of Ben Brooks. I appreciate that. Yeah. And I want to also give a shout out to my military guys. So thank you for Mr. Pina and then Mr. Jones, I think, Mr. Watson, Tony Watson. Thank you for all you've done to protect all of our freedoms. Yeah. But my question is about the, you know, like any technology, this AI is really, you know, sometimes is extremely beneficial, but it's scary as well. And like any type of technology, it could be used for, I guess one could say sinister means, you know, and I think it would probably lend itself to hacking and you know, and that has to do with our data security. You know, malicious actors can exploit it. You know, so how do we guard against that?
Yeah, so I appreciate the question, and I'll be brief. My view, whatever technology is introduced, it can be good and bad. There's an old adage, you know, what came right after the invention of the ship? The shipwreck, right? And so I don't look at this in a fearful way. I think we already have models of when the internet, so just when the phone was invented, when telecommunications, we've already addressed that. As an individual, as a nation, as a family, this will be no different. So in each of those technologies, people were afraid and nervous. We adapted and life moved on.
Okay.
Frankly. So I have confidence in the framework you've established in Maryland, the policies, they'll adapt over time. right? What we don't want is to let kind of the fear and ambiguity unknown throttle back on progress. Because I'm a firm believer in competition. We're in competition.
All right.
Maryland should win. I mean, things are pretty simple. So I don't want to tell you what to do, but you've already dealt with something similar and you'll be able, we should have confidence we'll be able to deal with it in the future.
Senator, if I could just briefly, I would say that when I started, late 80s, early 90s, cybersecurity or any type of security was a bolt-on. So we built networks and then we tried to secure the networks that we built.
I see.
Today, 2024, do it, the state of Maryland, everywhere, cybersecurity is part of the fabric. It's part of every architecture. So it's not something that we're trying to bolt on. So cybersecurity, zero trust technologies, zero trust architectures, already a mandate, already an implementation. So we're already moving in that direction. So this is not going to be any different. At the end of the day, we have to protect everything, not just any type of AI platform. We have to protect all of our data. And if we protect the data and the access to the data, then we'll be fine. But that's a cybersecurity challenge.
Right.
Okay, so why don't we go to Senator Watson and then Senator Augustine, you did have your light on earlier. If you're good, you're good. Okay. Senator Watson, so let me have the last word on this one.
Let me close this out and you see Watsons are everywhere. He introduced himself earlier and he didn't do himself justice. Tyrone Taborn, I've known for 38 years. Tyrone Taborn, when I was in the first engineering class at Morgan State University, 3 years later, in '87, he started brainstorming with other HBCU presidents and those types of things to put something together that is still here today, the Black Engineer of the Year Award. And I was actually, my name was submitted by Lockheed Martin back in 2002. I didn't win, but I'm still working on it. But he was able to, utilizing his career communication group and Black Engineer of the Year, to expose so many minorities to fields in STEM and engineering. And I just need to make sure he knows with the addition of my personal mentor, Dean DeLoach, that you all were responsible for me going to get my PhD in system engineering. And so I thank you. I know what this means, and I appreciate you guys doing it. Thank you so much. And you know you got a co-sponsor on this bill.
Yeah. So quite a love fest we got going on here. Okay, look, this super impressive panel, and I want to thank you, Senator McCray, for bringing this panel together today. So that does conclude the bill hearing on Senate Bill 1087. And Senator Sidnor, you finally get to come up here. And actually, we do have one additional bill after this. And for those of you who didn't get the memo, we are not voting tonight. We have bumped the voting till tomorrow. So you will be done when we get this bill and then a bill from Don Guile. You're going to call her in a little while. Okay, Senator Sidnor, we have Senate Bill 955 and Van Don. Okay, we've got a panel and we also have a, let's see who do you want to bring up here?
I have Professor Janet,
okay,
and
Professor
Geneva and
okay.
Professor Waters. I'm not certain if she's still on.
Okay, we've got Professor Waters on virtual.
She is virtual.
Yeah, so we'll cue her in after you and the other professor testify. So why don't you lead off again? We're on
thank you. Senate Bill
955, and one other witness, Pegeen Townsend, is not here. So why don't you lead off? We'll go to the two witnesses and then we can move on to the final.
Have any of you ever had a hearing where a sponsor of another bill can say, you know what, they just gave the testimony for while we're here in our bill? Well, they just did. Dr. Taborn did as well. Fun fact that many of you all don't know, you know, I'm an attorney. I went to Johns Hopkins, but when I first went to Johns Hopkins, I was a computer science major. And I was a member of NSB, and I used to go to those conferences that he had. History major is how I graduated, but you know, anyhow. Good evening, everyone. Maryland is home to artificial intelligence leaders across various fields of higher education, industry, and government. Earlier this year, on January 8th, Governor Moore executed an executive order entitled Catalyzing the Responsible and Productive Use of Artificial Intelligence in Maryland State Government, which noted that artificial intelligence is transforming society in a myriad of ways, and the pace that change will continue to accelerate, unlocking new opportunities and risks for Maryland residents, workers, and the economy. He continued to meet that moment that the state must begin to work to ensure the use of AI in Maryland state government is responsible, ethical, beneficial, and trustworthy. And he concluded, leaders across Maryland government share common interest in establishing effective AI governance and are committed to working together to develop the legal and policy framework for its responsible use in the state. I believe that Senate Bill 955 is one piece of that puzzle for the legislature to provide a portion, I believe the Senate Bill 955 is one piece of that puzzle for the legislature to provide a portion of that legal and policy framework that the governor describes in his executive order. I state this because I know that it's just one piece, because our colleague, Senator Hester, is working on additional legislation to flesh these issues out as well. What does Senate Bill 955 propose to do? It does a few things. First, it introduces definitions of algorithmic decision systems commission, as well as responsible artificial intelligence. Now, Senate Bill 955 also brings together those much more expert than us and creates a technology advisory commission consisting of representatives from various colleges and universities across the state, as well as designees from the Maryland Technology Council, the Maryland Chamber of Commerce, the Chesapeake Regional Information Systems for our patients, the Secretary of Information, the Maryland Total Human Services Integrated Network Platform, Secretary of Transportation, the Secretary of Health, Office of Minority Health and Health Disparities, Information Technology Advisory Council, the Division of Parole and Probation, the Office of Investigation, Intelligence and Fugitive Apprehension, and the State Advisory Board of Juvenile Services, the Attorney General, and the Chief Legal Attorney of the Legal Aid Bureau. Under this legislation, the commission is responsible for a number of things. The Senate Bill 955, what it does is it explicitly states that nothing in the law would require a vendor to publicly disclose proprietary information or compromise their intellectual property rights. Further, Senate Bill 955 requires the governor to include an appropriation of $100,000 to the commission in its annual budget. Finally, the commission would be responsible for submitting an annual report on its activities and recommendations to the governor and the General Assembly. This particular commission, it will be chaired by a representative from the Center of Equitable Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning at Morgan State University. And with that, and for those reasons stated above, I respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 955.
Okay, thank you, Senator. We'll go to our two professors, the two virtual witnesses. So why don't you start, and you'll be on the 2-minute clock, okay? And then we'll get to Senator Giles' bill after that. So why don't you go? Tell us who you are.
Thank you so much, Chair Feldman and members of the committee. I'm Dr. Vandana Janeja, a professor of information systems at the University of Maryland, Baltimore County. I'm also Associate Dean for Research and Faculty Development in the College of Engineering and IT. In addition, I also direct a National Science Foundation Center on harnessing the data and model revolution in the polar regions. I'm pleased to testify in support of Senate Bill 955 introduced by Senator Sidner, which shows leadership in Maryland. AI will have a major impact in our society in a myriad of ways, both positive and negative. It is imperative that we understand how to maximize the positive while minimizing or eliminating the negative. As the AI ecosystem evolves, it is going to be critical that we know that not everyone will know everything, but it's essential that we bring in the right experts and spin up the groups with the appropriate expertise to evaluate the impacts of AI. We are fortunate that our state universities like UMBC have a tremendous amount of expertise in AI. Just within our college at UMBC, we lead research in critical areas such as climate change, cybersecurity, misinformation detection, autonomous systems across 9 research centers employing hundreds of researchers with decades of experience. Our faculty members often win coveted awards such as the National Science Foundation Career Awards in areas of responsible AI, robotics, and large language models. We are at the crossroads of pervasive use of AI technologies. The same will permeate the state government as new technologies will be adopted across businesses, hospitals, schools, and state operations. A commission, as proposed in Senate Bill 955, can help establish guardrails and a way of thinking ethically and responsibly but also support advancement of new technologies and to make systems more efficient as it's plugged into all the university system in Maryland. In this new frontier of AI advancement, expertise can in some cases be a phone call away with this commission. Thank you for your favorable consideration of Bill 955.
Okay, thank you, Professor. We'll go to Professor Waters next virtually. And again, you've got the 2 minutes, okay?
Thank you, honorable members of the state legislature. My name is Gabriella Waters. I'm the Director of Operations and the Director of the Cognitive and Neurodiversity AI Lab at the Center for Equitable AI and Machine Learning Systems at Morgan State University. I'm a professor of culturally relevant AI ML, and I'm also a research associate at NIST, working on AI testing and evaluation in response to the executive order from the White House on developing safe, trustworthy, and explainable AI systems. And I am here in support of Senate Bill 0955. The center serves as a resource for the nation on the development of equitable AI and machine learning, as well as providing education and research on this topic. So we are very much interested in furthering this kind of positioning in the state of Maryland. Technology, especially AI technologies, are increasingly integral to our daily lives, and they influence everything from healthcare, education, employment, criminal justice, personal privacy. There's no industry that you can't find this technology as part of the infrastructure. These technologies also hold a promise for enhancing efficiency and safety and innovation, but they pose significant risks at the same time if they're not developed and governed with a careful eye toward their societal impacts, as you heard in the testimony in the previous bill. So the need for this kind of technology commission in the state of Maryland cannot be underscored enough. The commission would play a really important role in guiding ethical development and use of technology, including AI, promoting transparency, explainability, and accountability, helping to facilitate public and stakeholder engagement, driving equitable access and innovation, and supporting education and workforce development. So establishing this commission is forward-thinking, and it promotes strategic positioning for the state of Maryland in recognition of the profound impact that AI has had and will continue to have on our state and society. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Senator Sidnor or the two professors? Senator Hester.
A quick one for Dr. Waters. It's great to see you on Zoom again. So we've been talking a little bit about the governor's executive order and the AI subcabinet. Could you just briefly talk about how a commission like this one could work, kind of hand in glove with the subcabinet?
So the commission itself is designed so that it can provide a lot of insights from a lot of different interdisciplinary groups of people, including the state of Maryland, including academia. You're building a commission that brings all of these kinds of representations under one umbrella to give you a really nice colored commentary on how some of the policies that could be developed can be leveraged, how they can best benefit the state, what is the cutting edge. Instead of trying to figure out what's coming next, you would have a group of people who are already working on what's coming next. So while we're talking about what's happening now, someone said 18 months from now, we'll be on to something different. 18 minutes from now, we'll be on to something different at the pace that this technology moves in.
Okay, any additional questions? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 955. Thank you, Senator Sidnor, which brings us to our final bill of the day. And Senator Guile, we're on Senate Bill 1044, and you've designated three people to be your sponsor panel: Sabrina Scott, former delegate Sid Saab, and Rachel Edelman. And we have Nicole Fletcher, is she in the queue, from Department of Labor virtually? Okay, I called three names. It looks like there's four, so it's all good. They're accepted to be part of the panel.
Thank you.
So Senator Guile, why don't you start Senate Bill 1044?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Good evening, everyone. I apologize for the last one of the night, but hopefully this will be quick. For the record, Senator Don Gile, District 33, here to present Senate Bill 1044. This bill would modernize the definition of aesthetic services in our state code. Estheticians serve as indispensable experts guiding clients towards healthier and more radiant skin. Through a range of treatments, these professionals address diverse skin concerns from acne to aging, employing both traditional techniques and innovative technologies. Over the years, the skincare industry has undergone remarkable evolution driven by advancements in methods and tools, resulting in a landscape that continually adapts to meet the changing needs of clients. Notably, the profession of aesthetics stands out for its significant representation of minorities and women, offering a pathway to entrepreneurship and career fulfillment. For those who venture into aesthetics ownership, the rewards are multifaceted, encompassing both financial gains and personal satisfaction. From facials to gentle peels, waxing, microdermabrasions, and extractions, estheticians deliver a wide array of services tailored to meet the unique requirements of each client. In Maryland alone, the ranks of estheticians exceed 5,000, a testament to the industry's robust presence and contribution to the state's economy. Moreover, the skincare sector is poised for exponential growth nationwide, fueled by the expanding role of estheticians in medical settings. However, despite the advancements in skincare practices and technologies, Maryland's regulatory framework has lagged behind, with the law last updated in the early 90s. Recognizing the urgent need for modernization, Senate Bill 1044 emerges as a legislative initiative aimed at aligning Maryland's regulations with contemporary standards. By updating the law to encompass the latest advancements in skincare technology, this bill seeks to empower estheticians to deliver services safely and effectively, thus retaining their talent within the state. Moreover, the bill grants the Board of Cosmetology the flexibility to promulgate regulations that support the evolving needs of the industry. This bill aims to define the aesthetic services not only reflects the current state of the industry, but also facilitates the provision of quality care to clients across various settings. By ensuring that estheticians can practice in accordance with their training and expertise, the bill aims to bolster Maryland's position as a hub for skincare. Furthermore, by addressing regulatory gaps and fostering collaboration between stakeholders, this bill paves the way for continued innovation and growth within the state skincare industry. In response to stakeholder feedback, including from the Maryland Department of Labor, we have submitted a sponsor amendment to remove applying makeup from the updated services definition. In conclusion, this bill underscores the vital role that estheticians play in promoting skin health and well-being, and will usher in much needed regulatory updates and ensuring that estheticians can continue to thrive and serve their clients with excellence. For these reasons, I respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 1044. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Senator. You want to go next? Wardell Saab, good to see you.
Good to see you too. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. My name is Sid Saab. For the record, I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Esthetician Alliance, and I'm here to answer any questions. I'd like to turn it over to Sabrina Scott.
Okay, Ms. Scott. And again, you're going to be on the 2-minute clock here, okay?
Okay. Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Sabrina Scott, and I own a small business in Severna Park. I am here to express my support for SB 1044. As a licensed esthetician and small business owner, my journey in skincare began in 2018. After completing 600 hours of training and passing my state boards, I also pursued a national certification with NCEA, as well as many other certifications in a variety of treatments. However, in April of 2023, new regulations were introduced that significantly restricted my ability to perform my duties as a licensed esthetician. Despite our specialized training to work within the epidermal layers without penetrating live tissue, these regulations impose broad restrictions, even affecting procedures like superficial peels. The evident lack of comprehension regarding skincare treatments is reflected in outdated regulations that have remained unchanged for over 3 decades. Because of this, many women-owned small businesses, including mine, are grappling with the repercussions of these restrictive measures. Faced with the possibility of relocating my business to DC, where regulations are more favorable, I found myself at a crossroads. The disparity between evolving skincare practices and the stagnant regulations not only hampers businesses, but also jeopardizes consumers seeking quality skincare services. There is potential for collaboration between trained medical professionals and estheticians. By distinguishing between cosmetic treatments within the esthetician's scope and medical grade treatments beyond it, we can ensure the safety of both the practitioners and consumers. Most states have adopted guidelines striking a balance between protecting estheticians and consumers. We're urging Maryland to follow suit to safeguard its economy and preserve its thriving skincare industry. In conclusion, the outdated regulations governing estheticians in Maryland stifle innovation and jeopardize the livelihoods of small business owners like myself. It is imperative for policymakers to acknowledge the importance of updating these regulations to reflect skincare advancements. Thank you, and I respectfully request a favorable report.
Okay, thank you. Who wants to go next? Either one. Grab the mic. Okay, and just tell us who you are.
My name is Amanda Gossert. Ready?
Okay, we're good. Okay, you're on the 2-minute clock.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Amanda Gossert, and I come before you today with a wealth of experience in the field of aesthetics, having owned 2 aesthetic businesses and worked in a dermatology office in Maryland. The practice of working within the epidermis is a cornerstone of an esthetician's expertise, whether in the medical facility or a spa environment. Estheticians offer a diverse range of services meticulously tailored to meet the unique needs of each individual client. The epidermis, serving as the outermost layer of the skin, is composed of approximately 30 to 50 layers of dead keratin cells. Estheticians exclusively operate within the epidermis, focusing on treatments and procedures that do not involve living tissue. SB 1044 not only seeks to empower estheticians, but also aims to bolster Maryland's position as a hub for skincare excellence. By updating legislation to reflect the latest standards and advancements in skincare technology and enhance the quality of skincare services across the state. As a seasoned business owner within the aesthetics industry, I understand the challenges associated with relocating. Unfortunately, my aesthetic business in Maryland encountered obstacles due to state limitations, compelling me to seek opportunities in a neighboring state. These constraints hindered our ability to deliver optimal services, but also posed challenges in effectively serving our clients. SB 1044 is essential for the continued growth and prosperity of the aesthetics industry in Maryland. By addressing constraints and aligning, may I finish?
So you can finish.
Okay.
Come on.
Constraints and aligning with industry best practices. SB 1044 holds the promise of elevating the standard of skincare services offered within the state. I respectfully urge the committee to consider the importance of SB 1044 and to provide a favorable report. Thank
Okay,
you.
good job. Okay, why don't you go next? Then we've got Ms. Fletcher from Department of Labor. We're going to get virtually and then we'll take questions. Okay, tell us who you are.
My name is Rachel Edelman. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Rachel Edelman, and I'm a licensed esthetician from Olney, Maryland. I am here to express my support for Senate Bill 1044. Since 2008, I have worked in a variety of spa and medical settings throughout DC, Maryland, and Virginia. The past 10 years, I've been the esthetician for a dermatology practice in Gaithersburg, Maryland. We worked collaboratively to provide the most comprehensive service to all our clients. Dermatologists are busy with diagnostic and complex medical issues. They rely heavily on estheticians to do the cosmetic treatments they do not have the time or find cost-effective for them to do. As estheticians, our entire training and practice is within the dead skin cells of the epidermis. With the updates in technology and social media, there are now over-the-counter products and devices readily available to consumers that can treat just as deeply as we can. Looking ahead, I anticipate hurdles for many of the minority and female-owned aesthetic businesses within Maryland unless laws and regulations are revised. Surrounding states currently have more accommodating regulations for comparable treatments with the same training and hours. As a community, estheticians are happy to work with everyone to ensure client safety and confidence. Trust from clients and the medical community due to our professional knowledge is central to the mission of our industry. I hope you will find in favor of SB 1044 as it makes a positive impact on our profession and contributes to the overall well-being of the community.
Okay, thank you. Let's see if we can find Ms. Fletcher. Okay, Ms. Fletcher. Yeah, can you put your video on so we can see you? Ms. Fletcher, can you hear us? You still there? Okay, while you're doing that, Senator Washington, you had a question. Why don't you get that to the
Thank you.
panel? We'll try to connect
yeah.
Ms. Fletcher.
Thank you so much, Senator Gile, for this bill. I've been hearing about the challenges with this regulation, and it has, as you said, hurt some people and some of these businesses. I think I wanted to ask about, it seems to me that this is part of sort of a scope or a scope creep of dermatologists. I'm seeing a lot of these dermatology cosmetic centers. And are you seeing a move to try to make it so that these services or this practice that you have can only be performed in a clinical or clinical setting? Is that a concern? And I guess, so, yeah.
Let me just. So there's a difference between the medical, like with the dermatologists and medical treatments, medical grade treatments versus cosmetic. So estheticians have always been able to like work separately, but we do sometimes work in the medical settings for plastics, for a dermatologist.
And you want to always be able to operate separately as your own.
Or do both, right?
But you do want to always be, because I think I saw some of the intention behind the regulation. There was some people that believed that what you were doing was creeping into sort of medical practice.
Well,
but you're clarifying that you are not.
Right, exactly. There's a little
skin.
bit of confusion on the layers of skin and the wording, so that we work in the epidermis. And so medical grade can go below the epidermis into the dermis.
Right. And so
there's not really like, you know, we want to be separate, but also they do rely heavily on estheticians to do those treatments, even under a doctor.
But if you want to be a sole proprietor, or you want to have your own business and you have 50 people or 100 people, that we want to make sure that those businesses you're still able to do that.
Exactly, because I own my own practice and I don't have a medical director, so I work solely.
This was a friendly question. I'm sorry that it sounded like I was trying to get you, but I was just wanting to make people understand.
And it's the confusing the layers of the skin and also, you know, what people want.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, and I would note, if we got into some scope stuff, we would have been hearing from MedChi, and in fact, I think the Dermatologic Society would, you know, they're not concerned about the bill. So that said, we do have Nicole Fletcher from the Department of Labor. We've connected. Ms. Fletcher, can you hear me? You gonna unmute yourself and you want to weigh in?
Yes. Hi.
Okay,
everyone.
why don't you weigh in? You're gonna be the final witness on the bill.
All right. Well, good evening, everyone. My name is Nicole Fletcher. I'm the Executive Director of the Maryland Board of Cosmetologists. I am weighing in favorable for this bill. Thank you, Senator Gile and Kelly, for sponsoring this bill. It's very important. I apologize. I am driving, but I did want to weigh in, testify that we just wanted.
Don't get an accident on our watch, but just be careful there.
I am. I'm paying attention. But I just wanted to weigh in and thank Senator Gile for mentioning the line 1 of applying makeup to be stricken from the bill. The board did regulate makeup services years ago, but it's no longer interested in regulating makeup services. But we are all for this legislation. I've been with the board for 5 years, and I've always said our laws and regulations were so strict. And so I'm very proud of you all on the panel today for just, you know, having the passion about your industry to bring this forward. So, yes, I would ask for a favorable report for this bill 1044. Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions for Ms. Fletcher, anybody in the panel? Seeing none, that concludes bill hearing Senate Bill 1044, and that concludes our bill hearing
Yeah.
today.
Thank you.
And
Thank you very much.
we'll see you again.